From Class Society to Communism. An Introduction to Marxism by Ernest Mandel. Contents. Foreword 9. Chapter 1, Social Inequality and Social Struggle Throughout History 11I Social Inequality in Contemporary Capitalist Society 2 Social Inequality in Previous Societies 3 Social Inequality and Class Inequality 4 Social Equality in Human Prehistory 5 Historical Examples of Revolt Against Social Inequality 6 Class Struggle in History Chapter 2, The Economic Sources of Social Inequality 1 Primitive Communities Based on Poverty 2 The Neolithic Revolution 3 Necessary Product and Social Surplus Product for Production and Accumulation 5 The Reasons for the Failure of All Past Egalitarian Revolutions Chapter 3, The State. Instrument of Class Domination I The Social Division of Labor and the Birth of the State 2 The State in the Service of the Ruling Classes 3 Violent Constraint and Ideological Integration 4 Ruling Ideology and Revolutionary Ideology 5 Social Revolutions and Political Revolutions 6 Particularities of the Bourgeois State. Chapter 4, From Petty Commodity Production to the Capitalist 33 Mode of Production 1 Production for the Satisfaction of Needs, and Production for Exchange 2 Petty Commodity Production 3 The Law of Value 4 The Appearance of Capital 5 From Capital to Capitalism 6 What is Surplus Value? 7 The Conditions for the Appearance of Modern Capitalism. Chapter 5, The Capitalist Economy 43 1 The Specific Features of the Capitalist Economy 2 The Functioning of the Capitalist Economy 3 The Evolution of Wages 4 The Laws of Motion of Capitalism 5 The Inherent Contradictions of the Capitalist Mode of Production 6 The Periodic Crises of Overproduction. Chapter 6, Monopoly Capitalism 1 From Free Competition to Capitalist Entente 2 The Concentration of Banks and Finance Capital 3 Monopoly Capitalism and Free Competitive Capitalism 4 The Export of Capital 5 Imperialist and Dependent Countries 6 The Era of Late Capitalism Chapter 7, The World Imperialist System I Capitalist Industrialization and the Law of Combined and Uneven Development 2 The Exploitation of Colonial and Semi-Colonial Countries by Imperialist Capital 3 The Block of Classes in Power in Semi-Colonial Countries 4 The National Liberation Movement 5 Neocolonialism. Chapter 8. The Origins of the Modern Labor Movement 1 The Elementary Class Struggle of the Proletariat 2 The Elementary Class Consciousness of the Proletariat 3 Utopian Socialism 4 The Birth of Marxist Theory, The Communist Manifesto 5 The First International 6 The Different Forms of Organization of the Labor Movement 7 The Paris Commune Chapter 9, Reforms and Revolution 1 Evolution and Revolution in History 2 Evolution and Revolution in Contemporary Capitalism 3 The Evolution of the Modern Labor Movement 4 Reformist Opportunism 5 The Need for a Vanguard Party 6 Revolutionaries and the Struggle for Reforms. Chapter 10, Bourgeois Democracy and Proletarian Democracy 91 Political Freedom and Economic Freedom 2 The Bourgeois State in the Service of the Class Interests of Capital 3 The Limits of Bourgeois Democratic Freedoms 4 Repression and Dictatorship 5 Proletarian Democracy. Chapter 11. The First Inter-Imperialist War and the Russian Revolution I The International Labor Movement and the Imperialist War 2 The Imperialist War leads to the Revolutionary Crisis. 99. 3 The February 1917 Revolution in Russia. 4 The Theory of Permanent Revolution. 5 The October Revolution, 1917. 6 The Destruction of Capitalism in Russia Chapter 12, Stalinism I The Defeat of the Revolutionary Upsurge in Europe, 1918-23 2 The Rise of the Soviet Bureaucracy 3 The Nature of the Bureaucracy, The Nature of the USSR 4 What is Stalinism? 5 The Crisis of Stalinism. 6 Economic Reforms. 7 Maoism Chapter 13, From the Current Mass Struggles to the World Socialist Revolution 1 The Conditions for the Victory of the Socialist Revolution 2 The Construction of the Fourth International 3 Immediate Demands, Transitional Demands 4 The Three Sectors of the World Revolution Today 5 Workers' Democracy, The Self-Organization of the Masses and Socialist Revolution. Chapter 14, The Winning Over of the Masses by the Revolutionaries 131 1 Political Differentiation within the Proletariat 2 The United Working Class Front against the Class Enemy 3 The Offensive Dynamic of the Class against Class Front 5 Political Class Independence and United Class Organization 6 Class Independence and Alliance between the Classes Chapter 15, The common one of classless society. 1. The socialist goal. 2. The economic and social conditions for the attainment of this goal. 3. The political, ideological, psychological and cultural conditions for the attainment of this goal. 4. The stages of classless society. 143. Chapter 16, Materialist Dialectics. 151. 1. Universal motion. 2. Dialectics, the logic of motion. 3. Dialectics and formal logic. 4. Motion, a function of contradiction. 5. Some further problems of the dialectics of knowledge. 6. Motion as a function of totality, the abstract and the concrete. 7. Theory and practice. Chapter 17, Historical Materialism. 1. Human production and human communications. 2. Social base and superstructure. 3. Material production and thought production. 4. Productive forces, social relations of production and modes of production. 5. Historical determinism and revolutionary practice. 6. Alienation and emancipation. Further reading. Forward. This introduction to Marxism is the result of numerous experiences in giving educationals to young militants at various times in the last 15 years. It arises out of such pedagogical needs as we have noticed, and these can vary from country to country, from milieu to milieu. This introduction in no way pretends to be a model. Though it contains the basic elements of the theory of historical materialism, of Marxist economic theory, of the history of the workers' movement and the problems of strategy and tactics for the workers' movement in our times, it also contains an innovation which might at first sight appear rather staggering. Both the chapter on materialist dialectics and the chapter which systematically explains the theory of historic materialism are to be found at the end and not the beginning of the book. This is not, of course, a revision of method but a pedagogic formula drawn from practical observation. An explanation of dialectics in Marxism is more fitted to a course for the education of cotters than for the first initiation of militants, who assimilate theory better when it is presented in the most concrete form possible. It is therefore preferable to start off with notions which are immediately verifiable: social inequality, the class struggle, capitalist exploitation, and to come to the more abstract and fundamental concept of dialectics as the universal logic of motion and contradiction once we have clarified the movement of contemporary society and the contradictions which tear it apart. This is not a final option, as it is based on personal teaching experience. It goes without saying that other experiences could lead to different conclusions. We are ready to return to the more traditional structure of an introduction to Marxism if it can be shown, from the evidence of practical experience, that such a method of explanation allows inexperienced militants to assimilate more easily the essence of Marxism. For the moment, we take leave to doubt it. E.M. From Class Society to Communism is the first in a series of titles to be published by Inc. in association with International, the quarterly theoretical journal of the International Marxist Group. International regularly carries articles by Ernest Mandel and other noted revolutionary Marxists such as Denis Avenas, Tariq Ali, Robin Blackburn, Norman Garros, Dick Roberts, and Pierre Frank. Recent issues of International have also included interviews with Nikos Palantzas and Fernando Claughton, as well as an ongoing debate with representatives of the Communist Party of Great Britain. For more details about the journal, subscriptions etc., write to International, C/Oralgo Crest Limited, 328/9 Upper Street, London N.1. Chapter 1. Social Inequality and Social Struggle Throughout History. Social inequality in contemporary capitalist society. A pyramid of wealth and social power exists in all capitalist countries. In the USA, a Senate commission has estimated that less than 1% of American families possess 80% of all shares in companies, and that 0.2% of families possess more than 2/3 of these shares. In Britain, in 1973, the richest 1% of the population held 28% of all marketable wealth, and the richest 5%, 50.5% of that wealth. In Belgium 1/3 of the citizens are at the bottom of this pyramid, possessing nothing other than what they earn and spend, year in, year out. They have no savings and no assets. 4% of the citizens occupy the top of this pyramid, owning half the private wealth of the nation. Less than 1% of Belgians own more than half the stocks and shares in the country. Among these, 200 families control the big holding societies which dominate the whole of the nation's economic life. In Switzerland, 1% of the population possess more than 67% of the privately owned wealth. Inequality of revenue and wealth is not only an economic fact. It implies inequality in chances of survival and death. In Great Britain before the Second World War, the infant mortality rate in the families of unskilled workers was double that in bourgeois families. Official statistics indicate that in France in 1951, infant mortality expressed in deaths per 1,000 births was 19.1 in the liberal professions, 23.9 among employers, 28.2 among commercial employees, 34.5 among 12 tradespeople, 36.4 among artisans craft workers, 42.5 among skilled workers, 44.9 among peasants and agricultural workers, 51.9 among semi-skilled workers, 61.7 among unskilled and manual workers. The proportional differences had hardly changed 10 years later, although the infant mortality rate had fallen in each category. Recently the conservative Belgian daily La Libre Belgique published a distressing study concerning language formation in the child. This study confirms that the handicap a child in a poor family often suffers during the first 2 years of its life, and the subsequent cultural underdevelopment imposed by class society, produce lasting consequences with regard to the possibility of handling abstract concepts and assimilating scientific knowledge, consequences which a non-compensatory egalitarian education cannot neutralize. It is an unfortunate fact that social inequality still stifles the development of thousands of Mozarts, Shakespeares, and Einsteins among the children of the people even in the epoch of the welfare state. Nowadays it is not enough just to take stock of the social inequalities which exist in each country. It is even more important to take into account the inequality between a small handful of advanced countries and the majority of humanity, living in the so-called underdeveloped countries. The USA accounts for nearly half of the industrial production and consumes more than half of a great number of primary industrial materials in the capitalist world. 550 million Indians have less steel and electrical energy at their disposal than 9 million Belgians. The real per capita income in the poorest countries of the world is only 8% of the per capita income in the richest countries. 67% of the world's population receive only 15% of the world revenue. In India in 1970, 20 times as many women per 100,000 births died in childbirth as in Britain. As a result, an Indian's daily calorie intake is only half the daily intake in the West. Average life expectancy, which in the West is more than 65 years, and in some countries reaches 70 years, is barely 30 in India. 2. Social inequality in previous societies. Social inequality similar to that existing in the capitalist world can be noted in all the previous societies which have succeeded one another during the course of history, that is, during that period of humanity's existence on earth of which we have written accounts. Here is a description of the misery of French peasants towards the end of the 17th century, taken from the French writer La Bruyère's book The Characters. One sees certain savage animals, both male and female, scattered about the countryside, black, livid and burnt all over by the sun, attached to the earth which they grub up and turn over with an invincible stubbornness. They have a sort of articulated voice, and when they stand up on their feet, they show a human face. They are in fact men. At night they retire into dens, where they live off black bread, water, and roots. Compare this picture of the peasants of the epoch to the dazzling feasts given by Louis XIV at the court of Versailles, to the luxury of the nobility and the squanderings of the financiers. It is a striking image of social inequality. In medieval society, which was dominated by serfdom, the noble lord most often had half the labor or half the harvest of the peasant serfs at his disposal. Most lords had hundreds if not thousands of serfs on their lands. Each lord therefore profited every year from hundreds if not thousands of peasants. It was the same in the various societies of the classical East, societies based on agriculture, but in which the owners of the land were either lords, temples or kings. The satire of the professions, written in the Egypt of the pharaohs, 3,500 years ago, has left us with an image of the peasants exploited by these royal scribes, compared to harmful beasts and parasites by the disgruntled cultivators. As for ancient Greece and Rome, their society was based on slavery. That culture was able to reach a high level was partly due to the fact that the citizens were able to 14. Devote a large portion of their time to political, cultural, artistic, and sporting pursuits, while the manual work was left to the slaves. 3. Social inequality and class inequality. Social inequality is not necessarily class inequality. For example, the pay differential between an unskilled worker and a highly skilled worker does not make these two people members of different social classes. Class inequality is an inequality which is rooted in the structure of economic life, which corresponds to different economic functions, and which is perpetuated and accentuated by the principal social and legal institutions of the period. A few examples will make this definition clearer. To become a big capitalist in Belgium, you need to invest at least 1 million francs of capital for every worker employed. For a small factory employing 200 workers, a capital of at least 100 million francs is needed. The net earnings of a worker are rarely more than 200,000 francs a year. A worker who worked 50 years without spending a penny of their wages would still not have enough money to become a capitalist. Wage labor, which is one of the basic characteristics of the structure of the capitalist economy, therefore constantly reproduces the division of capitalist society into two fundamentally different classes: the working class, which can never become the owner of the means of production by means of its earnings, and the capitalist class, which owns the means of production and expands this ownership through a reinvestment of part of its profits. It is true that, besides the capitalists, some technicians become company directors. But a university education is needed. Over the last few decades, only between 5 and 7% of Belgian students have been the daughters and sons of workers. It is the same in most imperialist countries. Social institutions close all access for the workers to capitalist property, both because of their earnings and because of the system of higher education. These institutions maintain, conserve, and perpetuate the class division of 15. Society as it exists today. Even in the USA, where examples of the sons of upstanding workers who became millionaires because they worked hard for it are often complacently cited, an inquiry has shown that 90% of the top managers of important companies come from the middle and big bourgeoisie. Therefore, throughout history we see social inequality crystallized into class inequality. In each society we can pick out a productive class which supports the whole of society through its labor, and a dominant class which lives off other people's work. Peasants and priests, lords and scribes in the Eastern empires, slaves and slave owners in ancient Greece and Rome, serfs and feudal lords in the Middle Ages, workers and capitalists in bourgeois society. 4. Social inequality in human prehistory. But history only covers a short period of human life in our planet. It is preceded by prehistory, which is the epoch in humanity's existence when writing and civilization were still unknown. Until a recent date, or even until our own time, primitive people remained in prehistoric conditions. During the best part of prehistoric existence, class inequality was unknown to humanity. We can understand the fundamental difference between such a primitive community and class society by examining some of the institutions of these communities. Several anthropologists have mentioned a custom which is found among many primitive peoples, which consists of orgasm, plentiful feasts after the harvests. The anthropologist Margaret Mead has described these feasts among the Papuan tribe of Arapek. Those who have gathered in an above-average harvest invite all their family and neighbors, and the festivities continue until most of the surplus has been consumed. Margaret Mead adds, these feasts represent an adequate way of preventing any individual accumulation of riches. The anthropologist Ash studied the customs and special system of the Hopi tribe, which lives in the southern USA. In 16. Contrast to our society, the principle of individual competition is considered morally reprehensible by this society. Hopi children never keep score, or know who has won in their games and sports. While agriculture, which occupies a set terrain, is the principal economic activity of primitive communities which are not yet divided into classes, there is often no longer any collective exploitation of the earth. Each family receives fields for work for a certain period. These fields are frequently redistributed to avoid favoring this or that member of the community more than the others. Pastures and woods are exploited in common. This village community system, which is based on the absence of private ownership of the land, is found at the origin of agriculture among nearly all the peoples of the world. It shows that at that time, society was not yet divided into classes at the village level. The generally accepted view holds that social inequality is rooted in the inequality of individual talents or capacities, and that the class division of society is the product of humanity's innate egoism and therefore a result of human nature. This view has no scientific basis. The exploitation of one social class by another is the product of the historical evolution of society, and not of human nature. It has not always existed. It will not always survive. There have not always been rich and poor. There will not always be. 5 historical examples of revolt against social inequality, class society, and the private ownership of the land and other means of production are therefore in no way the products of human nature, but of the society's evolution, of its economic and social institutions. We can see why they came about and how they will disappear. In fact, humanity has shown its nostalgia for the ancient community life of clan or tribal communism since the class division of society first appeared. This is expressed in the much dreamed of golden age at the very beginning of human existence, a dream described by classical Chinese authors as well as Greek and Latin authors. Virgil explicitly states that at the time of this golden age harvests were shared in common, which implies that private property did 17. Not exist. Many famous philosophers and scholars have thought that the class division of society represented the source of social malaise, and elaborated projects for its replacement. The Greek philosopher Plato characterized the origin of the ills from which society suffers like this: even the smallest town is divided in 2 parts, the town of the poor and that of the rich, which are opposed as if in a state of war. The Jewish sects which grew up at the beginning of our era, and the founding fathers of the Christian Church who followed the same tradition in the 3rd to 5th centuries, were equally strong partisans of a return to the community of goods. Saint Barnabas wrote, "Never speak of your property, for if you partake of spiritual things in common it is all the more necessary to hold material goods in common." St. Cyprian set forth many entreaties in favor of the egalitarian distribution of goods among men. Saint John Chrysostomus was the first to say, "Property is theft." Even Saint Augustine at first saw that the origin of social strife and social violence is private property, but later modified this view. This tradition continued throughout the Middle Ages, mainly with Saint Francis of Assisi and the precursors of the Reformation, the Albigensians, Catherine, Wycliffe, etc. This is what the Englishman John Ball, a pupil of Wycliffe, said in the 14th century: "Slavery must be abolished and all men must be equal. Those who call themselves our masters consume what we produce. They owe their luxury to our labor." Finally, we see these projects for an egalitarian society become more precise in the modern epoch with Thomas More's Utopia, Campanella's The City of the Sun, the works of Boris d'Alès, and Morelli's The Testament of Jean Meslier and the Code of Nature. Side by side with this spiritual revolt against social inequality, there have been innumerable actual revolts, that is, insurrections of oppressed classes against their oppressors. The history of all class societies is the history of the class struggles which rend them apart. 18. 6. Class struggle in history. These struggles between the oppressed class and the exploiting class, or between various exploiting classes, take a variety of forms depending on the society you look at and the precise stage of its evolution. There were a large number of revolts in the societies of the so-called Asiatic mode of production. In China, innumerable peasant uprisings stand out as landmarks in the history of the successive dynasties which reigned over the empire. There were also a great number of peasant insurrections in Japan, especially in the 18th century. In ancient Greece and Rome, there was an uninterrupted series of slave revolts. The most well-known was led by Spartacus, which contributed considerably to the downfall of the Roman Empire. Among the free citizens there was a virulent struggle between a class of indebted peasants and the usurer merchants, between those who had property and those who did not. In the Middle Ages, class struggle set feudal lords against free communities based on petty commodity production, as well as artisans against merchants within these communities, and some urban artisans against peasants who lived near the towns. The most savage class struggles were those between the feudal nobility and the peasantry, which was trying to throw off the feudal yoke, struggles which clearly took a revolutionary form with the Jacques Rise in France, the War of Wat Tyler in England, that of the Hussites in Bohemia, and the Peasant War in Germany in the 16th century. History between the 16th and the 18th centuries is marked by class struggles between the nobility and the bourgeoisie, between master artisans and journeymen, between rich bankers and traders on the one hand and the unskilled laborers of the towns on the other, etc. These struggles heralded the bourgeois revolutions, modern capitalism, and the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Chapter 2. The economic sources of social inequality. 1. Primitive communities based on poverty. During the major part of prehistoric existence, humanity lived in conditions of extreme poverty and could only obtain the food necessary for subsistence by hunting, fishing, and fruit gathering. Humanity lived off nature as a parasite, since it was unable to increase the natural resources which were the basis of its subsistence. Humanity could not control these resources. Primitive communities are organized to guarantee collective survival in these extremely difficult conditions of existence. Everyone is obliged to take part in current production, and everyone's labor is necessary to keep the communities alive. The granting of material privileges to one part of the tribe would condemn another part to famine, would deprive it of the possibility of working normally, and would therefore undermine the conditions for collective survival. This is why social organization, at this stage in the development of human societies, tends to maintain maximum equality within human communities. After examining 425 primitive tribes, the English anthropologists Hobhouse, Wheeler, and Ginsberg found a total absence of social classes amongst all the tribes who knew nothing about agriculture. To the Neolithic Revolution, it was only the development of techniques of agriculture and animal husbandry which modified the situation of fundamental poverty in any long-term way. The technique of agriculture, the greatest economic revolution in humanity's existence, is attributable to women, as are a series of other important discoveries in prehistory. This started to take place around 15,000 BC in a few places in the world, most probably first of all in Asia Minor, Mesopotamia, Iran and Turkestan, gradually progressing into Egypt, India, China, North Africa, and Mediterranean Europe. It is called the Neolithic Revolution because it happened during that part of the Stone Age when the principal tools of work were made of polished stone. The Neolithic Revolution allowed humanity to produce its food itself, and therefore to control more or less its own subsistence. Primitive humanity's dependence on the forces of nature was diminished. It permitted the building up of food reserves, which in turn released certain members of the community from the need to produce their own food. Thus a certain economic division of labor could develop, a specialization of jobs, which increased the productivity of human labor. In primitive society there are as yet only the bare outlines of such specialization. As one of the first Spanish explorers said in the 16th century about the American Indians, they want to use all their time gathering together food, because if they used it in any other way, they would be overcome with hunger. 3. Necessary product and social surplus product. The primitive conditions of social organization were overturned as a result of the appearance of a large and permanent surplus of food. As long as the surplus was relatively small and scattered from village to village, it did not modify the egalitarian structure of the village community. It only provided nourishment for a few artisans and officials, similar to those who have been maintained by Hindu villages for thousands of years. But once these surpluses are concentrated over great areas by military or religious chiefs, or once they become more abundant in the village thanks to the improvement of agricultural techniques, they can create the conditions for the appearance of social inequality. They can be used to feed prisoners captured in war or on pirate expeditions. These 21. Prisoners can be obliged to work for their captors in exchange for their food. That is how slavery came into existence in the world of ancient Greece. The same surplus can be used to nourish a population of priests, soldiers, officials, lords and kings. That is how the ruling classes appeared in the empires of the ancient East, Egypt, Babylon, Iran, India, China. A social division of labor then completes the economic division of labor. Soci-production no longer serves in its totality to fulfill the needs of the producers. It is henceforth divided into two parts. The necessary product, in other words, the means of subsistence for the producers without whose labor the whole society would collapse. The social surplus product, the surplus produced by the laborers and appropriated by the owning classes. This is how the historian Heikelheim describes the appearance of the first towns in the ancient world. The population of the new urban centers is composed mainly of a superior layer living off taxes, composed of priests, lords and nobles. Add to this the officials, employees, and servants indirectly nourished by this superior layer. The appearance of distinct and antagonistic social classes, productive classes and ruling classes, thus gives birth to the state, which is the principal institution for the maintenance of the given social conditions, that is, social inequality. The division of society into classes is consolidated by the appropriation of the means of production by the possessing classes. For production and accumulation, the formation of social classes, the appropriation of the social surplus product by one part of society, is the result of a social struggle and is only maintained by constant social struggle. But at the same time it represents an inevitable stage in economic progress, as it permits the separation of the two fundamental economic functions, production and accu. 22. Malation. In primitive society, all healthy men and women are mainly occupied with the production of food. In these conditions they can give only a small amount of time to the fabrication and stockpiling of tools, to the learning of complicated techniques, to the systematic observation of natural phenomena, etc. The production of a social surplus allows part of humanity to have enough leisure time to devote itself to all those activities that help increase the social productivity of labor. These leisure time activities are fundamental to civilization, to the development of the first scientific techniques, and of writing. The separation of intellectual and manual labor, which is the product of these leisure time activities, accompanies the separation of society into classes. The division of society into classes therefore represents a condition of historical progress for as long as society is too poor to allow all its members to dedicate themselves to intellectual labor. But a heavy price is paid for this progress. Up until the era of modern capitalism, only the ruling classes profited from the advantages of the growth in the social productivity of labor. In spite of all the technical and scientific progress of the 4,000 years which separate the beginnings of ancient civilization from the 16th century, the situation of the Indian, Chinese, Egyptian, or even Greek and Slavonic peasants hardly changed at all during this time. 5. The reasons for the failure of all past egalitarian revolutions. As long as the surplus produced by human society, the social surplus product, is not sufficient to liberate the whole of humanity from repetitive, mechanical, and tiring labor, any social revolution which tries to re-establish equality is condemned to failure. It can find only two solutions to social inequality: it can deliberately destroy any social surplus and return to extreme, primitive poverty. In this case, the reappearance 23. Of technical and economic progress would provoke the same social inequalities whose eradication had been sought. It can dispossess the old possessor class in favor of a new one. That is essentially what happened with the insurrection of Roman slaves under Spartacus, with the first Christian sects and monasteries, the various insurrections under the Chinese Empire, the revolution of the Taborites in 15th century Bohemia, with the communist colonies established by the immigrants in America, etc. Without pretending that the Russian Revolution ended up in the same situation, the reappearance today of accentuated social inequality in the USSR can fundamentally be explained by the poverty of Russia immediately after the revolution, by the insufficient level of development of the productive forces, and by the isolation of the revolution in a backward country after the failure of the revolution in Central Europe in the years 1918 to 1923. An egalitarian society founded on abundance and not poverty, and that is the aim of socialism, can only be developed on the basis of an advanced economy in which the social surplus product is so high that it allows all producers to liberate themselves from constantly punishing labor, granting sufficient leisure time to the whole community so that they can collectively fulfill the managerial tasks of economic, social, and political life. Why has it taken 15,000 years of social surplus production for humanity to be able to experience the necessary expansion of production which allows us to envisage a socialist solution to social inequality? The answer lies in the fact that as long as the propertied classes appropriate the social surplus product in natural form, in the form of use values, their own consumption, unproductive consumption, imposes a limit to the growth of production that they wish to bring about. The temples and kings of the ancient East, the slave owners of ancient Greece and Rome, the Chinese, Indian, Japanese, Byzantine and Arab lords and merchants, the feudal nobles of the Middle Ages, none had any further 24. interest in increasing production once they had amassed in their castles and palaces enough goods, objets d'art, and luxurious clothes. There is an absolute limit to the possibilities of individual consumption and the acquisition of luxuries. It is only when the social surplus product takes the form of money, of surplus value, and when it no longer serves merely for the acquisition of consumer goods but also for that of means of production, that the new ruling class, the bourgeoisie, acquires an interest in the unlimited growth of production. Thereby the necessary social conditions are created for an application of all scientific discoveries to production, in other words, the conditions necessary for the appearance of modern industrial capitalism. Chapter 3. The State, Instrument of Class Domination. 1. The social division of labor and the birth of the state in primitive classless societies. Administrative functions were carried out by all the members of the tribe. Everyone carried arms. Everyone took part in assemblies which took all decisions concerning the life of the community and the relations of the community with the outside world. Internal conflicts were also settled by the members of the community. Of course, one should not idealize the situation within these primitive communities which lived under clan or tribal communism. The society was very poor. Life was a constant struggle with the forces of nature. The morals, customs, and rules for the settlement of internal and external conflicts resulted, even though they were collectively applied, from ignorance, fear and magical beliefs. However, it is necessary to emphasize the fact that society collectively governed itself within the limits of its knowledge and possibilities. It is therefore not true that the notions of society, collective human organization and the state are practically identical and can be found mutually interlinked throughout humanity's existence. On the contrary, for thousands of years humanity lived in societies quite ignorant of the existence of a state. The state was born when the functions which were previously undertaken by all members of a society became the prerogative of a separate group of people. An army distinct from the mass of armed citizens, judges who took over from the mass of citizens the task of judging their equals, hereditary chiefs, kings, and nobles in place of representatives or leaders of a particular activity, elected. 26. Temporarily and always recallable by the collective, ideological producers set apart from the rest of the community. The birth of the state is therefore the product of a double transformation, the appearance of a permanent social surplus product, relieving a part of the society from the obligation to work in order to ensure its subsistence, and thus creating the material conditions for this part of society to specialize in the accumulative and administrative functions, and a social and political transformation permitting the exclusion of the rest of the community from the exercise of the political functions, which had hitherto been everyone's concern. To the state in the service of the ruling classes, the fact that the functions which had been carried out by all the members of primitive communities became at a certain point in time the prerogative of a separate group of people indicates in itself that there are people who profit from this exclusion. It is the ruling classes who organize the exclusion of the members of the exploited and productive classes from the exercise of those functions which would allow them to abolish the exploitation imposed on them. The example of the army and armament is the most convincing proof of this. The birth of the ruling classes is brought about through the appropriation of the social surplus product by a fraction of the society. The evolution which one finds at the origin of the birth of the state in the oldest Eastern empires has been reproduced over the last few centuries in many African tribes and villages. Gifts, services in the form of mutual aid, which were at first benevolently exchanged between all households, progressively become obligatory and are transformed into levies, taxes and forced labor. But it is still necessary to make this requisitioning secure. This is mainly done through the constraint of arms. Groups of armed men, it matters little whether they be called soldiers, police, pirates, or bandits, compel the cultivators and cattle breeders to give up a part of their production for the benefit of the ruling classes. To this end they carry arms and prevent the producers from being armed as well. In ancient Greece and Rome it was strictly forbidden for slaves to possess arms. It was the same for the serfs of the Middle Ages or the peasants in feudal Japan. The first slaves were, moreover, often prisoners of war who were kept alive, and the first exploited peasants were often inhabitants of conquered countries. In other words, they were the victims of a process which disarms the producers and accords the monopoly of arms to conquerors, rulers, and their retinue. In this sense, Engels is right to sum up the definition of the state with the formula, a body of armed men. Of course, the state fulfills functions other than that of arming the propertied classes and disarming the productive class. But, in the last analysis, its function is that of constraint exercised over one section of society by another. Nothing in history can justify the liberal bourgeois thesis that the state was born of a contract, a convention, freely engaged in by all the members of a community. On the contrary, everything confirms the fact that it is the product of a constraint of violence exercised by a few against the rest. If the appearance of a state allows the ruling classes to maintain the appropriation of the social surplus, this same appropriation allows the members of the state apparatus to be paid. The more important this social surplus is, the more the state can bolster itself up with greater numbers of soldiers, officials, and ideologists. The development of the state in the feudal Middle Ages makes these relations particularly transparent. At the height of feudalism, each feudal noble was in his domain the head of the army, the tax collector, empowered to mint new currency, the administrator-in-chief, and director of the economy. But progressively, as feudal domains were extended, as a hierarchy was established among nobles and dukes and barons emerged with power over considerable areas of land, it became impossible to exercise all these functions personally. This was even more true of kings and emperors. Thus the characters incarnating the separation of these 28 functions emerged: seneschals, marshals, ministers, secretaries of state, etc. But a study of the meaning of words *als how ministers were originally the slaves or serfs of the Lord, that is to say, they were in a state of total dependency on the ruling class. 3. Violent constraint and ideological integration. Although, in the last analysis, the state is a body of armed men, and the power of the ruling class is based on violent constraint, it cannot limit itself exclusively to this. Napoleon Bonaparte said that you can do anything with a bayonet except sit on it. A class society which only survived through armed violence would find itself in a state of permanent civil war, in other words, in a state of extreme crisis. To consolidate the domination of one class over another for any length of time, it is therefore absolutely essential that the producers, the members of the exploited class, are brought to accept the appropriation of the social surplus by a minority as inevitable, permanent, and just. That is why the state does not only fulfill a repressive function, but also a function of ideological integration. It is the ideological producers who make the fulfillment of this function possible. Humanity is unique in that it cannot assure its survival except by social labor, which implies social relations between people. These indispensable bonds imply the necessity of communication, of language, which permits the development of consciousness, reflection, and the production of ideas. Thus all important actions in human life are accompanied by reflections on these actions in people's heads. But these reflections do not come about in a totally spontaneous manner. Each individual doesn't just invent new ideas. Most individuals think with the help of ideas learned in school or in church, and, in our times, with the help of ideas borrowed from TV, radio, advertising, and the newspapers as well. The current production of ideas, and of systems of ideas called ideologies, is therefore rather limited. It is to a large extent also the monopoly of a small minority in society. In every class society the dominant ideology is that of the state 29 ruling class. This is the case essentially because the producers of ideology find themselves in material dependence on the owners of the social surplus product. In the Middle Ages, poets, painters, and philosophers were literally maintained by the nobility and the church. When the social and economic situation changed, the merchants and rich bankers appeared as the patrons of literary, philosophical, and artistic works. The material dependence is no less pronounced. It is not until the arrival of capitalism that ideological producers appear who are no longer directly dependent on the ruling class. They work for an open market on which, however, almost the only buyers are capitalists and the bourgeois state. Whatever the dominant ideology, its function is that of stabilizing the society as it is, in other words, of stabilizing class rule. The law protects and justifies the predominant form of ownership. The family plays the same role. Religion teaches the exploited to accept their fate. The predominant moral and political ideas seek to justify the rule of the dominant class with the help of sophisms and half-truths. For ruling ideology and revolutionary ideology, but if the dominant ideology of each epoch is that of the ruling class, this in no way means that the only ideas that exist in a given society are those of the ruling class. In general, and simplifying, each class society contains at least three major categories of ideas within it. The ideas reflecting the interests of the ruling class of the epoch, which are dominant, the ideas of the previous ruling classes, who have already been defeated and thrown out of power, but who continue to exercise an influence on people. This fact is due to the force of inertia of consciousness, which always lags behind material reality. The transmission and diffusion of ideas is 30. Partly independent of what is happening in the sphere of material production. They can therefore remain influenced by social forces which are no longer the predominant forces economically, the ideas of a new revolutionary class which is emerging and, although still dominated, has already begun the fight for its emancipation and must, at least partially, throw off the ideas of its oppressors before it can throw off the oppression itself. The example of 19th century France is very typical. The bourgeoisie is the ruling class. It has its own thinkers, lawyers, ideologists, philosophers, moralists, and writers from the beginning to the end of the century. The semi-feudal nobility have been overthrown as the ruling class by the French Revolution. They will not return to power with the Bourbon Restoration of 1815. But their ideology, especially ultramontane clericalism, will continue to exercise a profound influence for decades, not merely on the remains of the nobility, but also on parts of the bourgeoisie, and on certain layers of the petty bourgeoisie and even of the working class. Side by side with bourgeois ideology and semi-feudal ideology there has, however, already developed a proletarian ideology, first of all that of the supporters of Babeuf and of the Blanquists, then that of the Proudhonists and of the collectivists, which leads us to Marxism and the Paris Commune. 5 social revolutions and political revolutions. The more stable a class society is, the less the domination of the ruling class is challenged, and the more class struggle is absorbed into limited conflicts which do not question the structure of that society, what Marxists call the basic relations of production or the mode of production. But the more the economic and social stability of a particular mode of production is shaken, the more the domination of the ruling class is being challenged, the more class struggle will develop to the point of posing the question of the overthrow of this domination, the question of a social revolution. A social revolution breaks out when the exploited end. The state 31 oppressed classes no longer accept this domination as inevitable, permanent, and just, when they no longer allow themselves to be intimidated and repressed by the violent constraints of rulers, when they no longer accept the ideology justifying this rule, when they are gathering the material and moral forces necessary for the overthrow of the ruling class. Profound economic transformations prepare such conditions. The existing social organization and the given mode of production, which have allowed the productive forces and the material wealth of the society to develop during a certain period, have become a brake to their continued development. The expansion of production enters into collision with its social organization, with the social relations of production. There lies the ultimate source of all the social revolutions in history. A social revolution substitutes the rule of one class for that of another. It presupposes the elimination of the previous ruling class from state power. Every social revolution is accompanied by a political revolution. The bourgeois revolutions are in general characterized by the elimination of the absolute monarchy and its replacement by a political power in the hands of assemblies elected by the bourgeoisie. The Estates General suppressed the power of Philip II of Spain in the Revolution of the Netherlands. The English Parliament destroyed the absolutism of Charles I in the English Revolution of 1649. The American Congress destroyed the domination of George III over the 13 colonies. The various assemblies of the French Revolution destroyed the power of the Bourbon monarchy. But if every social revolution is at the same time a political revolution, every political revolution is not necessarily a social one. A revolution which is only political implies the replacement, by revolutionary means, of one form of domination, one state form of a class, by another state form of the same class. Thus the French revolutions of 1830, 1848 and 1870 were political revolutions which successively installed the July monarchy, the Second Republic, the Second Empire and the Third Republic, all different political forms of government of the same social class, the bourgeoisie. In general. 32. Political revolutions overthrow the state form of the same social class as a function of the predominant interests of the various layers and factions of that same class which succeed each other in power. But the fundamental mode of production is in no way overthrown by these revolutions. 6 particularities of the bourgeois state. The modern bourgeoisie did not start from scratch in creating its state machine. It largely contented itself with taking over the state machinery of absolute monarchy and then remodeling it into an instrument which would serve its class interests. The bourgeois state is distinct in that, apart from its repressive function and its ideological function, it also fulfills a function which is indispensable to the smooth running of the capitalist economy, that of guaranteeing the general conditions of capitalist production. Capitalist production is effectively generalist commodity production based on private property, and therefore on competition. This fact itself means that the collective interests of the bourgeoisie as a class cannot be identified with the interests of any one capitalist, even the richest. The state acquires a certain autonomy in order to be able to represent these collective interests. It is the ideal collective capitalist. Stable and equal conditions of law and security for every capitalist are necessary if the capitalist economy is to function in a normal, not to say an ideal manner. At the very least, a unified national market, a monetary system based on a certain number of national currencies, and a national and international system of acknowledged law must exist. All these conditions do not spontaneously result from private production and capitalist competition. They are created by the bourgeois state. When the bourgeoisie is economically prosperous and in ascendancy, sure of its social and political domination, it tends to reduce the economic functions of the state to the minimum we have just mentioned. In conditions where bourgeois rule is weakening and in decline, however, It tries on the contrary to extend these functions so as to make the state guarantee private profit. Chapter 4. From petty commodity production to the capitalist mode of production. 1. Production for the satisfaction of needs, and production for exchange in primitive society, and then within the village community born of the Neolithic Revolution, production was essentially based on the satisfaction of the needs of the productive collectivities. Exchange was only accidental, and affected only a tiny fraction of the products at the disposal of the community. Such a form of production presupposes the deliberate organization of labor. As a consequence, labor is directly social. Deliberate organization of labor is not necessarily the same as conscious organization. Many things may be left to chance, precisely because no thrust towards private enrichment presides over economic activity. Morals, ancestral habits, customs, rites, religion, and magic can determine the alternance and rhythm of productive activities. But they are always essentially destined to satisfy the immediate needs of the collectivities, and not for exchange or enrichment as an end in itself. A diametrically opposed form of economic organization slowly emerges from this primitive community. Owing to progress in the division of labor, and the appearance of a certain stable surplus, the labor potential of the collectivity is progressively fragmented into units working independently of each other. The private character of labor and the private ownership of the products of labor and even of the means of production gradually separate the members of the community one from another. This also prevents them from deliberately and immediately establishing economic relations amongst themselves. These units or individuals no longer have a direct 34. Relationship to each other in economic life. Their relations are formed through the intermediary of the exchange of the products of their labor. The commodity is a product of social labor which is destined to be exchanged by its producer and not to be consumed by him or her, or by the immediate collectivity of which they are a part. The social situation is therefore fundamentally different from that in which the mass of products are destined to be immediately consumed by the collectivity which produced them. There are, of course, transitional cases. But the fundamental difference between a society in which production is essentially for the direct consumption of the producers, and one in which production is for exchange, is well caught in the malicious reply of the German socialist Ferdinand Lassalle to a liberal economist of his time: "Is it true that Mr. Smith, an undertaker, would first of all manufacture coffins for his own use and that of the members of his household, and would sell only the surplus coffins he was left with?" 2. Petty commodity production. The production of commodities first appeared about 10 to 12,000 years ago in the Middle East, within the framework of the first fundamental division of labor between professional artisans and peasants, that is, after the appearance of the first towns. The economic organization in which production for exchange by producers who remain masters of their conditions of production prevails is called petty commodity production. Although there were many forms of petty commodity production, especially in antiquity and in the Asiatic mode of production, it experienced its principal upsurge between the 14th and 16th centuries in northern and central Italy and the northern and southern Netherlands. This was as a result of the decline of serfdom in these regions and the fact that the commodity owners who did business with each other on the market were generally 35. Free and enjoyed more or less equal rights. It is precisely this relative liberty and equality of the commodity owners within a society based on petty commodity production which allows us to grasp the real function of exchange, of the so-called market economy, to allow the continuity of all essential productive activities, in spite of the already well-advanced division of labor, without these activities depending on the deliberate decisions of the collectivity or of its masters. At this stage a more or less anarchic and free division of labor takes over from the organization of labor based on the deliberate and planned allocation of the workforce between the various branches of activity essential to the satisfaction of the recognized needs of the society. Chance now apparently governs the allocation of living labor and dead productive resources. Exchange and its results now take over from the customary or conscious planning of the allocation of these resources. But this must function in such a way as to assure the continuity of economic life, so that people continue to carry out all essential activities. 3. The law of value. It is the way in which exchange is governed that assures this result, at least in the medium and long term. Commodities are exchanged according to the quantities of labor necessary to produce them. The products of a farmer's day's work are exchanged for the products of a weaver's day's work. It is precisely at the dawning of petty commodity production, while the division of labor between the artisan and the peasant remains rudimentary, while many artisan-type activities are still performed on the farm, that it is evident that exchange can only be based on such an equivalence. Otherwise one or another of these productive activities, being less well compensated than the others, would be quickly abandoned. Thus scarcity would develop in this field. This scarcity would make prices rise, and therefore the compensation obtained by the said producers would also rise. 36. Then the productive efforts would be reoriented between the different sectors of activity, re-establishing the rule of equivalence, for the same amount of work done, the same amount of value given in exchange. We call the law which governs the exchange of commodities and, through this, the distribution of the workforce and all the productive forces throughout the different branches of activity the law of value. This is therefore an economic law essentially based on a specific form of organization of labor, on the relations formed between human beings which are distinct from those which prevail in the organization of an economy planned according to the customs or conscious choices of the associated producers. The law of value assures the social recognition of labor which has become private labor. In this sense, it must function according to objective criteria which are equal for all. It is, therefore, inconceivable that a lazy shoemaker needing 2 days of labor to produce a pair of shoes that a skillful shoemaker could produce in 1 day of labor could produce twice as much value as the latter. If the market functioned like that, compensating laziness or lack of skill, this would lead a society based on the division of labor and private labor into rapid regression and even total decline. That is why the equivalence of days of labor which is assured by the law of value is an equivalence of labor of socially average productivity. In a pre-capitalist society this average is usually stable and known to all, as in such a society productive techniques develop very slowly, if at all. We can say, therefore, that the value of commodities is determined by the quantity of labor socially necessary to produce them. For the appearance of capital in petty commodity production, the small farmers and artisans go to the market with the products of their labor. These they sell in order to buy the products they need for immediate consumption but do not produce themselves. Their economic activity on the market can be summed up in the formula, to sell in order to buy. However, petty commodity production very quickly necessitates a universally accepted means of exchange to facilitate exchange. This means of exchange against which all commodities are exchanged independently of each other is money. With the appearance of money, another social type, another social class, can appear following the new progress in the social division of labor, the money owner, separate from and opposed to the owner of simple commodities. This is the usurer or merchant specialising in international commerce. This money owner carries out a completely different activity on the market from that of the small peasant or artisan. As he arrives at the market with a certain sum of money, he no longer sells in order to buy, but on the contrary buys in order to sell. The small artisan or peasant sells in order to buy a commodity different from the one they produce themselves, but the aim of this operation is still the satisfaction of more or less immediate needs. On the other hand, the money owner cannot buy in order to sell just to satisfy his needs. For the banker or merchant the phrase to buy in order to sell only means something if he sells for a sum which exceeds that in his possession when he came to the market. The activity of the usurer or the merchant is therefore to increase the value of money by surplus value, to acquire wealth as an end in itself. Capital, and this is what we are talking about, in its initial and elementary form, money capital, is therefore any value which is increased by surplus value, which attempts to acquire surplus value. This Marxist definition of capital is opposed to the current definition of bourgeois manuals, according to which capital is quite simply any instrument of labor or, vaguer still, any durable goods. According to this definition, the first monkey to hit a banana tree with a stick to bring a banana down would have been the first capitalist. Let us underline it once again, like all economic categories, the category capital can only be understood if we understand that it is based on specific social relations between human beings, relations which allow an owner of capital to appropriate a surplus value produced by others. 38. 5. From capital to capitalism. The existence of capital is not to be confused with the existence of the capitalist mode of production. On the contrary, capital existed and circulated for thousands of years before the birth of the capitalist mode of production in Western Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries. The usurer and the merchant first appear in pre-capitalist, slave and feudal societies, as well as those based on the Asiatic mode of production. In these societies they operate essentially outside the sphere of production. They assure the introduction of money into a natural society, bring in luxury products from afar, and assure minimum credit to the possessing classes, which own much real estate but little money, as well as to kings and emperors. Such capital is politically weak, unprotected from exactions, pillage, and confiscation. That is its usual fate, and that is why its owner jealously protects his treasure, even hiding part of it, and taking care to split it up into various fields of investment for fear of provoking confiscation. Some of the richest groups of capital owners in the first centuries of the Middle Ages suffered such confiscations, for example, the 14th century Templars of France. The Italian bankers who financed the wars of the English kings in the 14th century found themselves dispossessed because these kings did not repay their debts. It is only when the political balance of forces has changed to such an extent that these direct and indirect confiscations become more and more difficult that capital can be accumulated, can grow, in a more continuous manner. From this moment the penetration of capital into the sphere of production becomes possible, as does the birth of the capitalist mode of production, the birth of modern capitalism. Now the owner of capital is no longer simply a usurer, a banker, or a merchant. He is the owner of the means of production, he hires workers, and organizes manufacturing and industrial production. Surplus value is no longer extracted through the sphere of distribution. It is generally 39. Produced during the productive process itself. 6. What is surplus value? In pre-capitalist society, when the owners of capital essentially operate in the sphere of circulation, they can only appropriate surplus value by parasitically exploiting the revenues of other classes in society. The origin of this parasitic surplus value can be either a part of the agricultural surplus of which the nobility or the clergy are the initial owners, or a part of the slender revenues of the artisans and peasants. This surplus value is to a large extent the product of deception and pillage. Piracy, pillage, and the slave trade played an essential role in establishing the initial fortunes of the Arab, Italian, French, Flemish, German and English merchants in the Middle Ages. Later on, the purchase of merchandise at a price below its value on faraway markets, and its sale at a price higher than this value on the markets of the Mediterranean, West Europe, and Central Europe, played a similar role in enriching Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, British, and French merchants and bankers. It is clear that such surplus value as this simply results from the transfer of value. The global wealth of the society taken as a whole is scarcely increased, some lose what others gain. In fact, the global personal wealth of humanity increased by relatively little for thousands of years. It has been totally different since the arrival of the capitalist mode of production. From this moment on, surplus value is no longer simply siphoned off during the process of the circulation of commodities. It now habitually appears during the course of production itself, and therefore constantly increases in size. We have seen that in all pre-capitalist class societies the producers were obliged to divide their week's work, or their annual production, into a part they themselves consumed and a part which was appropriated by the ruling class. In the capitalist factory the same phenomenon occurs, although veiled by the appearance of market relations which seem to govern the free buying and selling of labor power between the capitalist and the worker. 40. From the beginning of their day's work in the factory, the workers incorporate a new value into the raw materials they work with. After a certain number of hours of work, they have produced a value which is exactly equivalent to their daily wages. If they stopped work at this precise moment, the capitalist would not obtain a penny of surplus value. But in those conditions the capitalist would not serve his own interests by buying the labor power. Like the usurer or the merchant in the Middle Ages, he buys in order to sell. He buys the labor power only so that, as a result of its use, what is produced can be sold for more than what its components, including labor power, cost him to buy. This supplement is his surplus value, his profit. It is therefore understood that if the workers produce the equivalent of their wages in 4 hours of work, they will work not 4 but 6, 7, 8, or 9 hours. During these 2, 3, 4, or 5 supplementary hours they produce surplus value for the capitalist and gain nothing in return. The essence of surplus value is therefore surplus labor, free labor appropriated by the capitalist. But it's stealing, you will say. The reply will be, yes and no. Yes from the worker's point of view, no from the capitalist's point of view. The capitalist has not in fact bought the value produced by, or to be produced by, the worker on the market. He has not bought their labor, i.e. the labor the worker will carry out. He has bought the worker's labor power. This labor power, under capitalism, has become a commodity, and therefore has its own value as every commodity has. The value of labor power is determined by the quantity of labor necessary to reproduce it, that is necessary for the subsistence of the worker and the worker's household. Surplus value originates from the fact that a difference appears between the value produced by the worker and the value of the commodities needed to assure that worker's subsistence. This difference is due to a growth in the productivity of 41. The worker's labor. The capitalist can appropriate to himself the advantages of that growth in the productivity of labor because labor power has become a commodity, because the workers have been placed in conditions such that they no longer have access to their own means of production or of livelihood. 7. The conditions for the appearance of modern capitalism. Modern capitalism is the product of 3 basic economic and social transformations. The separation of the producers from their means of production and subsistence. This separation took place in agriculture through the expulsion of small peasants from the seigneurial lands which were transformed into pastures, amongst the artisans by the destruction of the medieval corporations, by the private appropriation of the reserves of virgin lands overseas, by the private appropriation of the communally owned land in the village, etc. The formation of a social class which monopolizes these means of production, the modern bourgeoisie. The appearance of this class presupposes first of all an accumulation of capital in money form, and then a transformation of the means of production which makes them so expensive that only the owners of considerable money capital can acquire them. The Industrial Revolution of the 18th century, which based all future production on mechanization, brought about this transformation in a definitive manner. The transformation of labor power into a commodity. This transformation results from the appearance of a class which owns nothing but its labor power, and which is obliged to sell this labor power to the owners of the means of production in order to subsist. Poor and needy people, of whom many are charged with the burden of women and many children, and who possess nothing other than what they can earn through the work of their hands. This excellent description of the modern proletariat is an extract from a late 16th century petition, drawn up in Leiden. Because this proletarian mass does not have the freedom of 42. Choice, except the choice between selling its labor power and living in permanent starvation, it is obliged to accept the price dictated by the normal capitalist conditions of the labor market as the price for its labor power, that is to say, a sum of money just sufficient to buy commodities satisfying only those basic needs which are recognized socially. The proletariat is the class of those who are obliged by this economic constraint to sell their labor power in a more or less continuous fashion. Chapter 5. The Capitalist Economy. 1. The specific features of the capitalist economy. The capitalist economy functions according to a series of characteristics which are peculiar to it. Amongst these we will mention the following. Production essentially consists of commodity production, that is, production destined for sale on the market. If the commodities produced are not sold above a given price, the capitalist firms and the bourgeois class as a whole cannot get their hands on the surplus value produced by the workers and contained in the value of the commodities which have been made. Production is carried out in conditions where the means of production are privately owned. This private ownership is not only a legal category but above all an economic one. It means that the power to dispose of the productive forces does not belong to the collectivity but is fragmented between separate firms controlled by distinct capitalist groups. Decisions to invest, which to a large extent condition the economic conjuncture, are also taken in a fragmented manner, on the basis of the private and separate interests of each capitalist unit or group. Production is carried out for an unlimited market. It is regulated by the imperatives of competition. From the moment when production is no longer limited by custom, or by rules and regulations, each individual capital attempts to achieve the highest turnover, to corner the biggest share of the market, without bothering about the overall results of similar. 44. Decisions taken by other firms operating in the same field. The aim of capitalist production is to maximize profit. The pre-capitalist owning classes lived off the social surplus product, generally consuming it in an unproductive manner. The capitalist class also consumes unproductively part of the social surplus product, part of the profits it acquires. But it must be able to sell the commodities in order to acquire these profits. This implies that it must offer them on the market at a lower price than that of its competitors. In order to do this, it must lower the production costs. The most efficient way of lowering the production costs is to enlarge the basis of production, in other words, to produce more, with the aid of more and more sophisticated machines. But this constantly requires larger amounts of capital. It is therefore under the whip of competition that capitalism is obliged to seek a maximization of profit, so as to develop productive investments to the maximum. Thus capitalist production appears to be production not only for profit but also for the accumulation of capital. In fact, the logic of capitalism requires that a major part of the surplus value be productively accumulated, and not consumed unproductively. Production which has as its aim the accumulation of capital leads to contradictory results. On the one hand, the increasing development of mechanization implies an expansion of the productive forces and a rise in the productivity of labor, creating the material foundations for the liberating of humanity from any need to work by the sweat of its brow. That is the progressive historical function of capitalism. But on the other hand, the development of mechanization implies a more and more brutal subordination of the worker to the machine, of the mass of workers to the laws of the market which periodically deprive them of both their skills and their jobs. Therefore the capitalist expansion of the productive forces implies a growing alienation of the workers from the instruments of their labor, from the products of their work, from their working conditions, and quite simply from their living conditions, and from real human relations with their fellow citizens. 2. The functioning of the capitalist economy. In order to obtain the maximum profit and develop the accumulation of capital as far as possible, the capitalists are forced to reduce to a minimum the part of the new value produced by the labor force which is returned to it in the form of wages. This new value, this value added or national income, is in fact determined in the productive process itself, independent of any factors on the distribution side. It is measurable by the sum total of the labor done by the total number of wage-earning producers. The larger the slice represented by the real wages paid out of this cake, the smaller is the slice left for surplus value. The more the capitalists try to enlarge the share taken by surplus value, the smaller the part left for wages must necessarily become. The two essential means by which the capitalists try to increase their part, that is, the surplus value, are the lengthening of the working day without any increase in the daily wage, the reduction of real wages, the lowering of the vital minimum. This is what Marx called the growth in absolute surplus value. The increasing of the productivity of labor in the consumer goods sphere. After a rise in the productivity of labor in the consumer goods industries and in agriculture, the average industrial worker reproduces the value of a determined number of these consumer goods in 3 hours of labor instead of 5, so the surplus value which they create for their boss can then increase from the product of 3 hours to the product of 46. 5 hours of labor, while the working day remains fixed at 8 hours. This is what Marx called relative surplus value. Every capitalist tries to obtain the maximum profit. But to do this they must also attempt to increase production to the maximum, and ceaselessly lower the retail and cost prices. Because of this, competition operates a selection process among the capitalist firms in the medium term. Only the most productive and the most viable survive. Those who sell at too high a price not only fail to achieve the maximum profit but also end up with no profit at all. They go bankrupt or are absorbed by their competitors. The competition between capitalists leads therefore to an equalization of the rate of profit. In the end, most firms have to be content with average profits, determined in the final analysis by the total mass of social capital invested and the total mass of surplus value created by all the productive wage earners. Only those firms enjoying a large increase in productivity, or some situation of monopoly, obtain super profits, that is, profits above this average. In general, capitalist competition prevents super profits or monopolies from existing for an unlimited period. It is principally the divergences from this average profit which govern investment in the capitalist mode of production. Capital leaves the sectors where profit is below average and floods into the sectors where profit is above average. But by flooding the sectors where the rate of profit is higher than the average, capital provokes acute competition in these sectors, followed by overproduction, a lowering of the retail price, and a lowering of profits, until the rate of profit is established at more or less the same level in all industries. 3. The evolution of wages. One of the characteristics of capitalism is that it transforms human labor power into a commodity. The value of the commodity labor power is determined by its costs of reproduction. This is therefore a matter of objective fact, independent of the subjective or haphazard estimations of groups of individuals, whether they be workers or bosses. However, the value of labor power has a specific characteristic in relation to all other commodities. As well as a fixed stable element, it includes a variable element. The stable element is the value of the commodities needed to reconstitute labor power in a physiological sense. The variable element is the value of the commodities incorporated in the normal vital minimum at a given epoch in a given country, over and above the physiological minimum. Marx called this part of the value of labor power its moral and historical element. This means that it too is not determined by chance. It is the result of a historic evolution in the balance of works between capital and labor. It is at this precise point in Marxist economic analysis that the results of past and present class struggle become a co-determining factor of the capitalist economy. The wage is the market price of labor power. Like all market prices, it fluctuates around the value of the commodity under examination. The fluctuations in wages are mainly determined by the fluctuations in the industrial reserve army, that is, in unemployment, and this is so in a triple sense. When a capitalist country experiences permanent and large-scale unemployment, wages are in danger of remaining constantly under or at the level of the value of labor power. This value threatens to approach the vital physiological minimum. When massive permanent unemployment declines in the long term, mainly as a result of in-depth industrialization and mass emigration, wages can, in a period of upturn, rise above the value of labor power. In the long term, working class struggles can bring about the incorporation into this value of 48. The equivalent of new commodities. The highs and lows in the industrial reserve army do not only depend on demographic movements and on the international movements of emigration of the proletariat. Above all, they depend on the logic of the accumulation of capital. In fact, in the struggle to survive competition, the capitalists have to substitute machines for workers. This substitution constantly throws workers out of production. Crises play the same role. On the other hand, the industrial reserve army is reabsorbed in a period of upturn and boom, when the accumulation of capital proceeds at a feverish pace. There is, therefore, no golden rule which governs the evolution of wages. The class struggle between capital and labor determines it in part. Capital tries to bring down wages to the vital physiological minimum. Labor tries to increase the historical and moral element of wages by including more new needs in it. The degree of cohesion, organization, solidarity, combativity, and also class consciousness of the proletariat are all factors involved in the evolution of wages. But in the long term one can discern an unquestionable tendency towards the relative pauperization of the working class. The part of the new value created by the proletariat which goes back to the workers tends to decline. The gap tends to grow between, on the one hand, the new needs created by the development of the productive forces and the growth of capitalist production and, on the other hand, the capacity to satisfy these needs with the wages earned. A clear indication of this relative pauperization is given by the growing divergence in the long term between the growth of the productivity of labor and the growth in real wages. In the first 70 years of the 20th century, the productivity of labor in the USA and West and Central Europe in industry and agriculture rose 5 or 6-fold. The real wages of workers have risen only 2 or 3-fold in the same period. The capitalist economy 49 For the laws of motion of capitalism because of the characteristics of its functioning, the capitalist mode of production evolves according to certain laws of motion which are therefore intrinsic to its nature, the concentration and centralization of capital. In competition the big fish devour the little ones, large enterprises defeat smaller ones who have fewer means at their disposal and who cannot profit from the advantages of mass production, and cannot introduce the most advanced and expensive techniques. Because of this fact the average size of these big firms grows incessantly. 100 years ago firms with 400 employees were an exception. Today there are already firms employing more than 100,000 wage earners. At the same time, many companies destroyed by competition are absorbed by their victorious competitors. The progressive proletarianization of the working population. The centralization of capital implies that the number of small bosses working on their own account diminishes all the time. The fraction of the working population which is obliged to sell its labor power in order to subsist grows continually. Here are the figures relative to this evolution in the USA, which confirm this tendency in a striking fashion. Contrary to a well-known myth, this proletarian mass, although highly stratified, is increasing rather than decreasing in its degree of homogeneity. The difference between a manual worker, a bank employee and a low-grade civil servant is less today than it was half a century or a century ago with regard to their standard of living, their willingness to join trade unions and to go on strike, and their potential for acquiring an anti-capitalist consciousness. This progressive proletarianization of the population under the capitalist system mainly arises from the automatic reproduction of capitalist production relations, which stems from the bourgeois division of income already mentioned above. Whether wages be high or low, they only serve to satisfy the immediate and longer-term consumer needs of the proletariat, who are incapable of accumulating fortunes. Moreover, the concentration of capital means that the cost of setting up a business constantly increases, barring the immense majority of the petty bourgeoisie as well as the whole of the working class from access to the ownership of large industrial and commercial enterprises. The growth in the organic composition of capital. The capital of each capitalist, and therefore the capital of all capitalists, can be divided into 2 parts. The first serves to buy machines, buildings, and raw materials. Its value remains constant throughout production, it is simply preserved by the labor power, which transmits a part of it into the value of the products being manufactured. Marx called this constant capital. The second part is used to buy labor power, to pay wages. Marx called this variable capital. It is this part alone which produces surplus value. The relation between constant and variable capital is both a technical relation. In order to use a set of machines in a profitable manner they must be fed a given quantity of raw materials, and must be used by a given number of workers, and a value relation, a certain amount spent in wages to buy the labor power of X number of workers so as to work W number of machines costing Y pounds and transforming Z pounds worth of raw materials. Marx sums up this dual relationship of constant and variable capital by the formula, the organic composition of capital. With the development of industrial capitalism, this relation, the capitalist economy 51 tends to grow, that is, a growing mass of raw materials and a growing number of machines are used by one worker. A higher and higher tendential value spent on machines, raw materials, energy, and buildings will correspond to the same mass of wages. The tendency of the average rate of profit to decline. This law follows logically from the preceding one. If the organic composition of capital increases, the profit will tend to decline in relation to the total capital, because only variable capital produces surplus value, produces profit. In this context we are speaking of a tendential law and not of a law which is applied in such a linear manner as that of the concentration of capital or the proletarianization of the active population. In fact, there are various factors which cut across this tendency, of which the most important is the raising of the rate of exploitation of the wage earners, the raising of the rate of surplus value. We must note, however, that the tendential decline of the average rate of profit cannot be lastingly neutralized by the growth in the rate of surplus value. There is in fact a limit beneath which neither the real nor the relative wage can fall without calling into question the possibility or willingness of the workforce to produce, while there is no limit on the growth in the organic composition of capital. The objective socialization of production. At the start of manufacturing production, each enterprise was independent of other units, and established only transient relations with its suppliers and customers. As the capitalist system evolves, lasting technical and social bonds of interdependence develop between firms and industrial sectors in a growing number of countries and continents. A crisis in one sector has repercussions in all other sectors. For the first time since the origin of the human species, a common economic infrastructure is created for all humanity, a basis for their solidarity in tomorrow's communist world. 52. 5. The inherent contradictions of the capitalist mode of production. From these laws of motion of the capitalist system one can spotlight a series of fundamental contradictions in the mode of production in question: the contradiction between the increasingly planned and conscious organization of production within each capitalist firm and the more and more pronounced anarchy of the whole of capitalist production, which results from the survival of private property and generaliste commodity production. The contradiction between the objective socialization of production and the maintenance of the private appropriation of the products, profits, and means of production. It is precisely when the interdependence of firms, sectors, countries, and continents is at its most advanced that the fact that the whole system functions on the orders and profit calculations of a handful of capitalist magnates fully reveals its economically absurd and socially abhorrent nature. The contradiction between the tendency of the capitalist system towards unlimited development of the productive forces and the narrow limits which it is obliged to impose on the individual and social consumption of the mass of workers, since the aim of production remains maximum surplus value, which must necessitate a limitation of wages. The contradiction between the enormous leap forward in science and technology, with their potential to emancipate humanity, and the harnessing of these potential productive forces to the imperatives of the sale of the capitalist's commodities and to his enrichment, which leads to the situation where these productive forces are periodically transformed into destructive forces, thus confronting humanity with the dilemma, socialism or barbarism. The inevitable development of the class struggle between capital and labor, which periodically undermines the normal conditions of reproduction of bourgeois society. This problematic will be examined in more detail in chapters 8, 9. The Capitalist Economy 53:11 and 14. 6. The periodic crises of overproduction. All the inherent contradictions of the capitalist mode of production periodically blow up in crises of overproduction. The tendency to periodic crises of overproduction, to a cyclical motion in production which successively goes through stages of economic recovery, upturn, boom, crisis, and depression, is inherent to this mode of production and to it alone. The size of these fluctuations can vary from epoch to epoch. They are inevitable in the capitalist system. There were economic crises in pre-capitalist societies, there are in post-capitalist society as well. But in neither case is it a question of crises of overproduction of commodities and capital, but rather of crises of underproduction of use values. The capitalist crisis of overproduction is characterized by a decline in income, the extension of unemployment, the appearance of desperate poverty, brought about not because physical production has declined but, on the contrary, because it has grown in an excessive manner in relation to available purchasing power. It is because products cannot be sold that economic activity declines, and not because there are physical scarcities. At the basis of the periodic crises of overproduction we find the decline in the average rate of profit, the anarchy of capitalist production, and the tendency to develop production taking no account of the limits on consumption by the working masses imposed by the bourgeois mode of distribution. As a result of the decline in the rate of profit, a growing part of capital can no longer obtain sufficient profit. Investment is reduced. Unemployment grows. The sale of a growing number of goods at a loss combines with this factor to bring about a general fall in employment, income, purchasing power, and economic activity as a whole. The crisis of overproduction is both a product of these factors and at the same time puts at the disposal of the capitalist system the means partially to neutralize its effect. The crisis brings about a decline in the value of goods and the bankruptcy of many firms. Total capital is therefore reduced. 54. In value. This permits a rise in the rate of profit and the activity of accumulation. Massive unemployment means that the rate of exploitation of the workforce can increase, which leads to the same result. The economic crisis accentuates social contradictions and can lead to an explosive social and political crisis. It indicates that the capitalist system is ready to be replaced by a more efficient and humane system, which no longer wastes human and material resources. But it does not automatically bring about disintegration of the system. It must be overthrown by the conscious action of the revolutionary class it has engendered, the working class. Chapter 6. Monopoly capitalism. The functioning of the capitalist mode of production has not remained the same since its inception. Leaving out manufacturing capitalism, which spans the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, one can distinguish two phases in the history of industrial capitalism proper. The phase of free competition, from the Industrial Revolution up until the 1880s. The phase of imperialism, from the 1880s to the present day. One from free competition to capitalist entente. Throughout the first phase of its existence, industrial capitalism was characterized by the existence of a large number of independent enterprises in every sector of industry. None of them could dominate the market. Each one tried to lower its prices in the hope of selling its goods. This situation was modified when capitalist concentration and centralization in a series of industrial sectors permitted the existence of only a reduced number of enterprises, accounting for 60 to 80% of production. From then on, companies could expand and try to dominate the market, to prevent a fall in the sale price by dividing the market amongst themselves according to their relative strengths at the time. This decline in free capitalist competition was facilitated by an important technological revolution which came about at the same time, the substitution of the electric motor and the internal combustion engine for the steam engine as the principal source of energy in industry and in the main means of transport. A whole series of new industries developed: electricity, electrical goods, oil, motor vehicles, chemical. 56. Industries which needed far greater initial capital outlay than the old sectors of industry. This in turn immediately reduced the number of potential competitors. The principal forms of agreement between capitalists are the cartel and the syndicate in a particular sector of industry, in which each firm participating in the understanding retains its independence, the trust and the merger of companies, in which this independence is ceded to one group of directors, the financial group and holding company, where a small number of capitalists control many companies and several branches of industry which, in the eyes of the law, remain independent of each other. 2. The concentration of banks and finance capital. The same process of concentration and centralization of capital that takes place in industry and transport also takes place in banking. After this evolution, a small number of giant banks dominate the financial life of capitalist countries. The principal role of banks in the capitalist system is to grant credit to companies. When banking centralization is very advanced, a small number of bankers have a de facto monopoly on the granting of credit. This means that they no longer tend to sit back passively, merely collecting the interest on the capital they have advanced while waiting for their loan to be repaid when it falls due. In fact, the banks which give credit to companies engaged in identical or similar activities have a major interest in assuring the viability and solvency of all these companies. They want to avoid profits falling through cutthroat competition. They intervene therefore to speed up, and sometimes to impose, industrial concentration and centralization. In doing this they can take initiatives to promote the creation of big trusts. In the same way, they can use their monopoly of credit facilities to obtain a stake in the capital of big companies in exchange for credit. Thus finance capital develops, in other words, bank capital which has penetrated industry and is able to occupy a dominant position within it. At the top of the power pyramid in the epoch of capitalism, monopolies grow from financial groups which simultaneously 57ly control banks, other financial institutions, big industrial and transport trusts, big chains of retail shops, etc. A handful of big capitalists, the famous 60 families in the USA and the 200 families in France, possess all the levers of economic power in the imperialist countries. In Belgium about 10 financial groups control the key sectors of the economy, together with a few big foreign groups. In the USA a few giant financial groups dominate the whole of economic life. It is the same in Japan, where the old zaibatsu, supposedly dismantled after the Second World War, have been easily reconstituted. The main groups are Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Ito, Sumitomo, Marubeni. 3. Monopoly capitalism and free competitive capitalism. The appearance of monopolies does not mean the disappearance of capitalist competition. Even less does it mean that each sector of industry is definitively dominated by a single firm. Most importantly, it means that in the monopolist sectors, competition no longer normally takes place through the lowering of prices. Because of this, the big trusts obtain monopolistic super profits, that is, a rate of profit superior to that of companies in the non-monopolist sectors. Otherwise competition continues. Within the non-monopolist sectors of the economy, which are numerous, between monopolies, normally by means of techniques other than the lowering of the retail price, and occasionally by means of a price war, especially where the balance of forces between the trusts has been modified and it is a matter of adapting the distribution of markets to this new balance of forces, between national monopolies on the world market, essentially by the normal method of the price war. 58. However, the concentration of capital can advance to a point where, even on the world market, some firms are the last to survive in an industrial field, which can lead to the creation of international cartels which share out these markets. For the export of capital, the monopolies can only control the monopolist markets by limiting the growth of production in them, and therefore the accumulation of capital. But, on the other hand, these same monopolies are in possession of abundant capital, due mainly to the monopolistic super profits which they have realized. The imperialist epoch of capitalism is therefore characterized by the phenomenon of surplus capital, in the hands of the monopolies of the imperialist countries, which seeks new fields of investment. The export of capital thus becomes an essential trait of the imperialist era. This capital is exported to countries where it can reap a profit higher than the average in the competitive sectors of the imperialist countries, and can stimulate activities complementary to those of the metropolis. It is used above all to develop the production of mineral and vegetable raw materials in underdeveloped countries. As long as capitalism operated on the world market merely in order to sell its goods and buy raw materials and foodstuffs, there was no major interest in the conquest of new territories by military force. But this situation was modified once the export of capital began to occupy a predominant place in the international operations of capital. While a commodity sold is usually paid for in a few months at most, capital invested in a country is only recovered after many years. The imperialist powers therefore acquire a major interest in the establishment of permanent control over the countries in which they have invested this capital. This control is indirect in semi-colonial countries, through governments under a foreign thumb, while the state remains formally independent. In colonial countries it is direct, through an administration directly dependent on the metropolitan power. The imperialist era is therefore marked by a tendency to divide up the world into colonial empires and zones of influence of the great imperialist powers. This division was carried out in a given period as a function of the conjunctural balance of forces, the hegemony of Great Britain, the strength and importance of the French, Dutch, and Belgian imperialists, the relative weakness of the young imperialist powers, Germany, the USA, Italy, Japan. A series of imperialist wars were the means by which the young imperialist powers tried to use the change in the balance of forces to modify this distribution of the world in their favor: the American-Spanish War, the Russian-Japanese War, the First World War, the Second World War. These were wars for pillage, for new fields of capital investment, for sources of raw materials, for control of markets, and not wars for a political ideal. The same applies to the wars of colonial conquest which lie scattered through the imperialist epoch, or the colonialist wars against people's liberation movements in which one of the participants is there to pillage, while the semi-colonial or colonial people defend a just cause and try to escape imperialist enslavement. 5. Imperialist and dependent countries. Thus the imperialist era does not merely see the establishment of the control of a handful of financial and industrial magnates in the metropolitan countries. It is also characterized by the establishment of the control of the imperialist bourgeoisie in a handful of countries over the people of the colonial and semi-colonial countries, 2/3 of the human race. The imperialist bourgeoisie extracts considerable wealth from the colonial and semi-colonial countries. Capital invested in these countries reaps colonial superprofits which 60 are brought home to the metropolis. The world division of labor based on the exchange of metropolitan manufactured goods for raw materials from the colonies leads to unequal exchange, in which the poor countries exchange greater amounts of labor for smaller quantities of labor from the metropolitan countries. The colonial administration is paid for by the taxation of the colonist peoples. The resources extracted from the dependent countries are all at once unavailable when it comes to financing their own economic growth. Imperialism is thus one of the principal sources of the underdevelopment of the southern part of the globe. 6. The era of late capitalism. The imperialist era can itself be divided into two phases: the era of classical imperialism, which covers the period before the First World War as well as the interwar years, and the era of late capitalism, which begins at the end of the Second World War. In this era of late capitalism, the concentration and centralization of capital extends more and more on an international scale. While the national monopolistic trust was the base unit of the era of classical imperialism, the multinational company is the base unit of the era of late capitalism. But, at the same time, the era of late capitalism is characterized by the acceleration of technical innovation, by the quicker depreciation of capital invested in machines, by the need for big firms to calculate and plan much more precisely their costs and investments, by the tendency towards state economic programming which is the natural result of this. The economic intervention of the state grows because the bourgeoisie needs state aid to rescue industrial sectors which have become chronically deficient, needs state financing for new and not yet viable sectors, needs to make the state guarantee the profits of the big monopolies, mainly by providing them with state orders, subsidies, etc. This growing internationalization of production on the one hand, and the growing intervention of the national state in economic life on the other, leads to a series of new contradictions in the era of late capitalism, of which the crisis of the world monetary system, fed by permanent inflation, is one of the principal expressions. The era of late capitalism is also characterized by a generalist disintegration of colonial empires, the transformation of colonial countries into semi-colonial countries, a reorientation in the export of capital, which now mainly moves from one imperialist country to another, and not from the imperialist countries to the colonies, and the first steps towards industrialization in the semi-colonial countries. This is not only an attempt on the part of the native bourgeoisies to hold back popular movements of revolt, but also a result of the fact that the export of machines and equipment today constitutes the major part of exports from the imperialist countries themselves. Neither the transformations which have occurred in the functioning of the capitalist economy within the imperialist countries, nor those which concern the economy of the semi-colonial countries and the functioning of the imperialist system as a whole, can leave us in any doubt about the correctness of the conclusion drawn by Lenin more than half a century ago as to the historical significance of the imperialist epoch. It is the epoch of the heightening of all inter-imperialist contradictions. It is an epoch of violent conflicts, imperialist wars, wars of national liberation, civil wars. It is the epoch of revolutions and counter-revolutions, of more and more explosive confrontations, and not an epoch of gradual and peaceful progress for civilization. It is extremely important to do away with the myth that the present Western economy is no longer a real capitalist economy. The 1974-75 Generalist recession of the international capitalist economy dealt a death blow to the theory which says that we are living in a so-called mixed economy, in which the regulation of economic life by the state guarantees uninterrupted economic growth, full employment, and a high standard of living for all. Reality has once 62 again shown that the requirements of private profit continue to dominate the economy, periodically provoking massive unemployment and overproduction, and that we are still living in a capitalist economy. It is the same with the theory which says that it is no longer the most powerful capitalist groups but managers, bureaucrats, and even technocrats and academics who run Western society. This theory is not based on any serious scientific proof. Many of these alleged masters of society have found themselves out on the streets during the two recent recessions. The delegation of power which big capital accepts and perfects in the giant companies it controls covers most of its traditional prerogatives except the most essential, the final decisions on the forms and fundamental direction of the accumulation and investment of capital. Safeguarded is everything to do with the Holy of Holies, the priority of the monopoly's profits, to which the distribution of dividends to shareholders can be sacrificed. Those who see this as proof that private property no longer counts for very much are forgetting the predominant tendency from the beginning of capitalism to sacrifice the private property of many little fish to that of a handful of big fish. Chapter 7. The World Imperialist System. 1. Capitalist industrialization and the law of combined and uneven development. Modern industrial capitalism was born in Great Britain. During the 19th century it spread progressively to most West and Central European countries, as well as to the United States, and later to Japan. The existence of some already industrialist countries did not seem to prevent the successive penetration and extension of industrial capitalism into a series of countries in the process of industrialization. It is true that the pre-industrial forms of production in the latter were pitilessly destroyed by the cheap products of British, Belgian and French industry. But British, Belgian, and French capital still had ample fields of investment open to them in their own countries. Therefore it was generally a modern national industry which increasingly substituted itself for the artisans ruined by the competition of the cheap foreign goods. In particular, this was the case with textile production in Germany, Italy, Japan, Spain, Austria, Bohemia, Tsarist Russia, and the Netherlands, etc. This situation changed completely with the coming of the era of imperialism and monopoly capitalism. Thenceforth the functioning of the world capitalist market no longer facilitated but on the contrary held back normal capitalist development, and in particular the thoroughgoing industrialization of the underdeveloped countries. Marx's formula, according to which each advanced country provides a less developed country with the image of its own future, lost the validity which it had held throughout the era of free competitive capitalism. 3 essential factors determined this fundamental change in 64. The functioning of the international capitalist economy. The volume of the mass production of many products by the imperialist countries meant that they secured such an advantage in productivity and retail price over the initial industrial production in the underdeveloped countries that the latter could no longer take off on a large scale, could no longer seriously sustain competition with foreign products. Increasingly it was Western industry which would thenceforth profit from the progressive ruin of the artisans, of cottage industry, and of manufacturing in the countries of Eastern Europe, Latin America, Asia, and Africa. The surplus of capital, now more or less permanent in the industrialist capitalist countries and progressively under the control of the monopolies, unleashed a vast movement to export capital to the underdeveloped countries, developing areas of production there which are complementary and not competitive in relation to Western industry. Thus it is the domination of foreign capital over the economy of these countries which makes them specialists in the production of foodstuffs. Moreover, as these countries assume bit by bit the standing of colonial or semi-colonial countries, the state defends above all the interests of foreign capital. It does not, therefore, take even modest measures to protect emerging industries against the competition of imported goods. The domination of the economies of dependent countries by foreign capital creates an economic and social situation in which the state maintains and consolidates the interests of the old ruling classes, linking them to those of imperialist capital, rather than eliminating them radically as was the case with the great bourgeois democratic revolutions in Western Europe and the United States. This new evolution of the international capitalist economy in the imperialist epoch can be summed up in the law of combined and uneven development. In the backward countries, or at least in most of them, the social and economic structure is not, in its fundamental features, that of a typical feudal society nor that of a typical capitalist society. Under the impact of the domination of imperialist capital it combines feudal, semi-feudal, semi-capitalist and capitalist. 65. Features in an exceptional manner. The dominant social force is that of capital, but this is normally foreign capital. The native bourgeoisie does not, therefore, exercise political power. The population is not mainly composed of wage earners, nor in most cases of serfs, but of peasants subjected in varying degrees to the exact ions of semi-feudal, semi-capitalist landowners, usurers, merchants, and tax collectors. Although living to a certain extent away from commercial production and even from monetary production, this great mass still suffers the disastrous effects of fluctuations in the price of raw materials on the world imperialist market, through the intermediary of the global effects that these fluctuations exercise on the national economy. 2. The exploitation of colonial and semi-colonial countries by imperialist capital during successive decades. The pouring of foreign capital into dependent, colonial, or semi-colonial countries led to the pillage, exploitation and oppression of more than 1,000 million human beings by imperialist capital. This represents one of the principal crimes for which the capitalist system has been responsible throughout its history. If, as Marx said, capitalism appeared on earth dripping blood and sweat from all its pores, nowhere is this definition justified so literally as in the dependent countries. The imperialist epoch is above all characterized by colonial conquest. Colonialism does, of course, predate imperialism. The Spanish and Portuguese conquistadores had already burnt their bloody way across the Canary Isles and Cape Verde Islands, as well as the countries of Central and South America, exterminating everywhere a large part, if not all, of the native population. The white colons hardly behaved in a more humane manner towards the Indians of North America. The conquest of the Indian Empire by Great Britain was accompanied by a whole host of atrocities, as was that of Algeria by France. The horrors of the slave trade and the large-scale use of slavery in the Americas were one of the main sources of the primitive accumulation of capital. With the arrival of the imperialist era these atrocities 66. Extended to a great part of Africa, Asia, and Oceania. Large-scale massacres, deportations, expulsions of peasants from their lands, the introduction of forced labor, if not de facto slavery, all took place one after another. Racism justifies these inhuman practices by affirming the superiority and the historic civilizing mission of the white race. This same racism subtly deprives the colonist peoples of their own past, at the same time as snatching away their national wealth and a large part of the fruits of their labor. If the colonial slaves dare to rebel against their deprivation, they are repressed with unspeakable cruelty. Indian women and children massacred in the Indian Wars in the United States, mutinous Hindus placed in front of firing cannons, tribes in the Middle East pitilessly bombarded by the RAF, tens of thousands of Algerian civilians massacred in retaliation for the national insurrection of May 1945, all this foreshadows or else faithfully repeats the most savage cruelties of Nazism, including pure and simple genocide. If the European and American bourgeoisie were so up in arms about Hitler, it was because he committed this outrage against the white race, subjecting the peoples of Europe to that which the peoples of Asia, America, and Africa had suffered at the hands of world imperialism for several centuries. Every part of the economy of the dependent countries is subordinated to the interests and dictates of foreign capital. In many of these countries the railways link the centers of export production to the ports but do not link the principal urban centers to each other. The secure infrastructure is that serving the import-export activities. In contrast, the school, hospital, and cultural systems are appallingly underdeveloped. The majority of the population languishes in illiteracy, ignorance, and poverty. Of course, the penetration of foreign capital also allows a certain development of the productive forces, gives birth to a few large industrial towns, develops a more or less important proletarian embryo in the ports, the mines, the plantations, the railways and public administration. But one can say without exaggeration that, during the 3/4 of a century between the start of the movement towards the 67 colonization of the entire underdeveloped world and the victory of the Chinese Revolution, the standard of living of the average population of Asia, Africa, and Latin America has stagnated or fallen. It has even fallen catastrophically in some important countries. Periodic famines have swept away literally tens of millions of Indians and Chinese. 3. The block of classes in power in semi-colonial countries. In order to understand more completely the way in which imperialist domination has frozen the development of the colonial and semi-colonial countries and has prevented normal development of the Western capitalist type, one has to understand the nature of the block of social classes which was in power in these countries during the era of classical imperialism, and the consequences of this block on economic and social evolution. When foreign capital penetrates massively into the colonial and semi-colonial countries, the local ruling class is generally composed of landowners allied to merchant and banking or usurers' capital. In the most backward countries, such as those of Black Africa, it usually encounters tribal societies, in process of decomposition brought about by the prolonged effects of the slave trade. Foreign capital generally allies itself to these ruling classes, using them as intermediaries in the exploitation of the indigenous peasants and workers, and consolidating their relations of exploitation with their own peoples. Sometimes it even substantially extends the degree of the pre-capitalist form of exploitation, at the same time combining it with the introduction of new forms of capitalist exploitation. British colonialism transformed the zamindari in Bengal, who were once just tax collectors in the service of the Mughal emperors, into straightforward proprietors of the lands from which they extracted the taxes. Thus 3 hybrid social classes appear in the society of underdeveloped countries, setting their seal on the blocking of economic and social development. 68. The compradori bourgeoisie, a native bourgeoisie, at first simply the appointed agents of the foreign import-export houses, who acquire wealth and slowly become independent businessmen. But their businesses are essentially confined to the commercial sphere. Their profits are usually invested in commerce, usury, the acquisition of land, and real estate speculation. The class of merchants and usurers. The slow penetration of money economy dislocates the self-help mechanisms within the village community. Social differentiation pitilessly progresses in the village with the succession of good and bad harvests, on fertile and less fertile lands. Rich and poor peasants separate into 2 camps, with the latter depending more and more on the former. When the harvest is not sufficient to provide for even their most elementary needs, the poor peasants are obliged to take on debts in order to buy seeds and necessities. They become dependent on the merchant money lenders, rich peasants, who, little by little, expropriate their fields and subject them to innumerable exactions. The rural semi-proletariat. The ruined peasants who have been evicted from their lands find no work in industry, given its underdevelopment. They are obliged to remain in the countryside and have to hire out their labor to the big peasants, or rent patches of land to scrape out a miserable existence for a ground rent. This rent becomes more and more exorbitant. The more severe their misery and their lack of employment, the higher the rent they are prepared to pay for the lease of a field. The higher the ground rent is, the less it is in the interests of the owners of capital to invest in industry. Instead, they use their capital to buy land. The greater the poverty of the mass of peasants, the more restricted is the interior market in consumer goods, which in turn retards industrialization. And the more backward industry's development, the higher the level of underdevelopment. Underdevelopment is not, therefore, the result of an absolute lack of capital or of resources. On the contrary, in the backward countries the social surplus product often 69 represents a higher percentage of the national income than in the industrialist countries. Underdevelopment is the result of a social and economic structure flowing from imperialist domination, which means that the accumulation of money capital is not principally directed towards industrialization or even towards productive investment, which in turn leads to an immense underemployment in relation to the imperialist countries. For the national liberation movement in the long term, it was inevitable that hundreds of millions of human beings would not passively submit to a system of exploitation and oppression imposed upon them by a handful of big capitalists in the imperialist countries, together with the administrative and repressive apparatus at their disposal. A national liberation movement progressively takes root in the young intelligentsia of the Latin American, Asian and African countries. They take up the bourgeois democratic and even socialist or semi-socialist ideas of the West in order to challenge the foreign domination of their countries. The nationalism of the dependent countries, which has an anti-imperialist orientation, expresses the different interests of three social forces. Above all, it is taken up by the young industrial, national bourgeoisie wherever they already possess a real material base which allows their interests to compete with those of the predominant imperialist power. The most typical case is that of the Indian Congress Party, led by Gandhi and heavily supported by the large Indian industrial groups. Due to the influence of the Russian Revolution, it can be taken up by the emerging workers' movement, which will use it above all as an instrument to mobilize the urban and village masses against the established power. The most typical examples are that of the Chinese Communist Party from the 1920s, and that of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party in the following decades. It can promote the explosion of revolts by the urban petty bourgeoisie and especially the peasantry, taking the political form of nationalist populism. The Mexican Revolution of 1910 is the best example of this form of 70. Anti-imperialist movement. In general terms, the growing crisis of the imperialist system, marked by successive internal upheavals, the defeat of Tsarist Russia in the 1904-5 war against Japan, the 1905 Russian Revolution, the First World War, the 1917 Russian Revolution, the arrival on the scene of the Indian and Chinese mass movements, the 1929-32 economic crisis, the Second World War, the defeat suffered by Western imperialism at the hands of Japanese imperialism in 1941-42, the defeat of Japanese imperialism in 1945, forcefully stimulated the national liberation movement in the dependent countries. It received its major boost from the victory of the Chinese Revolution in 1949. The tactical and strategic problems for the international workers' movement which flow from the appearance of national liberation movements in the colonial and semi-colonial countries are treated in more detail in Chapter 11.4 and Chapter 13.4. Let us just underline here the particular duty of the workers' movement in the imperialist countries to give unconditional support to every movement and every effective mass action in the colonial and semi-colonial countries against the exploitation and oppression to which they are subjected by the imperialist powers. This duty includes that of clearly distinguishing between inter-imperialist wars, reactionary wars, and wars of national liberation which, independent of the political force which leads the oppressed people at any particular stage of the struggle, are just wars, in which the world proletariat should work for the victory of the oppressed peoples. 5. Neocolonialism. The upsurge of the national liberation movement in the aftermath of the Second World War led imperialism to modify its forms of domination in the backward countries. direct domination gave way to indirect domination. The number of colonies in the true sense of the word, directly administered by the colonial power, has fallen sharply. In the space of 2 decades their number has fallen 71. From about 70 to a final handful. The Italian, Dutch, British, French, Belgian, and finally Portuguese and Spanish colonial empires have almost entirely collapsed. Of course, the disappearance of the colonial empires was not unaccompanied by the counter-revolutionary resistance of important sectors of imperialist capital, the bloody colonial wars led by Dutch imperialism in Indonesia, by British imperialism in Malaysia and Kenya, by French imperialism in Algeria and Indochina, as well as the shorter but no less bloody expeditions such as the Suez expedition against Egypt in 1956. But, historically, these sinister undertakings seem to be rearguard actions. Direct colonialism lies well and truly condemned. Its disappearance in no way implies the disintegration of the world imperialist system. This continues to exist, though in modified forms. The great majority of semi-colonial countries remain confined to the export of raw materials. They continue to suffer all the unfavorable consequences of unequal, exploitative exchange. The gap between their degree of development and that of the imperialist countries continues to increase, and not to decrease. The difference between the per capita income and the level of well-being of the population in the northern and southern parts of the globe is even greater now than it was in the past. However, the transformation from direct to indirect imperialist domination in the underdeveloped countries implies a stronger identification of the national industrial bourgeoisie with the exploitation of the working masses of these countries, as well as a certain acceleration of the process of industrialization. This flows both from the changed balance of political forces, and from a modification of the fundamental interests of the principal imperialist groups themselves. There has in fact been an important alteration in the type of exports from the imperialist countries. The machines, equipment, and transport goods category now occupies the dominant position which used to be taken up by consumer goods and steel. It is, of course, impossible for the principal monopolistic trusts to export more and more machines to the 72 dependent countries without stimulating certain forms of industrialization there. Moreover, within the context of their world strategy, the multinational companies have an interest in implanting themselves in a certain number of dependent countries so that, given the future expansion of sales that they foresee, they are in their right from the start. Thus the practice of joint ventures between imperialist capital, national industrial capital, private capital, and state capital is generalized in these countries. This is characteristic of the neocolonial structure. Because of this fact, the weight of the working class in the society grows. This structure remains within a restricting and exploitative imperialist context. Industrialization remains limited, and its home market rarely exceeds 20 to 25% of the population, the well-to-do classes, the new middle classes, and the rich peasantry. The poverty of the masses is just as great as before. The social contradictions increase rather than diminish. From this comes the continuing potential for successive revolutionary explosions in these countries. In these conditions a new social layer takes on importance, the state bureaucracy, which usually controls an important nationalist sector, and sets itself up as representing national interests to foreign nations while in fact profiting from its leadership monopoly to indulge in large-scale private accumulation. A new ruling power bloc emerges, allying foreign monopolies, national industrialists and the state bureaucracy. The weight of the classical oligarchy of landowners and compradors declines. Chapter 8. The origins of the modern labor movement. For as long as there have been wage earners, in other words, long before the formation of modern capitalism, there have been instances of class struggle between employers and workers. This is not the result of subversive activities on the part of individuals who advocate class struggle. On the contrary, the doctrine of class struggle is the product of the praxis of the class struggle which precedes it. 1. The elementary class struggle of the proletariat. The first stirrings of the class struggle of the wage earners always center on 3 demands: The raising of wages, an immediate means of redistributing the social product between employers and workers in favor of the wage earners. The reduction of working hours without loss of pay, another direct means of altering the balance in favor of the workers. Freedom to organize. While the employer, owner of capital and the means of production, has all the economic power on his side, the workers are disarmed as long as they continue to compete amongst themselves to get jobs. In these conditions, the rules of the game work solely to the benefit of the capitalists, who can fix wages as low as they want while the workers are obliged to accept them for fear of losing their jobs and, therefore, their means of survival. It is by putting an end to the competition which divides them and confronting the employers en bloc, by refusing to work in conditions they consider unacceptable, that the workers have the opportunity to win advantages in the struggle against the capitalists. Experience rapidly teaches. 74. Them that if they have not got the freedom to organize, they have no weapon with which to oppose capitalist pressure. The elementary class struggle of the proletariat has traditionally taken the form of a collective refusal to work, that is, the strike. Chroniclers have provided accounts of strikes in ancient Egypt and China. We also have the account of strikes in Egypt under the Roman Empire, especially in the 1st century AD. To the elementary class consciousness of the proletariat, the organization of a strike always implies a certain elementary degree of class organization. In particular, it implies the idea that the well-being of each wage earner depends on collective action. It opposes a solution of class solidarity to an individual solution. This idea is the elementary form of proletarian class consciousness. In the same way, in organizing a strike, the wage earners learn instinctively that they must set up relief funds. These relief funds and self-help schemes also help to diminish the insecurity of working class existence a little, and allow the proletariat to defend itself during periods of unemployment, etc. These are the elementary forms of class organization. But these elementary forms of consciousness and workers' organization do not imply either a consciousness of the historic goals of the workers' movement or an understanding of the need for the independent political action of the working class. The first forms of working class political action emerged from the extreme left of petty bourgeois radicalism. In the French Revolution, Gracchus Babeuf's conspiracy of the equals sprang up at the extreme left of the Jacobins. This represented the first modern political movement which envisaged collective ownership of the means of production. At the same time in England, workers set up the London Corresponding Society, which tried to organize a movement of solidarity with the French Revolution. This organization was crushed by police repression. But immediately after the 75 end of the Napoleonic Wars, a League for Universal Suffrage was created out of the extreme left of petty bourgeois radicalism. This was essentially composed of workers from the industrial region of Manchester and Liverpool. The separation of an independent workers' movement from the petty bourgeois radical movement was accelerated after the bloody incidents of the Peterloo massacre in 1819, and this enabled the Chartist movement to be formed a little later, as the first essentially workers' organization to demand universal suffrage. 3. Utopian socialism. All these elementary movements of the working class were largely led by the workers themselves, that is, by self-taught men who often formulated naive ideas on historical, economic, and social subjects which cannot be properly explored without solid scientific studies. These movements therefore develop somewhat on the margins of the scientific progress of the 17th and 18th centuries. It is, on the contrary, within the framework of this scientific progress that the efforts of the first great utopian authors, Thomas More, Campanella, Robert Owen, Charles Fourier and Saint-Simon, are to be found. These authors attempt to assemble all the scientific knowledge of their epoch to formulate a virulent critique of social inequality, especially that which characterizes bourgeois society, a plan for the organization of an egalitarian society, based on collective ownership. Through these two aspects of their work, the great utopian socialists are the true precursors of modern socialism. But the weakness of their system lies in the following. The society of which they dream is presented as an ideal to be constructed and achieved at one go through the understanding and the goodwill of men. It thus bears no relation to the 76. Historically determined evolution of capitalist society itself. Their explanation of the conditions in which social inequality appeared, and in which it could disappear, are scientifically insufficient and based on secondary factors without starting from the problems of economic and social structure, of interactions between the relations of production and the level of development of the productive forces. For the birth of Marxist theory, the Communist Manifesto, it is precisely in these two areas that the formulation of Marxist theory by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in the German ideology and especially in the Communist Manifesto constitutes a decisive step forward. With Marxist theory, working class consciousness is united with scientific theory at the highest level. Marx and Engels did not discover the ideas of social class and class struggle. These ideas were known to utopian socialists and bourgeois authors such as the French historians Thierry and Guizot. But they explained scientifically the origin of classes, the causes for the development of classes, the fact that the whole of human history can be explained by class struggle, and, above all, the material and intellectual conditions under which the division of society into classes can make way for a socialist, classless society. They also explained how the development of capitalism prepares the coming of a socialist society, prepares the material and social forces which can assure the triumph of the new society. This no longer appears as a simple product of the dreams and desires of men, but as the logical product of the evolution of human history, an outcome of the actual ongoing class struggle. The Communist Manifesto therefore represents a superior form of proletarian class consciousness. It teaches the working class that the socialist society will be the product of its class struggle against the bourgeoisie. It teaches it the necessity of struggling not simply for the raising of wages, but also for the abolition of the wages system itself. Above all, it teaches it the need to construct independent workers' parties, and to consummate its action around economic 77 demands through political action on a national and international scale. The modern labor movement is therefore born of the fusion between the elementary class struggle of the working class and proletarian class consciousness brought to its highest form in Marxist theory. 5. The First International. This fusion is the end product of the whole evolution of the international workers' movement between the 1850s and 1880s. Except in Germany, the working class did not appear during the European revolutions of 1848 as a political party in the modern sense of the word. Everywhere it was dragged along in the wake of petty bourgeois radicalism. In France, it separated itself from this during the bloody days of June 1848 without, however, being able to constitute an independent political party. After the years of reaction which followed the defeat of the 1848 revolution, it was mainly trade union and mutual aid organizations of the working class which developed in most countries, with the exception of Germany, where the agitation for universal suffrage enabled Lassalle to constitute a workers' political party, the General Association of German Workers. It was through the founding of the First International in 1864 that Marx and his little group of followers really fused with the elementary workers' movement of the epoch, and prepared the establishment of socialist parties in most European countries. However paradoxical it may seem, it was not national workers' parties that assembled together to constitute the First International. It was the constitution of the First International that allowed the grouping on a national level of local and syndicalist groups adhering to the First International. When the International broke up after the defeat of the Paris Commune, the vanguard workers remained conscious of the need for organization on a national level. After a few 78 early defeats, the socialist parties based on the elementary workers' movement of the period were definitively constituted in the 1870s and 80s. The only important exceptions were Great Britain and the USA, where the socialist parties at this time remained marginal to the already strong trade union movement. In Great Britain it was only in the 20th century that the Labour Party, based on the trade unions, was created as a mass party. In the USA the creation of such a party is still today the burning task of the workers' movement. 6. The different forms of organization of the labor movement. We can thus say more exactly that the unions, Mutual aid societies and socialist parties appear to a certain extent as spontaneous and inevitable products of the class struggle within capitalist society, and that which form develops first depends on factors of tradition and national particularity. The cooperatives, however, were not the spontaneous product of class struggle, but the product of the initiative taken by Robert Owen and his comrades when they founded the first cooperative in Rochdale, England, in 1844. The importance of the cooperative movement was real, not simply because it could provide a school for the working class in the running of the economy, but also because it could prepare the solution of one of the most difficult problems of socialist society, that of distribution, from within capitalist society. But at the same time it contained the potential danger of deviation towards economic competition with capitalist firms within the capitalist system, competition which can only have disastrous results for the working class and above all sap the class consciousness of the proletariat. 7. The Paris Commune. The Paris Commune brought together all the tendencies present in the origins and initial growth of the modern labor movement. It was born out of spontaneous mass movements and not from a plan or program elaborated in advance by a workers' party. It showed the tendency of the working class to go beyond the purely economic stage of its struggle. The 79. Immediate origin of the Commune is eminently political. The Paris workers' distrust of the bourgeoisie, who were accused of wanting to hand the city over to the Prussian armies which were besieging it, while constantly combining economic and political demands. For the first time the working class was drawn towards the conquest of political power, even at the level of just one city. The Paris Commune reflected the tendency of the working class to destroy the bourgeois state apparatus, to substitute proletarian democracy for bourgeois democracy, as a higher form of democracy. It also showed that, without a conscious revolutionary leadership, the enormous heroism of which the proletariat is capable during a revolutionary struggle remains insufficient to assure it victory. Chapter 9. Reforms and Revolution. The birth and development of the modern labor movement within capitalist society offers us an example of the reciprocal effect between the social milieu in which people find themselves, independent of their wishes, and the more or less conscious action they develop to transform it. Evolution and revolution in history. The modifications of the social system that have occurred through the ages have always been the result of sudden and violent change following wars, revolutions, or a combination of the two. There is no state in existence today which is not the product of such revolutionary upheavals. The American state was born out of the 1776 Revolution and the Civil War of 1861–65, the British state out of the 1649 and 1688 revolutions, the French state out of the 1789, 1830, 1848 and 1870 revolutions, the Belgian state out of the 1830 revolution, the Dutch state out of the revolt of the Netherlands in the 16th century, the German state out of the 1870–71, 1914–18, 1939–45 wars, and the revolutions of 1848 and 1918, etc. But it would be wrong to suppose that the use of violence is sufficient to change the social structure in the way desired by the combatants. For a revolution really to transform society and the conditions of existence of the working classes, it must necessarily be preceded by an evolution that creates, within the old society, the material and human bases of the new society. When these bases are lacking, even the most violent revolutions end by more or less reproducing the conditions which they aim to abolish. 81. A classical example of this point are the victorious peasant uprisings throughout Chinese history. Each uprising represents popular reaction against the insupportable exactions and taxes imposed on the peasants by successive declining dynasties in the Celestial Empire. They lead to the overthrow of one dynasty and the coming to power of a new dynasty, often, as in the case of the Han dynasty, drawn from the leaders of the peasant insurrection themselves. The new dynasty at first establishes better conditions for the peasantry. But the more it consolidates its power, and the more the administration entrenches itself, the more state spending increases and brings with it the obligation to raise taxes. The Mandarin functionaries, at first paid by the state treasury, begin to abuse their power and appropriate property on peasant lands, extracting a land rent over and above taxation. Thus the growth of peasant misery reappears after a few decades of better conditions. The absence of a leap forward in the productive forces and the development of modern industry founded on mechanization explains the cyclical character of the social revolutions in classical China, and the impossibility for the peasants of achieving any lasting emancipation. 2. Evolution and revolution in contemporary capitalism. Contemporary capitalism is itself born of social and political revolutions, the great bourgeois revolutions of the 16th to 19th centuries which gave birth to the nation-states. These revolutions were made possible by a preceding evolution, the growth of the productive forces within feudal society, which then became incompatible with the maintenance of serfdom, the corporations, and the restrictions imposed on the free production and circulation of commodities. This evolution also brought about the birth of a new social class, the modern bourgeoisie, which served its apprenticeship in political struggle in the medieval communes and through skirmishes with the absolute monarchy before advancing to the conquest of political power. From a certain stage in its development, bourgeois society. 82. 2 is characterized by an evolution which inexorably prepares a new social revolution. On the material level, the productive forces develop to the point where they become more and more incompatible with the private ownership of the means of production and with capitalist relations of production. The development of large industry, the concentration of capital, the creation of trusts, the growing intervention of the bourgeois state to regulate the capitalist economy, prepares the ground to a greater and greater extent for the socialization of the means of production, and for their planned management by the producers themselves. On the human level, a class is developed and strengthened which increasingly takes on the qualities necessary for the achievement of this social revolution. Capitalism produces its own gravedigger in the proletariat. Concentrated in large industries and cut off from the hope of individual social mobility, the proletariat acquires, through daily class struggle, the essential qualities of collective solidarity, cooperation, and discipline in action which will make possible a fundamental reorganization of all economic and social life. The sharper the inherent contradictions of capitalism become, the more the class struggle hots up, and the more the evolution of capitalism prepares the revolution through explosions in various fields during which the proletariat can attempt to gain political power and bring about a social revolution. 3. The evolution of the modern labor movement. However, the history of capitalism and that of the workers' movement have not followed the clear linear trajectory anticipated by Marxists in the 1880s. The internal economic and social contradictions of the imperialist countries did not worsen immediately. On the contrary, between the defeat of the Paris Commune and the outbreak of the First World War, Western Europe and the USA experienced a long period of growth of the productive forces, an uneven growth which concealed the internal Ref or MS and Revolution 83 contradictions which were undermining the system. These contradictions were to erupt violently in 1914. The main precursors of this were the Russian Revolution of 1905 and the general strike of Austrian workers in the same year. But the immediate experience of the workers and the workers' movement in these countries was not of a deepening of the contradictions of the system. On the contrary, these experiences promoted the idea of a gradual, mainly peaceful, and irreversible evolution towards socialism. It is true that the colonial superprofits accumulated by the imperialists allowed them to grant reforms to the workers of the Western countries. But other factors must also be considered in order to understand this evolution. Massive emigration to the colonies and the growth of European exports to the rest of the world brought about the long-term decline of the industrial reserve army. The balance of forces between capital and labor on the labor market was therefore more favorable to the workers, which in turn created the basis for the growth of a mass trade unionism going beyond the ranks of the skilled workers. The bourgeoisie was frightened by the Paris Commune, by the violent strikes in Belgium, by the apparently irresistible growth of German social democracy, and deliberately sought to pacify the masses in revolt by means of social reforms. The practical result of this evolution was a Western labor movement which in fact contented itself with the struggle for immediately realizable reforms, wage increases, more social legislation, the expansion of democratic liberties, etc. It relegated the struggle for a social revolution to the domain of literary propaganda and the education of cadres. It ceased preparing itself consciously for this socialist revolution, believing that it was enough to strengthen the mass organizations of the proletariat so that, when the time came, this enormous force would automatically play a revolutionary role. 84. For reformist opportunism, but the role of the mass parties and trade unions of Western Europe went beyond a simple reflection of this temporary restriction of the class struggle to the terrain of reforms. They also became a political force which accentuated the adaptation of the mass labor movement to the prosperous capitalism of the imperialist countries. Social democratic opportunism neglected to prepare the workers for the sudden imminent changes in the social, political, and economic climate, and became an important factor in the survival of capitalism through the crisis years of 1914 to 1923. Opportunism manifested itself on a theoretical level with the revision of Marxism officially proclaimed by Edward Bernstein, who demanded that social democracy abandon all activity save that intended to reform the system. The Marxists center around Koski, while fighting revisionism, made numerous concessions to it, above all in justifying the daily practice of parties and unions which came closer and closer to Rev 1s1 Omsum. Opportunism appeared on the level of practice with the acceptance of electoral coalitions with liberal bourgeois parties, with the gradual acceptance of ministerial participation in coalition governments with the bourgeoisie, and with the lack of any determined struggle against colonialism and other manifestations of imperialism. Temporarily discredited by the consequences of the Russian Revolution of 1905, this opportunism was above all displayed in Germany with the refusal to accept Rosa Luxemburg's proposal for the launching of mass strikes for political ends. It essentially reflected the particular interests of a reformist bureaucratic apparatus. The German example shows that the hold of reformist opportunism over the workers' movement was not inevitable. It would have been possible to launch extra-parliamentary actions and broader mass strikes during the years preceding the First World War. These actions would have prepared the working masses for the tasks of the 85. Revolutionary upsurge which coincided with the end of the war. 5. The need for a vanguard party experience therefore confirms the fundamental elements of the Leninist theory of the vanguard party. The working class can itself engage in vast class struggles around immediate objectives, and it is perfectly capable of reaching an elementary level of class consciousness. But it cannot spontaneously arrive at the superior forms of political class consciousness which are necessary in order to foresee the sharp turns in the objective situation and to elaborate the tasks of the labor movement which flow from these turns, which are necessary also in order to outwit all the maneuvers of the bourgeoisie and to combat all the influences that bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology can exercise over the working masses. On the other hand, the mass movement inevitably experiences ups and downs. The broad masses do not permanently remain at a heightened level of political activity. A mass organization which seeks to adapt itself to the average level of activity and consciousness of the masses will therefore often hold back the expansion of revolutionary activity, which is itself only possible at certain definite times. For all these reasons, the construction of a vanguard organization of the working class, a revolutionary party, is indispensable. In normal times it remains a minority. But it maintains the continuity of the activity of its militants and their level of class consciousness. It allows the acquired experience of struggle to be preserved and diffused throughout the class. It prepares for future revolutionary struggles, and the preparation of these struggles is its essential task. Because of this fact, it greatly assists the changes in the ideas and activity of the organized workers and broad working masses which are required by the abrupt changes in the objective situation. Of course, such vanguard parties cannot substitute themselves for the masses, trying to bring about the social revolution for them. The emancipation of the workers can only be brought about by the workers themselves. To win. 86. the majority of workers over to the program, strategy, and tactics of the Revolutionary Party, that is the necessary precondition for a vanguard party to play its full historic role. To win over such a majority would normally only be possible at the high points of pre-revolutionary or revolutionary crisis, themselves indicated by the outburst of powerful spontaneous mass movements. There is, therefore, no contradiction between the spontaneity of the masses and the necessity for the construction of a revolutionary vanguard organization. The latter helps the former, prolongs it, completes it and permits it to triumph by concentrating all its energy at the decisive moment on the overthrow of the political and economic power of capital. 6 Revolutionaries and the struggle for reforms. Ultra-leftist attitudes, rejecting any struggle for reforms, have developed among a minority of the labor movement and the working class as a reaction to reformist opportunism. For revolutionary Marxists, reformism is in no way identified with the struggle for reforms. Reformism is the belief that capitalism can be abolished gradually through the accumulation of reforms. But it is perfectly possible to combine participation in struggles for immediate reforms with the preparation of the workers' vanguard for anti-capitalist struggles of such an intensity and size that they bring about a revolutionary crisis in society. The radical rejection of any struggle for reforms implies the passive acceptance of a deterioration in the situation of the working class until a moment when it would suddenly become capable of overthrowing the capitalist regime with one concerted attack. Such an attitude is both utopian and reactionary. It is utopian because it forgets that the workers, increasingly divided and demoralized by their inability to defend their standard of living, employment, and elementary rights, are hardly likely to be able to overcome a social class invested with the wealth and political experience of the modern bourgeoisie. It is reactionary because objectively it serves the cause of the capitalists, who have everything to gain by 87. Lowering wages, maintaining massive unemployment, suppressing the unions and the right to strike, if the workers passively allow themselves to be reduced to the state of defenseless slaves. Revolutionary Marxists see the emancipation of the workers and the overthrow of capitalism as the final outcome of a period of increased organizational strength of the proletariat, of increased class cohesion and solidarity, of a growing confidence in its own strength. All these subjective transformations cannot result simply from propaganda or literary education. In the last analysis, they can only result from success in the current class struggles, which are very often struggles for reforms. Reformism is not automatically produced through such struggles and such successes. It results only if the workers' vanguard abstains from educating the class in the necessity of overthrowing the system, if it abstains from the fight against the influence of petty bourgeois and bourgeois ideology within the working class, if it abstains from engaging in practice in mass extra-parliamentary, anti-capitalist struggles which aim to go beyond the stage of reforms. For the same reason, it is absolutely necessary for revolutionaries to work within the mass trade unions and fight for the consolidation and not the weakening of trade union organizations. Of course, the trade unions are generally ill-equipped to prepare or to organize revolutionary struggles, that is not their function. But they are absolutely necessary for the day-to-day defense of the workers' interests against those of capital. The daily class struggle does not disappear even when capitalism is in decline. Without strong trade unions, grouping together an advanced fraction of the working class, the employers have every chance of winning the daily skirmishes. The doubts and loss of faith about their own strength which would follow on from such unfortunate experiences would be highly damaging to the development of a heightened class consciousness among the broad mass of the workers. Moreover, in the epoch of contemporary capitalism, trade union activity no longer automatically confines itself to the 88. Fight for better wages and a reduction of the working day. More and more, workers find that they are faced with overall economic problems which affect their standard of living: inflation, taxation, cuts in social spending, factory closures, unemployment, speed up, attempts by the state to limit the use of the right to strike and free collective wage bargaining, etc. Sooner or later any trade union is obliged to take a position on all these questions. It therefore becomes a school for the education of the working class on all problems, including the overall problems of capitalism and socialism. It becomes an arena where tendencies in favor of permanent class collaboration, and even the integration of the trade unions into the bourgeois state, confront class struggle tendencies which refuse to subordinate the interests of the workers to the supposed general interest, which is merely the barely disguised interest of capital. As revolutionaries who are integrated in these class struggle tendencies best defend the immediate interests of the broad masses against attempts to divert the trade unions from their basic function, so they have the opportunity in these conditions to obtain a growing response among more and more workers, if they work with patience and perseverance and do not allow mass work to be monopolized by every shade of bureaucrat, reformist, and right-winger. Revolutionaries try to be the best trade unionists. They work continually to get the trade unions and their members to take up the objectives and forms of organization of struggle which most clearly serve the immediate class interests of the workers. They never neglect the defense of these immediate interests, although at the same time they continuously develop their general propaganda for the socialist revolution, without which it is certain that no workers' victory can be consolidated, and no vital problem concerning the workers can be completely resolved. The union bureaucracy, on the other hand, which is progressively integrated into the bourgeois state, increasingly substituting class conciliation and social peace for its original task of the irreconcilable defense of its members' interests, objectively weakens the trade unions. It increasingly rides roughshod over the concerns and beliefs of its 89 members, and tries to prevent the rank and file from determining union goals and strategy. The struggle for trade union democracy and for class struggle trade unionism therefore logically complement each other in our everyday struggles. Chapter 10. Bourgeois democracy and proletarian democracy. Political freedom and economic freedom. To many people who have not thought about this question, political freedom and economic freedom mean the same thing. This is particularly true of liberal social philosophy, which proclaims itself in favor of liberty in every aspect of social life. However, although political freedom can easily be defined in such a way that the liberty of some does not imply the enslavement of others, it is not so simple with economic freedom. A moment's reflection shows that most aspects of this economic freedom actually imply inequality, the automatic exclusion of the major part of society from the possibility of enjoying this same liberty. The freedom to buy or sell slaves implies that society is divided into two groups, the slaves and the slave masters. The freedom to appropriate the means of production as private property implies the existence of a social class which is obliged to sell its labor power. What would the owner of a factory do if no one was forced to work for someone else's benefit? Applying their own logic in the era of early capitalism, the bourgeoisie defended on principle the freedom of parents to send 10-year-old children down the mines, the freedom to force workers to toil 12 or 14 hours a day. But one freedom was obstinately refused, the freedom to form workers' associations, forbidden in France by the famous Le Chapelier law, which was adopted during the French Revolution under the pretext that it forbade all coalitions of a corporatist nature. These apparent contradictions in bourgeois ideology disappear once all these attitudes are reorganized around 91. One central theme, the defense of the property and interests of the capitalist class. That is the basis of all bourgeois ideology, not some intransigent defense of the principle of freedom. This is clearest when one examines the history of the right to vote. Modern parliamentarism was born as the expression of the right of the bourgeoisie to control public expenditure, which was financed by the taxes they paid. It was Charles I's attempt to levy taxation without summoning parliament between 1629–40 which led directly to the English Civil War. It follows logically that the bourgeoisie denied the right to vote to the popular classes who paid no tax. After all, would not their demagogic representatives continually vote for new expenditure, given that they were not the ones who paid for it? What is at the bottom of bourgeois ideology is not at all the principle of equal rights for all citizens, nor the principle of guaranteed political freedom for all, but, of course, the defense of wealth and the right to get rich through the exploitation of wage labor. To the bourgeois state in the service of the class interests of capital, it was hardly very difficult to explain to workers in the 19th century that the bourgeois state was not neutral in the class struggle, that it was not an arbiter between capital and labor, intended to defend the so-called general interest, but that it clearly represented an instrument for the defense of the interests of capital against those of labor. Only the bourgeoisie had the right to vote. Only the bourgeoisie could freely refuse to employ the workers. As soon as the workers went on strike and collectively refused to sell their labor power on the conditions dictated by capital, the police or the army were sent in to fire on them. Justice was clearly class justice. Parliamentarians, judges, officers, colonial officials, ministers, and bishops, they were all part of the same social class. They were bound together by common links, of money, interest, and family. The working class was totally excluded from this nice little world. 92. This situation was modified once the modern labor movement began to grow, developed substantial organizational strength, and obtained universal suffrage through direct action. The working class found itself well represented in parliament. Reformist workers' parties participated in coalition governments with the bourgeoisie. In some cases they even started to make up governments exclusively composed of social democratic parties. Thenceforth, the illusion of a democratic state above classes, a real arbiter and conciliator of class conflicts, was able to find a readier acceptance inside the working class. One of the essential functions of reformist revisionism is to sow widely such illusions. At one time this was the exclusive prerogative of social democracy. Today the communist parties, which follow a neo-reformist line, put about the same sort of illusions. The real nature of even the most democratic bourgeois state is, however, immediately revealed if one examines its practical functioning together with the material conditions for its functioning. It is typical of the bourgeois state that, as the working masses gain universal suffrage and their representatives enter parliament in large numbers, the center of gravity of the state based on parliamentary democracy inexorably moves from parliament towards the apparatus of the permanent bourgeois state. Ministers come and go, but the police remain. This state apparatus is in perfect harmony with the middle and big bourgeoisie because of the way it is recruited, its selectivity and career structure, and its hierarchical method of organization. Indissoluble ideological, social, and economic links tie this apparatus to the bourgeois class. All its top officials earn salaries which allow accumulation of capital, giving these people an interest even as individuals in the defense of private property and the smooth running of the capitalist economy. 93. Moreover, the state founded on bourgeois parliamentarism is linked body and soul to capital by the golden chains of financial dependence and the national debt. No bourgeois government can govern without constantly calling for credit, controlled by the banks, finance capital, and the big bourgeoisie. Any anti-capitalist policies that are so much as sketched out by a reformist government come up immediately against financial and economic sabotage by the capitalists. The investment strike, the flight of capital, inflation, the black market, a decline in production, and unemployment quickly result from this counterattack. The whole of 20th century history confirms that it is impossible to use a bourgeois parliament and a government based on capitalist property and the bourgeois state against the bourgeoisie in any significant way. Any policy which attempts to follow an effective anti-capitalist line is quickly confronted with a dilemma: either capitulate to the blackmail of the power of capital, or break the apparatus of the bourgeois state and replace capitalist property relations by the collective appropriation of the means of production. 3. The limits of bourgeois democratic freedoms. It is not by chance that the labor movement has been in the forefront of the struggle for democratic freedoms in the 19th and 20th centuries. By defending these freedoms, the labor movement at the same time defends the best conditions for its own advance. The working class is the most numerous class in contemporary society. The conquest of democratic freedoms allows it to organize, to gain the assurance of numbers, and to weigh ever more heavily in the balance of forces. Moreover, the democratic freedoms gained under the capitalist system represent the best way to school the workers in the greater democracy which they will enjoy once they have overthrown the rule of capital. Trotsky rightly talks of pockets of proletarian democracy within bourgeois democracy in relation to the mass organizations of the working class. 94. But it is precisely because democratic freedoms have such a great importance in the eyes of the workers that it is so necessary to grasp the limits of even the most advanced bourgeois parliamentary democracy. First of all, bourgeois parliamentary democracy is indirect democracy, within which some thousands or tens of thousands of mandated persons participate in the administration of the state. The vast majority of citizens are excluded from such participation. Their only power is that of putting a ballot paper in the box every 4 or 5 years. Secondly, political equality in a bourgeois parliamentary democracy is a purely formal, and not a real equality. Formally, both rich and poor have the same right to launch a newspaper, with running costs totaling hundreds of thousands of pounds. Formally, both rich and poor have the same right to purchase airtime on the television, and thus the same possibility of influencing the elector. But as the practical exercise of these rights presupposes access to powerful material resources, only the rich can fully enjoy them. The capitalists will succeed in influencing a large number of voters who are materially dependent on them, will buy newspapers, radio stations, and time on television thanks to their money. The capitalists control parliamentarians and governments through the weight of their capital. Finally, even if one ignores all these characteristic limits of bourgeois parliamentary democracy, and wrongly supposes that it is perfect, the fact remains that it is only political democracy. For what is the use of political equality between the rich and poor, which is far from the case? If it goes hand in hand with permanent, enormous economic and social inequality, which is growing all the time. Even if the rich and poor did have exactly the same political rights, the former would still have enormous economic and social power which the latter lack, and which inevitably subordinates the poor to the rich in everyday life, including the practical way in which political rights are applied. 95. For repression and dictatorship, the class nature of the state based on bourgeois parliamentary democracy appears most clearly if one looks at its repressive role. We all know of innumerable social conflicts where the police and military have intervened to break strike pickets, to disperse workers' demonstrations, to evacuate factories occupied by the workers, and to fire on strikers. We don't know of any cases in which the bourgeois police or army have intervened to arrest employers who were making workers redundant, have helped workers to occupy factories closed by capital, or have fired on the bourgeoisie which organizes both the high cost of living and tax evasion schemes. The apologists of bourgeois democracy would reply that the workers broke the law in all the cases cited, and that they endangered the public order which the repressive forces have to defend. We reply that this confirms that the law is not neutral but is bourgeois law which protects capitalist property, that the forces of repression are at the service of this property, that they behave very differently according to whether it is the workers or the capitalists who commit formal breaches of the law, and that nothing confirms better the fundamentally bourgeois character of the state. In normal times the repressive apparatus only plays a secondary role in maintaining the capitalist system, since it is de facto respected in everyday life by the great majority of the working class. It is different in periods of crisis, in which the capitalist system is profoundly disturbed, in which the working masses express their desire to overthrow the system, or in which the latter itself no longer manages to function normally. Then repression comes to the forefront of the political scene. Then the fundamental nature of the bourgeois state quickly reveals itself in its naked form, a body of armed men in the service of capital. Thus a more general rule in the history of class societies is confirmed. The more stable the society is, the more it can afford the luxury of granting various formal freedoms to the oppressed. The more shaken and unstable by profound crises it is, the more it has to 96. Exercise political power through open violence rather than by means of eloquent speeches. Thus, throughout the history of the 19th and 20th centuries, there are many experiences of the suppression of all the democratic rights of the workers by bourgeois dictatorships, military, Bonapartist, and fascist ones. The fascist dictatorship is the most brutal and barbarous form of such dictatorships in the service of big capital. Fascism not only suppresses the freedom of the revolutionary and radical organizations of the working class, it also seeks to crush all forms of collective organization and resistance of the workers, including the trade unions and the most elementary forms of strikes. Furthermore, in this attempt to atomize the working class, it cannot simply rely on the traditional repressive apparatus if it is to be at all effective. It must be able to call on private armies emerging from another mass movement, that of the impoverished petty bourgeoisie, desperate because of the crisis and inflation, and yet alienated from the workers' movement by the latter's failure to launch a bold anti-capitalist political offensive and to present a short-term credible alternative to the capitalist crisis. The working class and its revolutionary vanguard cannot be neutral to the rise of fascism. They must defend their democratic freedoms tooth and nail. To this end they should counterpose to the rise of fascism a united front of all workers' organizations, including the most reformist and most moderate ones, in order to crush this evil growth in the bud. They must create their own units of self-defense against the capitalists' armed groups, and not depend on the protection of the bourgeois state. Workers' militia supported by the mass of workers and uniting all the workers' organizations, preventing every fascist attempt to terrorize any section of the masses, to break a single strike, or to smash any meeting of a workers' organization, that is the way to bar the road to the fascist barbarism which otherwise would lead to concentration camps, massacres, and torture, to Buchenwald, Auschwitz, and the Santiago de Chile Stadium. Every success in this fight also allows the working 97 masses to pass on to the counter-offensive and, in opposing the fascist menace, to fight the capitalist system which gave birth to and suckled it. 5. Proletarian democracy. Marxists fight to substitute a workers' state, the dictatorship of the proletariat and proletarian democracy, for the bourgeois state, which always remains, even in its most democratic form, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. And this workers' state is characterized by an extension and not a restriction of effective democratic freedoms for the mass of working people. It is absolutely necessary to emphasize this basic principle, especially after the disastrous experience of Stalinism, which undermined the credibility of the democratic speeches of the official communist parties. The workers' state will be more democratic than the state founded on parliamentary democracy in that it will extend direct democracy. It will be a state which will begin to wither away from its birth, leaving entire areas of social activity to the self-management and the self-administration of the citizens concerned. It will gather together the mass of working people in workers' councils which exercise power directly, abolishing the fictitious borderline between executive and legislative powers. It will eliminate careerism in public life by limiting the earnings of all officials, including the most highly placed, to the salary of the average skilled worker. It will cut across the formation of a new caste of administrators by introducing compulsory rotation as a principle in all delegation of powers. The workers' state will be more democratic than the state based on parliamentary democracy inasmuch as it will create the material basis for the exercise of democratic freedoms by all. The printing presses, radio and television stations, and assembly halls will all become collective property, and will be put at the disposal of any group of workers which wants to use them. The right to establish various political organizations and parties, including opposition ones, to create an opposition press, and the right of political minorities to express their views in the papers, on the radio and television. 98. These rights will be jealously defended by the workers' councils. The general arming of the working masses, the suppression of the regular army and the repressive apparatus, the election of judges, the hearing of all cases in public, these will be the best guarantee that no minority can assume the right to exclude any group of working people from the exercise of democratic freedoms. Chapter 11. The First Inter-Imperialist War and the Russian Revolution. The outbreak of the First World War was the clearest sign that capitalism had entered into its period of decline. Everything that it had been able to contribute to the progress of humanity is henceforth threatened. Immense material resources are periodically destroyed. The First World War, the economic crisis of 1929-32, the Second World War, colonial wars of reconquest, numerous recessions, the destruction of the ecological balance. The survival of capitalism is assured at the cost of millions of human lives. Bloody dictatorships, military and fascist, and the more widespread use of torture sweep away the gains of the great bourgeois democratic revolutions. Humanity is faced with this dilemma: socialism or barbarism. 1. The international labor movement and the imperialist war. During the decade prior to 1914, the Socialist International and the entire international labor movement had begun to educate and mobilize the working masses against the growing threat of war. Increasing armament, the growth of local conflicts, the heightening of inter-imperialist contradictions all clearly announced the imminent conflagration. The International reminded the workers of all countries that they had common interests and should stay out of the sordid quarrels among the ruling classes, quarrels about the distribution of the profits snatched from the proletarians and colonist peoples of the world. But when the war broke out in 1914, most of the social democratic leaderships capitulated before the wave of chauvinism unleashed by the bourgeoisie. Each identified 100 with its own imperialist camp against the enemies of its own bourgeoisie. Everyone had an excuse. For the German and Austrian social democratic leaders, it was a matter of protecting their people against the barbarism of Tsarist absolutism. For the French, Belgian, and British social democratic leaders, the struggle against Prussian militarism came before anything else. In both camps, the chauvinistic espousal of the national defense of the imperialist fatherland implied the end of anti-militarist and revolutionary socialist propaganda, as well as the end of all defense of even the immediate class interests of the workers. The sacred union of the workers and capitalists in the face of the foreign enemy was proclaimed. But, like the war, this sacred union in no way altered the capitalist exploitative nature of the economy and society. Social patriotism implied the de facto acceptance of a worsening of the living and working conditions of the workers, and a scandalous growth in the wealth of the trusts and other profiteers of capitalist wars. 2. The imperialist war leads to the revolutionary crisis, but the contradictions of social patriotism soon erupted. The most artful reformist leaders explained that the masses themselves were in favor of the war, and that a mass workers' party cannot oppose the predominant feelings of the people. But soon the predominant feelings within the masses turned into dissatisfaction, opposition to the war, and revolt. This time, however, the German social patriot leaders Scheidemann and Niski and the French social patriot leaders Renaudel and Jules Guesde did nothing to adapt to the predominant feelings within the working class. On the contrary, they maneuvered in every way to avoid the outbreak of strikes and mass demonstrations, entering into coalition governments with the bourgeoisie, helping it to suppress anti-militarist, strike and revolutionary propaganda, and sabotaging the development of the workers' struggles. When revolutions finally broke out, the social democratic leaders, who had given their approval to the massacre of millions of soldiers for the cause of capitalist profit, quickly rediscovered their pacifism and begged the World War and the Russian Revolution 101 workers not to have recourse to violence, not to provoke the spilling of blood. At the beginning of the war, while the masses were disoriented by bourgeois propaganda and the betrayals of their own leaders, only a handful of revolutionary socialists remained faithful to proletarian internationalism, refusing to take up a common cause with their own bourgeoisie: Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg in Germany, Minot and Rosmer in France, Lenin, a section of the Bolsheviks, Trotsky, Martov in Russia, the SDP in the Netherlands, John Maclean in Great Britain, Eugene Debs in the USA, while in Italy, Serbia, and Bulgaria, a majority inside the Social Democratic parties held internationalist positions. The Socialist International fell to bits. The internationalists regrouped, first at the Zimmerwald Conference and then at Kienthal. They were, however, divided into two currents: the centrists, who wanted to establish a reunited international with the social patriots, and the revolutionaries, who looked towards the foundation of a third international. Lenin, who was the key figure in the Zimmerwald left, based his analyses on the certainty that the war was going to worsen all the contradictions of the imperialist system and lead to a large-scale revolutionary crisis. In this perspective, the internationalists could look forward to a spectacular reversal of the balance of forces between the extreme left and the right of the workers' movement. These predictions were to be confirmed from 1917 onwards. The Russian Revolution broke out in March 1917. In November 1918, revolution broke out in Germany and Austro-Hungary. In 1919-20 a revolutionary upsurge of huge proportions shook Italy, especially in the industrial north. The split between social patriots and internationalists widened into a split between social democrats, refusing to break with the bourgeois state and capitalism, and communists, striving for the victory of the proletarian revolution and the establishment of republics of workers' councils. The former adopted a clearly counter-revolutionary position once the masses threatened bourgeois order. 102. 3. The February 1917 revolution in Russia. In February 1917 the Tsarist autocracy fell under the combined impact of hunger riots and the decomposition of the army. The failure of the Russian Revolution of 1905 had resulted from the inability of the workers' movement to link up with the peasant movement. Their coming together in 1917 was to be fatal for Tsarism. The working class had played the major role in the revolutionary events of February 1917. But, lacking a revolutionary leadership, it was robbed of victory. The executive power taken from Tsarism was placed in the hands of a provisional government, a coalition of bourgeois parties like the Cadets and moderate groups from the labor movement. The mass movement was, however, so strong that it had its own organizational structure, that of councils of workers, soldiers, and peasants delegates, backed up by the armed Red Guards. Thus, from February 1917, Russia experienced a de facto dual power regime. The provisional government, resting on a bourgeois state apparatus in slow decomposition, was confronted by a network of Soviets progressively constructing a workers' state power. Leon Trotsky's prediction at the end of the Russian Revolution of 1905 that Russia's future revolution would see the blossoming of thousands of Soviets was thus confirmed strikingly by events. The Russian and international Marxists had no alternative but to re-examine their analysis of the social nature of the Russian Revolution in progress. These Marxists had traditionally considered that the Russian Revolution was going to be a bourgeois revolution. Russia being a backward country, the fundamental tasks of this revolution appeared to be similar to the great bourgeois revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries, the overthrow of absolutism, the winning of democratic liberties and a constitution, the liberation of the peasants from semi-feudal chains, the liberation of oppressed nationalities, the creation of a unified national market to assure the rented World War and the Russian Revolution. 103 Growth of industrial capitalism, indispensable in preparing for the victory of a future socialist revolution. From this resulted a strategy based on an alliance between the liberal bourgeoisie and the workers' movement, the latter having to content itself with the struggle for immediate class objectives, while pressing the bourgeoisie to fulfill more radically the tasks of its revolution. Lenin had already rejected this strategy in 1905. He recalled the analysis that Marx had made of the attitude of the bourgeoisie since the revolutions of 1848. Once the proletariat appeared on the political scene, the bourgeoisie went over into the counter-revolutionary camp for fear of the workers' power. He did not modify the analysis of the historical tasks of the Russian Revolution which had been traditionally formulated by the Russian Marxists. But from the clearly counter-revolutionary character of the bourgeoisie he concluded the impossibility of fulfilling these tasks through an alliance between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. For this he substituted the idea of an alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry. For the theory of permanent revolution, but Lenin conceived of the democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants as being based upon a capitalist economy and in the context of a state which would still be bourgeois. As early as 1905-6, Trotsky pointed to the weakness of this conception, the chronic inability of the peasantry to constitute an independent political force. Throughout modern history the peasantry has, in the last analysis, always followed a bourgeois leadership or a proletarian one. With the bourgeoisie fatally sliding over into the counter-revolutionary camp, the fate of the revolution depends on the ability of the proletariat to conquer political hegemony over the peasant movement and establish an alliance between the workers and peasants under its own leadership. In other words, the Russian Revolution could only triumph and fulfill its revolutionary tasks if the proletariat conquered political power and established a workers' state. 104. Backed up by an alliance with the poor peasants. The theory of permanent revolution therefore proclaims that in the imperialist epoch, because innumerable links tie the so-called national or liberal bourgeoisie in underdeveloped countries both to foreign imperialism and to the old ruling classes, the historical tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution can only be realized through the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, backed up by the poor peasants. Trotsky's prediction in 1906 was entirely confirmed by the course of the Russian Revolution of 1917. It has also been confirmed by the course of all the revolutions which have broken out since then in underdeveloped countries. 5. The October Revolution, 1917. Coming back to Russia from abroad, Lenin immediately saw these immense revolutionary possibilities. With the April Theses he altered the direction of the Bolshevik Party along the lines of the theory of permanent revolution. They were to fight for the conquest of power by the Soviets, for the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Although at first challenged by the old Bolshevik leaders, who held to the formulas of 1905 and wished to reunite with the Mensheviks and give critical support to the provisional government, this position was rapidly accepted by the party as a whole, mainly under the pressure of vanguard Bolshevik workers who had instinctively adopted it even before it was consciously formulated by Lenin. Trotsky's followers fused with the Bolsheviks, who set about winning a majority among the workers. After various skirmishes, this majority was won by the Bolsheviks in the Soviets of the large towns as from September 1917. Henceforth the struggle for the seizure of power was on the agenda. This came about in October under the leadership of the Petrograd Military World War and the Russian Revolution 105 Revolutionary Committee, headed by Trotsky and attached to the Petrograd Soviet. This Soviet succeeded in securing in advance the loyalty of almost all the regiments stationed in the old Tsarist capital. These refused to obey the general staff of the bourgeois army. Thus the insurrection, which coincided with the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, took place with little spilling of blood. The old state apparatus and the provisional government collapsed. The Second Congress of Soviets voted by a large majority for the coming to power of the Workers' and Peasants' Soviets. Over the vast territory of a great country, a state on the model of the Paris Commune had been set up for the first time, a workers' state. 6. The destruction of capitalism in Russia. In his theory of permanent revolution, Trotsky had predicted that the proletariat could not content itself after the seizure of power with the fulfillment of the historical tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution, but would have to seize the factories, eliminate capitalist exploitation, and begin the construction of a socialist society. That is exactly what happened in Russia after October 1917. The revolution would grow over from the fulfillment of bourgeois democratic tasks into the realization of proletarian socialist tasks without interruption or stages. Hence the formula, permanent revolution, from the moment the proletariat seizes power. The program of the government which came to power at the end of the Second Congress of Soviets was, in the immediate term, limited to the establishment of workers' control over production. The immediate tasks of the October Revolution were considered above all to be the re-establishment of peace, the distribution of the land to the peasants, the solution of the national question, and the creation of real Soviet power over the whole territory of Russia. But the bourgeoisie inevitably applied itself to sabotaging the application of the new policies. The workers, now aware of their strength, tolerated neither the exploitation nor the sabotage of the capitalists. There was thus a very rapid passage from the establishment of workers' control to the 106. Nationalization of the banks, the big factories and the transport system. Soon all the means of production except those of the peasants and small artisans were in the hands of the people. it was inevitable that the organization of an economy based on the collective ownership of the means of production would come up against numerous difficulties in an extremely backward country, where capitalism had far from completed the task of creating the material foundations of socialism. The Bolsheviks were perfectly well aware of this difficulty. But they were convinced that they would not remain isolated for long. The proletarian revolution would surely break out in many industrially advanced countries, especially in Germany. The fusion of the Russian Revolution, the German Revolution and the Italian Revolution could create an unshakable material basis for the creation of a classless society. History showed that these hopes were not without foundation. The revolution did break out in Germany. Italy did come near to the same situation in 1919-20. The Russian Revolution did play a key role as a detonator and model for the world socialist revolution. Those among the Russian and European Social Democrats who later declared that the dreams of Lenin and Trotsky about world revolution had no basis in reality, that the Russian Revolution was condemned to isolation, that it was utopian to start a socialist revolution in a backward country, forgot that the defeat of the revolutionary upsurge of 1919-20 in Central Europe was hardly due to the absence of struggles or revolutionary vigor in the masses, but arose mainly from the deliberately counter-revolutionary role played by international social democracy. In this sense, Lenin and Trotsky and their comrades, in leading the first proletarian conquest of political power in any country, did the only thing that revolutionary Marxists can to change the balance of forces in favor of their class, to exploit to the full the most favorable chances that exist in a country for overthrowing the power of capital. This in itself is not sufficient to decide the result of the international struggle between capital and labor. But it constitutes World War and the Russian Revolution 107 the most effective means of influencing the result of this struggle in favor of the proletariat. Chapter 12. Stalinism. 1. The defeat of the revolutionary upsurge in Europe, 1918 to 1923. The international revolution expected by the Russian proletariat and the Bolshevik leaders eventually broke out in 1918. Workers' and soldiers' councils were set up in Germany and Austria. In Hungary, a Soviet republic was proclaimed in March 1919, in Bavaria, in April 1919. The workers of North Italy, at boiling point since 1919, occupied all the factories in April 1920. Strong revolutionary currents appeared in other countries such as Finland, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Bulgaria. In the Netherlands a general strike was on the agenda. In Great Britain the workers established the Triple Alliance of the three biggest unions in the country, which shook the government. But this revolutionary wave ended in defeat. The principal reasons for this defeat were the following. Soviet Russia was torn by civil war. The former landowners and Tsarist officers tried to overthrow the first Workers' and Peasants' Republic by force. Because of this, the Soviet power could give only a reduced amount of material and military aid to the European revolutions which also faced the imperialist armies. International social democracy placed itself in the counter-revolutionary camp without hesitation, attempting by all the promises and lies imaginable to turn the workers away from the struggle for power. It showed no hesitation at all in organizing counter-revolutionary violence, in particular through the Free Corps called in Bienesky to oppose the German Revolution. These Free Corps were the Stalinism 109 nucleus of the future Nazi bands. The young communist parties, which had founded the Third International, lacked experience and maturity, and made many leftist and rightist errors. The bourgeoisie, frightened by the specter of revolution, granted important economic concessions to the workers as well as universal suffrage in a number of countries. These had the effect of halting the revolutionary upsurge in some of these countries. The first setbacks for the revolution culminated in the bloody defeats in Hungary, where the Soviet Republic was crushed, and in Italy, where fascism came to power in 1922. Nevertheless, in Germany the Communist Party grew progressively, gained a broader and broader mass base, and in 1922-23 set out to win over the big trade unions and the factory councils. The year 1923 saw an exceptional revolutionary crisis in Germany, occupation of the Ruhr by the French army, galloping inflation, a victorious general strike which overthrew the Kuno government, communist majorities won in large trade unions, the constitution of left socialist/communist coalition governments in Saxony and Thuringia. But the Communist Party, badly advised by the Communist International, failed when it came to the systematic organization of the armed insurrection at the most favorable moment. Big Capital re-established the former situation, stabilized the mark, and brought a bourgeois coalition back into power. The post-war revolutionary crisis was over. To the rise of the Soviet bureaucracy, Soviet Russia had victoriously concluded the Civil War in 1920-21. But it came out of it exhausted. Agricultural and industrial production had fallen catastrophically. Famine crippled large areas of the country. To remedy the situation, while waiting for a resurgence in the international revolution, Lenin and Trotsky decided upon an economic retreat. Nationalist ownership of big industry, the banks, and the transport system was maintained. But a free market was re-established for the agricultural surpluses remaining after a 110 part had been given to the state in the form of taxation. Private trade, crafts, and small-scale industry were re-established. The Bolsheviks saw this as a temporary retreat, and calculated the risks mainly on the economic level. The petty bourgeoisie would be able to acquire wealth and constantly reproduce private capitalist accumulation. But the social and political consequences of the isolation of the proletarian revolution in a backward country were more serious than these economic dangers. They can be summed up like this: the Russian proletariat progressively lost the direct exercise of political and economic power. A new privileged layer began to emerge which acquired a real monopoly of the exercise of power in all areas of society. This process was not the result of a premeditated plot. It resulted from the interaction of a large number of factors. The proletariat was numerically weakened by the fall in industrial production and the exodus into the countryside. It was partially depoliticized under the weight of famine and hardship. Its most conscious elements were absorbed into the Soviet apparatus. Many of its best elements were killed in the Civil War. This whole troubled period was not favorable to the formation of technically and culturally qualified cadres inside the working class. Hence the petty bourgeois and bourgeois intelligentsia retained their monopoly of knowledge. A period of great poverty favors the acquisition and defense of material privileges. Neither should we imagine that this process passed unnoticed by the Russian revolutionary Marxists. From 1920 the workers' opposition within the Soviet Communist Party sounded the alarm, although the solutions it proposed were largely inadequate. From 1921 Lenin was obsessed by the bureaucratic danger, calling the Russian state a bureaucratically deformed workers' state and powerlessly recording the hold of the growing bureaucracy on the apparatus of the party itself. In 1923 the Trotskyist left opposition was established, making the struggle against the bureaucracy one of the key points of its program. It would, however, be incorrect to believe that the rise of the Soviet bureaucracy was inevitable. Although it had profound Stalinism 111 roots in the social and economic reality of Russia at the beginning of the 1920s, this does not mean that there was no real chance of opposing it successfully. The program of the Trotskyist left opposition was aimed entirely at creating the favorable conditions needed to put the situation to rights, by accelerating the industrialization of Russia, thus increasing the specific weight of the proletariat in society, by increasing wages and fighting unemployment, with a view to increasing the confidence of the working masses in themselves, by immediately increasing democracy in the Soviets and in the party, with a view to raising the level of political activity and class consciousness of the proletariat, by accentuating the class differences within the peasantry, providing credit and agricultural machinery to help the poor peasants, while burdening the rich peasants with increased taxes, by continuing to look towards the world revolution, and by rectifying the tactical and strategic errors of the Comintern. If the Bolshevik leaders and cadres as a whole had understood the necessity and possibility of achieving such a program, the revitalization of the Soviets and the exercise of power by the proletariat would have been possible from the mid-1920s. But the majority of the cadres of the party were themselves caught up in the process of bureaucratization. The majority of the leaders understood too late the mortal threat contained in the rise of the bureaucracy. The failure of the subjective factor, together with the necessary objective conditions, explains the victory of the Stalinist bureaucracy in the USSR. 3. The nature of the bureaucracy. The nature of the USSR. The bureaucracy is not a new ruling class. It plays no indispensable role in the process of production. It is a privileged layer which has usurped the exercise of administrative functions in the Soviet state and economy, and which uses this monopoly of power to grant itself big advantages as consumers. It does not own the means of production. There is no way in which it can guarantee the maintenance of advantages, nor transmit them to its children. All this is linked to the exercise of specific functions. It is a privileged social layer of the proletariat, whose power rests on the conquests of the October Socialist Revolution, nationalization of the means of production, a planned economy, state monopoly of foreign trade. It is conservative in the same way as is every workers' bureaucracy. It puts the preservation of what has been gained above the extension of the revolutionary conquests. It is afraid of international revolution, which threatens to revive the political activity of the Soviet proletariat and thus undermine its own power. It wants to maintain the international status quo. But as a social layer it remains opposed to the re-establishment of capitalism in the USSR, which would destroy the very foundations of its privileges. The USSR is not a socialist society, that is, a classless society. It remains just as it was immediately after the October 1917 revolution, a society in transition between capitalism and socialism. Capitalism could be restored there, but only through a social counter-revolution. The direct power of the workers could be restored, but only through a political revolution which would break the bureaucrats' monopoly over the exercise of power. The Soviet economy cannot be given the tag of capitalist because it is a system of domination of the producer by the bureaucrats. Capitalism is a specific system of class domination, characterized by the private ownership of the means of production, competition, generalist commodity production, the transformation of labor power into a commodity, the necessity to sell all produced commodities before the surplus value contained in them can be realized, the inevitability of periodic crises of generalist overproduction. None of these fundamental characteristics can be found in the Soviet economy. Stalinism I-13. But if the Soviet economy is not capitalist, neither is it socialist in the traditional sense of the term employed by Marx, Engels, and Lenin himself. A socialist economy is defined as the regime of associated producers, who themselves regulate their productive and social life by establishing a hierarchy of needs to be satisfied depending on the resources at their disposal and the amount of work they are prepared to dedicate to the productive effort. The Soviet Union is a long way from such a situation. A socialist economy is defined by the disappearance of commodity production. In contradiction to the current official doctrine of the USSR, Marx and Engels clearly state that this withering away is in no way part of the second phase of classless society, commonly known as the communist phase, but is a characteristic of the first phase, commonly known as socialist. In developing the anti-Marxist theory of the supposed possibility of completing the construction of socialism in one country, Stalin expressed in a pragmatic manner the petty bourgeois conservatism of the Soviet bureaucracy, a mixture of old officials of the bourgeois state, jumped-up elements of the Soviet state apparatus, demoralist and cynical communists, young technicians eager to make a career without regard to the class interests of the proletariat as a whole. In opposing to this theory the basic thesis of Marxism, Trotsky and the left opposition hardly defended a defeatist, wait-and-see position regarding the fate of the Russian Revolution. Long before Stalin they tried to encourage the more rapid industrialization of the country. They were, and remain, supporters of the defense of the USSR against imperialism, of the defense of what remains of the conquests of the October Revolution against any attempt to restore capitalism in the USSR. But they understood that the fate of the USSR would finally be settled by the result of 114. The class struggle at an international level. Today, as previously, this conclusion remains correct. For what is Stalinism? When he pronounced his famous indictment of the crimes of Stalin at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev explained these crimes by the personality cult which had reigned during Stalin's dictatorship. This subjective, even psychological, explanation of a political regime which completely changed the lives of tens of millions of human beings is incompatible with Marxism. The phenomenon of Stalinism cannot be reduced to the psychological or political peculiarities of one man. We are dealing with a social phenomenon whose social roots must be laid bare. In the USSR, Stalinism is the expression of the bureaucratic degeneration of the first workers' state, where a privileged social layer usurped the exercise of political and economic power. The brutal forms as well as more subtle forms of this bureaucratic power can vary. But after Stalin, as under him, the fundamental characteristics of the bureaucratic degeneration still remain. Power is not exercised by the Soviets, freely elected by all the workers. The factories are not managed by the workers. Neither the working class nor the members of the Communist Party enjoy the democratic freedoms necessary to be able to decide freely on the major questions of economic and cultural, domestic and international policy. In the capitalist world, Stalinism signifies the subordination, by the parties which follow the Kremlin, of the interests of the socialist revolution in their own countries to the interests of Soviet diplomacy. Instead of serving as an instrument for the analysis of the evolution of the contradictions of capitalism, the relation of forces between the classes, the objective reality of the transition period between capitalism and socialism, so as to aid the struggle for the emancipation of the proletariat, Marxist theory is debased to the level of an instrument to justify each tactical turn of the Stalinism. 115 Kremlin and the Stalinist parties. Stalinism tries to justify these maneuvers as necessary for the defense of the USSR, the chief bastion of the world revolution before the Second World War, and the center of the world socialist camp since then. The workers must essentially defend the USSR against imperialism's attempts to re-establish the rule of capital there. But the Stalinist tactical maneuvers which have contributed to the defeat of so many revolutions in the world, which eased the coming to power of Hitler in Germany in 1933, which condemned the Spanish Revolution of 1936 to defeat, which obliged the French and Italian communist masses to reconstruct the bourgeois state and the capitalist economy in 1944-46, which led to the bloody crushing of the revolutionary movement in Iraq, Indonesia, Brazil, Chile, and many other countries since then. These maneuvers hardly correspond to the interests of the Soviet Union as a state. They correspond to the narrow interests of the defense of the privileges of the Soviet bureaucracy, contrary, in all these cases, to the true interests of the USSR. 5. The crisis of Stalinism. The decline of the international revolution after 1923 and the backward state of the Soviet economy, those were the two main pillars of bureaucratic power in the USSR. But both have been gradually undermined since the end of the 1940s. 20 years of defeats for the revolution have been followed by a new rise in the world revolution, at first confined to equally underdeveloped countries, extending into the West since May 1968. After years of effort aimed at socialist accumulation, the USSR has ceased to be an underdeveloped country. Today it is the second industrial power in the world, with a technical and cultural level as high as that of many advanced capitalist countries. The Soviet proletariat, along with that of the USA, is numerically the strongest in the world. In these conditions, the basis for the passivity of the masses in countries dominated by the Soviet bureaucracy has begun to disappear. The beginnings of oppositional activities have been accompanied by splits within the bureaucracy itself. 116. Which has been undergoing a process of growing differentiation since the Stalin-Tito rupture in 1948. The interaction between these two factors favors a sudden eruption of political action by the masses, who have taken up the tasks of the political revolution, as in October-November 1956 in Hungary, or during the Prague Spring of 1968 in Czechoslovakia. Until now these mass movements have been suppressed by the military intervention of the Soviet bureaucracy. But as the same process ripens in the USSR, no exterior force will be able to halt the tide of political revolution in Eastern Europe and the USSR. Soviet democracy will be re-established. All danger of the restoration of capitalism will disappear forever. Political power will be exercised by the workers and poor peasants. The struggle for the socialist revolution in the rest of the world will be greatly advanced. 6. Economic reforms after Stalin's death, and above all during the 60s and 70s, a vast movement of reform in methods of planning and management has taken place in the USSR and people's democracies. The most urgent reforms took place in agriculture, where the production of foodstuffs per head of the population was lower at the time of Stalin's death than it had been in 1928, and was even lower than during the Tsarist epoch in the case of livestock. Successive measures aimed to promote an increase of income for the peasants, the rationalization of the use of agricultural machines, the establishment of enormous state farms on the virgin lands of Kazakhstan, and the massive growth of investment in agriculture. The reforms in industry were both slower and more hesitant. The objective necessity for these reforms flows from the crisis of growth of the Soviet economy, from a fall in the annual growth rate of industrial production. It corresponds to the exhaustion of the reserves in productive resources which had allowed extensive industrialization to function more or less adequately, that is, with no efforts being made to economize to the maximum on labor, raw materials, and land. The exhaustion of reserves brings with it the obligation to calculate more exactly, to make more rational choices between various investment projects. The growth in the economy itself, the multiplication of enterprises and their resources, risked increasing wastage endlessly unless more rational methods of planning and management were introduced. The pressure of the working masses, weary of decades of sacrifice and tension, and wishing to improve and diversify their level of consumption, as well as the need to bring the decisions, at the level of light industry, into line with the consumer's desires, both pointed in the same direction. Yet another element encouraged the drive for reform, a growing technological backwardness in relation to the third technological revolution of the capitalist economy, a backwardness flowing from the system of material incentives for the bureaucracy, which discourages technological experimentation and innovation. The form of these incentives was henceforth modified. By linking the manager's bonuses to the profits, which are said to synthesize the global performance of the enterprise, rather than to gross production expressed in physical terms, the bureaucratic leaders hope to discourage wastage of raw materials and labor and to encourage a more rational use of machinery. The results were modest but positive in light industry. But they hardly made any difference to the hybrid nature of the system, since the selling prices continued to be fixed by the authorities of the central plan. The scope of all these reforms is limited because they do not resolve the fundamental problem. No economic mechanism outside of democratic and public control by the mass of producers and consumers can achieve a maximum return for a minimum effort. Each reform tends to substitute a new form of bureaucratic abuse and wastage for the old form. No global rationalization of planning is possible under the rule of the bureaucracy and its material privileges, which are seen as the principal motor for the realization of the plan. The reforms have not restored capitalism, nor have they reintroduced profit as a guide for investment decisions. But 118. They have increased the internal contradictions of the system. On the one hand, they have accentuated the thrust of one faction of the bureaucracy in favor of a greater autonomy for the factory managers, threatening key gains of the working class such as the guaranteed right to work, and on the other hand they have increased the resistance of the workers to the tendencies to chip away at their gains and the planned economy. 7. Maoism. The victory of the Third Chinese Revolution in 1949 was the most important gain for the world revolution since the victory of the October Socialist Revolution. It broke the capitalist encirclement of the USSR, greatly stimulated the process of permanent revolution in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and tangibly altered the balance of forces on a world scale to the disadvantage of imperialism. This could come about because, in practice, the Maoist leadership of the Chinese CP had broken with the Stalinist line of the bloc of four classes and revolution by stages, had led a vast peasant uprising, and had destroyed the bourgeois army and the bourgeois state, in spite of its proclamations in favor of a coalition with Chiang Kai-shek. However, this victorious revolution was bureaucratically deformed from the outset. The independent action of the proletariat was strictly limited, if not prevented, by the Maoist leadership. The workers' state which was established was in no way based on democratically elected workers' and peasants' soviets. Forms of managerial and bureaucratic privileges, imitations of those in force in Stalinist Russia, were widespread. This provoked a growing discontent among the masses, and especially among the workers and youth, which Mao tried to channel by launching the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in 1964-5. This combined genuine forms of anti-bureaucratic consciousness and mobilization in the urban masses with an attempt by Mao to purge the CP apparatus and eject his opponents from the bureaucracy. When the mass mobilizations and the increasingly critical ideological evolution of the Red Guards almost escaped from their control, the Maoist faction put an end to the Cultural Revolution. It re-established the unity of the bureaucracy to a large extent, bringing back into leadership positions most of the bureaucrats thrown out at the height of the revolution. The Sino-Soviet conflict was provoked by the attempt of the Soviet bureaucracy to impose a monolithic control over the leadership of the Chinese CP and its move to withdraw economic and military aid to the People's Republic of China as a reprisal for Mao's refusal to give way to these ukases. This conflict steadily moved from being an interbureaucratic, organizational, and ideological battle within the international Stalinist movement into one at state level. The narrow nationalism of the bureaucracy, Soviet as well as Chinese, dealt a severe blow to the interests of the world workers and anti-imperialist movement as imperialism was able to gain new room for maneuver by exploiting the Sino-Soviet conflict. On the ideological level, Maoism represents a current which is part of the workers' movement, with aspects which are a variety of the Stalinist deformation of Marxism-Leninism. While Stalinism is at the same time the product and expression of a political counter-revolution within a victorious proletarian revolution, Maoism is the expression both of the victory of a socialist revolution and of the bureaucratically deformed nature of this revolution from its very beginning. It therefore combines characteristics of a more flexible and eclectic approach to the relations between the apparatus and the masses with the characteristic trait of smothering any independent action or organization on the part of the masses, especially on the part of the urban proletarian masses. In particular, it is characterized by an incomprehension of the social nature of the workers' bureaucracy, and of the origins of the possible bureaucratic degeneration of socialist revolutions and workers' states, since it is itself the ideological expression of one fraction of the bureaucracy. In identifying in an irresponsible and non-scientific manner bureaucracy with the state bourgeoisie in the USSR, and in defining the USSR as social imperialist, it justifies in advance all the turns in Chinese foreign policy and those of 120. The Maoist groups. It even goes so far as to put American imperialism, the USSR, bourgeois parties, and communist parties on the same footing, not to mention its designation of the USSR and the CPS as the principal enemy of the people, and its offers of an alliance with imperialist powers and bourgeois parties against the Soviet Union and the CPS. These tactics are based on the theory according to which most of the capitalist countries are not faced today with the task of socialist revolution but with that of struggling for national independence from the two superpowers. The arbitrary character of all these theories, which are in fact just belated justifications for Peking's diplomatic maneuvers, has its roots in a voluntarist and idealist deformation of Marxism. Under the pretext of fighting economism as the most dangerous revision of Marxism, the orthodox Maoists cease to consider social classes as objective realities determined by the production relations in a given society. Social classes are identified with ideological options. The proletariat is no longer the total mass of wage earners, but those who follow Mao Zedong thought. In this way, petty bourgeois or bourgeois ideological currents within the working class are identified with the bourgeoisie or its representatives, and the ideological struggle within the workers' movement is identified with the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. From this flows the rejection of workers' democracy, the justification for using violence and repression within the workers' movement, the rejection of the whole Marxist-Leninist tradition of struggling for a united front of all workers' organizations against the common class enemy. The dictatorship of the proletariat is identified with Mao Zedong thought and exercised by the Mao Zedong party. Thus we come full circle. After declaring war on the power of the bureaucracy in the USSR, the Maoists end up defending a regime of bureaucratic command which is very similar to that existing in the USSR, even if it is topped off with a bit of fancy icing in the form of participation of the masses in decision-making. Maoism does not accept the Leninist theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, based on the exercise of power by freely and democratically elected workers' and peasants' councils, any more than Stalin, Khrushchev, or Brezhnev. Chapter 13. From the current mass struggles to the world socialist revolution. Since the First World War, the necessary material conditions have existed for the building of a socialist society. Big factories have become the basis of production. The world division of labor has reached a high level. The interdependence of all people, the objective socialization of production, has been largely achieved. Hence it becomes objectively possible to replace the system of private property, of competition and market economy, by a system based on the association of all producers and the planning of production in order consciously to satisfy determined needs. 1. The conditions for the victory of the socialist revolution, but the existence of the material conditions necessary to bring about that revolution is in and by itself not sufficient for its victory. Contrary to all the social revolutions in the past, the socialist revolution demands a conscious and deliberate effort on the part of the revolutionary class, the proletariat. While the revolutions of the past substituted one system of economic exploitation of the producers for another, and had to be content with trying to smooth the functioning of a particular economic mechanism, the socialist revolution seeks to organize the economy and society according to a preconceived plan, the conscious organization of the economy in order to satisfy all the rational needs of humanity and to assure the full development of the personality of all human beings. Such a plan will not fulfill itself automatically. It requires a clear consciousness of its aims and the means of achieving them on the part of the revolutionary class. This is especially 123 true as, in its struggle for the socialist revolution, the working class will have to confront a class enemy which is much better organized, with a world network of military, financial, political, commercial, and ideological forces at its disposal to maintain its domination. The victory of the world socialist revolution therefore requires two sorts of conditions if it is to be successful. Objective conditions, that is, independent of the level of consciousness of the proletariat and the revolutionaries. Among these we class the maturity of the social and material conditions, permanently achieved on a world scale before 1914. Political conditions also come into this classification. The inability of the bourgeois class to rule, and its growing internal divisions, the refusal of the productive classes to accept bourgeois rule and their growing rebellion against it. These objective political conditions which are necessary for the victory of a socialist revolution are met periodically in various countries when profound pre-revolutionary and revolutionary crises break out. Subjective conditions, that is, the level of class consciousness of the proletariat, and the degree of maturity, influence, and strength of its revolutionary leadership, its revolutionary party. One can conclude that victorious socialist revolutions have been objectively possible on numerous occasions in many countries since the First World War. Just to deal with the industrially advanced ones, in Germany in 1918-20 and 1923, and probably in 1930-32 as well, in Italy in 1919-20, in 1946-48, in 1969-70, in France in 1936, in 1944-47, in May 1968, in Great Britain in 1919-20, in 1926, in 1945, in Spain in 1936-37, etc. On the other hand, the subjective conditions were not ripe for the victory of the revolution. The absence of revolutionary victories in the West has therefore been, until now, essentially a function of the crisis of the subjective factor in history, of the crisis of the class consciousness and the revolutionary leadership of the proletariat. 124. To the construction of the Fourth International, it was because they started from such an analysis, based on the historic failure of reformism and Stalinism to lead the proletariat to victory, that in 1933 Trotsky and a handful of opposition communists set themselves the task of creating a new revolutionary leadership for the world proletariat. In 1938 they established the Fourth International for this purpose. The Fourth International is not yet in itself the revolutionary mass international which alone will be capable of functioning as a real general staff of the world revolution. But it transmits, sharpens up and improves the program of such a mass revolutionary international, thanks to its constant activities within the class struggle in 60 countries. It forms cadres on the basis of this program, through its many activities. It thus encourages in a deliberate manner the unification of the experiences and consciousness of revolutionaries on a world scale, teaching them to act within a single world organization instead of vainly expecting such unification to come about spontaneously through the upsurge of revolutionary forces in various countries and regions of the world, each developing in isolation from the others. The Fourth International does not just wait passively for the time to come, niggling over its program while it waits. It does not restrict itself to abstract propaganda for its program. Neither does it waste its strength in sterile activism and agitation which is limited to support for the immediate struggles of the exploited masses. The construction of new revolutionary parties and a new revolutionary international combines, the intransigent defense of the revolutionary Marxist program, which brings together the lessons of all the past experiences of the class struggle, propaganda and agitation for an action program, part of the general revolutionary Marxist program that Trotsky called a program of transitional demands, drawing on the terms used by the leaders of the Communist International during the first years of its existence, and a constant intervention in the struggles of the masses in order to bring them, through their experience, to 125. Acceptance of this action program, and to give forms of organization to these struggles which will teach them to create workers' councils during revolutionary crises. The need for a revolutionary international which is more than the sum total of national revolutionary parties is based on solid material foundations. The imperialist epoch is the epoch of world economy, world politics, and world wars. Imperialism is a cohesive international system. The productive forces have already been internationalist for a long time. Capital is increasingly organized internationally in multinational corporations. The nation-state has long been a hindrance to the furtherance of production and civilization. The great problems of humanity can only be resolved on a world scale. In these conditions, it is clearly utopian to progress towards socialism with dispersed forces, utopian to fight an enemy organized on a world scale while scorning any international coordination of our revolutionary project, utopian even to hope to defeat the multinational corporations through workers' struggles limited to one country. Moreover, revolutionary struggles have an objective and spontaneous tendency to spread internationally, not only in response to the counter-revolutionary interventions of the class enemy but above all because they are a stimulant for the workers of many countries. To put off continually the creation of a real international organization of revolutionaries is not just to lag behind the objective necessities of our epoch, but is also to lag behind the spontaneous tendencies of the most advanced sections of the masses themselves. 3 immediate demands, transitional demands in our epoch, capitalist exploitation and imperialist oppression again and again arouse the masses to major struggles. But by themselves the masses generally do not go beyond the formulation of the most immediate aims of these struggles, the defense or increase of real wages, the defense 126. Or conquest of certain fundamental democratic freedoms, the fall of particularly oppressive governments, etc. the bourgeoisie can grant concessions to the masses in struggle to prevent these struggles from developing to the point where they threaten capitalist exploitation in its entirety. It is even more willing to do this because it possesses innumerable means of neutralizing these concessions, of taking back with one hand what it has given with the other. If it accepts a rise in wages, an increase in prices can maintain profits. If working hours are reduced, the rhythm of work can be stepped up. If the workers win measures of social security, taxes can be increased so that they themselves end up paying for what the state seems to be handing out, etc. To break this vicious circle, the masses must be won to the adoption of transitional demands as the objectives of their present struggles, demands whose realization becomes more and more incompatible with the normal functioning of the capitalist economy and the bourgeois state. These demands need to be formulated in such a way that they can be understood by the masses, otherwise they will just remain demands on paper. At the same time, their nature should provoke, by their very content and the depth of the struggles unleashed, a challenge to the entire capitalist system and the birth of organs of self-organization of the masses, organs of dual power. Far from being valuable only in times of acute revolutionary crisis, transitional demands, such as the demand for workers' control, tend precisely to give birth to such a revolutionary crisis by encouraging the workers to challenge the capitalist system in action as well as in their consciousness. For the three sectors of world revolution today, because of the delay of the socialist revolution in the industrially advanced countries, the world proletariat finds itself confronted with different tasks in different parts of the world. In the colonial and semi-colonial countries, the workers and poor peasants cannot wait until the workers of the industrialist countries come to their aid. Given the enormous burden of oppression and misery that imperialism 127 has imposed on the masses in those countries, the eruption of vast mass struggles and vast revolutionary movements there is inevitable. The workers must support every anti-imperialist mass movement, whether it is directed against foreign political domination or against exploitation by foreign trusts, whether it is for the peasant revolution or the elimination of bloody native dictatorships. Having won the political leadership of these mass movements through its resolve and energy in making the progressive demands of all the exploited classes and layers of the nation its own, the proletariat fights for the conquest of power, and at the same time overthrows the property and power of the native bourgeoisie. This is the strategy of permanent revolution. In the bureaucratized workers' states, the masses rise up to obtain democratic freedoms against the bureaucracy's monopoly over the exercise of power, against the reappearance of national oppression, against corruption, waste, and the material privileges which characterize the bureaucratic management of the economy. They demand the running of the workers' state by the workers themselves, organized in their councils with a plurality of parties and full democratic rights for all, the management of the planned economy by a system of democratically centralized workers' councils. This is the strategy of the political anti-bureaucratic revolution. In the imperialist countries, the mass movements against capitalist exploitation, against the restriction or the suppression of democratic freedoms, are transformed through the transitional program and the construction of a new revolutionary leadership into struggles for the overthrow of the bourgeois state and the exploitation of capital, for the collective ownership of the means of production and socialist planning, into a victorious socialist revolution. This is the strategy of the social revolution of the proletariat. The different tasks faced by the proletariat and the revolutionaries in different parts of the world, tasks of the permanent revolution in underdeveloped countries, tasks of the anti-bureaucratic political revolution in the bureaucratized workers' states, tasks of the proletarian revolution in the 128 imperialist countries, reflect the unequal and combined development of the world revolution. This revolution does not break out simultaneously in all countries. All countries are not in an identical social, economic and political condition. The supreme task of revolutionary Marxists is the progressive unification of these three revolutionary processes into one and the same process of world socialist revolution. This unification is possible because only one social class, the proletariat, can successfully advance the distinct historic tasks of the revolution in each of the three sectors we have mentioned. This unification will take place thanks to the internationalist politics and education of the revolutionary vanguard, which will bring to the present struggles more and more experiences of the international solidarity of the workers and oppressed people of all countries, and which will fight in a systematic manner against chauvinism, racism, arid nationalist prejudices of any kind in order to infuse this internationalist consciousness into broader and broader masses. 5. Workers' democracy, the self-organization of the masses and socialist revolution. One of the main aspects of the direct action of the masses, of their strikes or mass mobilizations, is the raising of their level of consciousness through the growth of their confidence in themselves. In daily life the workers, poor peasants, small artisans, women, youth, national and racial minorities are all used to being crushed, exploited, and oppressed by a multitude of possessors and powers. They tend to feel that revolt is impossible and useless, that their enemies are too strong, that it will all end up in a return to order. But in the heat of mobilizations and great mass struggles, this fear, this feeling of inferiority and powerlessness, suddenly begins to disappear. The masses become conscious of their immense potential power as soon as they act together, collectively and in solidarity, as soon as they organize themselves and organize their struggles effectively. That is why revolutionary Marxists attach extreme 129 importance to everything which increases the self-confidence of the masses, everything which helps to break them from the obedient and servile behavior which has been impressed on them through thousands of years of domination by the possessing classes. Servile masses, arise, arise. These words from the first verse of the Internationale perfectly express the psychological revolution which is needed for the victory of the socialist revolution. Democratic assemblies of strikers electing strike committees, and every similar mechanism in other forms of mass action, play a vital role in developing the self-organization of the masses. In these assemblies the masses learn about self-government. In learning to conduct their own struggles, they learn to run the state and economy of tomorrow. The forms of organization to which they become accustomed are thus the embryonic forms of the future workers' councils, the future Soviets, the basic forms of organization of the workers' state to be. The unity of action which is needed to bring together the scattered forces of the workers, the powerful tide of unity which, in large mobilizations and mass actions, unites millions of individuals who have not been used to acting together. This unity cannot be achieved without practicing the widest possible workers' democracy. A democratically elected strike committee must by definition be the expression of all the strikers in the factory, the industry, the town, region, or country on strike. To exclude the representatives of any particular group of workers, on the pretext that their political or philosophical opinions don't meet with the approval of those who are temporarily leading the strike, is to break the unity of the strike and therefore to break the strike itself. The same principle applies to all forms of mass action and to the forms of representative organization which are thrown up in their course. The unity which is needed for victory presupposes workers' democracy, that is, the principle of not excluding any current among those in struggle. Everyone should have the right to defend their particular proposals in order to make the struggle successful. If this democracy is respected, the minorities in their turn will respect the majority decisions, because they will still have 130. An opportunity to modify these in the light of experience. Through this affirmation of workers' democracy, the democratic forms of organization of workers' struggles also proclaim a characteristic of tomorrow's workers' state, the extension and not the restriction of democratic freedoms. Chapter 14. The winning over of the masses by the revolutionaries. I political differentiation within the proletariat. We have seen how the need for a revolutionary vanguard party arises from the intermittent character of the direct action of the masses, as well as from the scientific nature of the strategy needed to overthrow the power of the bourgeoisie. We can now add a further factor to this analysis, the political differentiation within the proletariat. In every country of the world, the workers' movement appears as the sum total of different ideological currents. Existing side by side are the social democratic current, classical reformists, the official pro-Moscow CP current, of Stalinist origin and increasingly neo-reformist in its orientation, the anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist current, the Maoist current, the revolutionary Marxist current. In many countries there are also intermediary formations in between these principal ideological currents. This ideological differentiation in the workers' movement has many objective roots in the reality and history of the proletariat. The working class is not entirely homogeneous from the point of view of its social conditions of existence. Depending on whether they work in large or small-scale industries, have been urbanist for several generations or very recently, are highly skilled or merely have average skills, the workers tend to grasp certain basic ideas of scientific socialism with varying degrees of rapidity. The highly skilled groups of workers can understand the need for trade union organization much more quickly than workers who have been unemployed for half their lives. But 132. Their trade union organization also runs the risk of succumbing more quickly to the temptations of narrow corporatism, subordinating the general interests of the working class to the specific interest of a working class aristocracy which defends the specific advantages it has acquired by attempting to prevent access to the trade. It is easier for workers in large towns and industries to become conscious of the enormous potential strength of the great proletarian masses, and to grasp the possibility of a victorious proletarian struggle to seize the power and factories from the bourgeoisie, than it is for workers in small firms or those living in small towns. Added to the non-homogeneity of the working class is the diversity of its experience in struggle and its individual capacities. One group of workers may have had experience of a dozen strikes and many demonstrations. This experience will help to determine its consciousness in a different manner from that of another proletarian group which may have experienced only one strike in 10 years and has never participated en bloc in a political struggle. One worker or employee may be naturally interested in study and may read pamphlets and books as well as the newspapers. A different worker may hardly ever read. One may be combative by temperament and even be a born leader, another may be more passive and prefer to remain aloof. One may make friends easily with workmates, another may be more of a homebird and more absorbed in domestic life. All this will partially influence the behavior and the political choice of individual workers, and their level of class consciousness at a given moment. Finally, we must take into account the specific history and national traditions of the workers' movement in each country. The British working class, the first to achieve independent political class organization with the Chartist movement, has never had the experience of a mass party based on Marxist education or a Marxist program, even at an elementary level. Its mass party, the Labour Party, is based on and born out of mass trade unionism. The French working class, heavily influenced by its own specific traditions of the first half of the 19th century. 133. Was held back in coming to Marxism by the relative weakness of large industry, and by its relative dispersal in comparatively small provincial towns. It needed the growth of large factories in Paris, Lyon, Marseilles, and the northeast of France between the two world wars, and again during the 50s and 60s, before the general course of class struggle could be determined by the mass strike and before the French Communist Party could become the dominant party of the working class, giving it an outlook and a tradition which have explicit reference to Marxism. The Spanish working class and workers' movement has long been marked by a revolutionary syndicalist tradition, strongly influenced by the pronounced underdevelopment of large industry in the Iberian Peninsula, etc. The diversity of ideological currents in the workers' movement is a result of its own logic and history, that is, of debates and oppositions produced by the process of class struggle itself. The First International was split between Marxists and anarchists on the question of the need to conquer political power. The Second International was split between revolutionaries and reformists on a number of questions: participation in bourgeois governments, support for national defense in the imperialist countries, support or suppression of the revolutionary struggle of the masses at the precise moment when it was threatening the survival of the capitalist economy and the bourgeois state based on parliamentary democracy. The Third International was split between Stalinists and Trotskyists, between supporters and opponents of the theory of permanent revolution and the theory of revolution by stages, between supporters and opponents of the utopia of completing the construction of socialism in one country, and, from that, between supporters and opponents of the subordination of the interests of the international revolution to the alleged needs of this completion. But even this diversity of ideological currents also has deeper objective and material roots. 134. To the united working class front against the class enemy. The diversity of ideological currents within the workers' movement has led to a fragmentation of the political organizations of the working class. While trade union unity exists in many countries, the division into different political organizations is universal. As materialists, we must understand that this is the result of objective causes and not of chance, the crimes of the splitters or the criminal role of any individual or small group of traders. This political division is not in itself a bad thing. The working class has been able to win some of its most startling victories in conditions where many parties and tendencies coexisted, all simultaneously proclaiming adherence to the workers' movement. The Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which decided to transfer all power to the Soviets, was marked by a deeper fragmentation into different political parties and tendencies of the working class than anything we now see in the West. The division of the German working class into three large parties did not prevent the victory of the general strike of March 1920, which nipped the reactionary Kapp putsch in the bud. The diversity of political and trade union organizations of the Spanish proletariat in July 1936 did not prevent it from responding correctly to the military fascist uprising in almost all the industrial centers. But the political diversity of the workers' movement leaves intact the striking force of the working class as a whole only so long as it does not prevent the unity in action of the workers against the class enemy, the employers, the big bourgeoisie, the bourgeois government, the bourgeois state. A further precondition is the ability of the revolutionary Marxists to wage a political and ideological struggle for hegemony in the working class and for the construction of the revolutionary mass party, in other words, the existence of workers' democracy within the organized workers' movement and a correct political line put forward by the revolutionary Marxists. The unified response of the working class is essential above all against the offensives of the bourgeoisie. This may be an 135. Economic offensive, redundancies, factory closures, wage cuts, etc. It may be political, attacks on the right to strike and on trade union liberties, attacks on the democratic freedoms of the masses and the workers' movement, attempts to establish authoritarian or openly fascist regimes, suppressing the freedom of the workers' movement as a whole. In all these cases only a massive and united response can defeat the bourgeois offensive. Real unity in action by the working class comes through a real united front of all workers' organizations which retain any influence among important sections of the proletariat. One of the greatest tragedies of the 20th century was the defeat of the German proletariat by Hitler's conquest of power on January 30, 1933, as a result of the refusal and the inability of the leaderships of the KPD and SPD to reach a united front agreement against the rise of Nazism in time. The consequences of this tragedy were so great that every worker must absorb the principal lesson of this experience: the united front of all workers' organizations is indispensable against the rise of fascism, in order to prevent, through the united and resolute action of the working masses, the rise to power of assassins, torturers, and hangmen. The barriers and obstacles on the road to achieving the united front are essentially of a political and ideological nature. The workers in their great majority are instinctively favorable to any united initiative. Among these political and ideological obstacles we can single out the repressive practices of the social democratic leaders, and of the Stalinist leaders when they also find themselves in the same position, whenever they exercise responsibility in the bourgeois state. The radicalized layers of the working class are rightly indignant at such practices, which include everything from the simple act of breaking strikes to the systematic organization of betrayals within the workers' organizations, and even the organization of the assassination of revolutionary leaders or even ordinary workers. The bureaucratic and manipulative practices of the reformist and Stalinist trade union leaders, CP leaders. 136. Catapulted to leading positions in the workers' movement, etc. These practices, added to the repressive practices of the bureaucracy where it is in power, also provoke justified hostility among several layers of workers. The systematically counter-revolutionary role of the traditional leaders of the workers' movement, who undermine the growth in class consciousness, objectively aid the counter-revolutionary and anti-working class projects of big capital, spread bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology within the working class, etc. Nevertheless, we must fight sectarianism and ultra-leftism with regard to the traditional mass organizations of the workers' movement, sectarianism and ultra-leftism which are not merely obstacles on the road to achieving the united workers' front against the class enemy, but also obstacles on the road to an effective struggle against the hold of the reformist and Stalinist leaderships over the majority of the working class. A failure to understand the double and contradictory nature of the traditional and bureaucratized mass organizations of the workers' movement lies at the root of these sectarian and ultra-leftist errors. It is true that the policies of the leaderships of these organizations are largely favorable to the bourgeoisie, that they practice class collaboration, weaken the class struggle of the proletariat, and are responsible for countless defeats suffered by the working class. Nevertheless, it is equally true that the existence of these organizations allows the workers to reach a minimum class consciousness and strength without which the development of this class consciousness would become much more difficult. The existence of these organizations also allows a modification of the daily balance of forces between capital and labor, without which the self-confidence of the working class would be badly shaken. Only their immediate replacement by higher forms of class organization would prevent their weakening from being accompanied by a retreat or a paralysis of the working class. Their weakening, let alone their destruction, by capitalist reaction would represent a grave weakening and setback for the whole of the proletariat. That is the principled basis on which revolutionary Marxists fight for their policy of the workers' united front against capitalist reaction. 3. The offensive dynamic of the class against class front confronted by any capitalist offensive against the working class, especially the threat of a right-wing dictatorship or fascism. Revolutionary Marxists propose the construction of a united front of all workers' organizations from the rank and file upwards. They try to involve all the organizations claiming to be part of the workers' movement, including the most moderate, and those with the most opportunist and revisionist leaderships. They systematically call on the leaders of the SP, the CP, the Reformist and Catholic unions to join in the establishment of a united front of national, regional and local leaderships as well as those in the factories and localities, in order to face up to the enemy offensive with all appropriate means. The refusal to pursue the united front to the leadership level in the social democratic or communist parties is based on an ultimatist and infantile lack of understanding of the objective function of, and the subjective preconditions for, the unity of the proletarian front. It presupposes that the mass of socialist workers are already prepared to engage in united action with revolutionary workers without the previous agreement of their social fascist or revisionist leaders. It therefore treats as resolved the task that remains to be solved, that of detaching the masses from the opportunist leaders through their own experience. In fact, it is precisely the call to the SP and CP leaderships to join in a united front against the offensive of reaction which allows the workers who follow these leaderships to go through the valuable and necessary experience of judging the credibility, effectiveness, and good. 138. Faith of these leaders. Furthermore, to suggest that it is not necessary to involve the SP and CP leaderships in the workers' united front gives rise to the assumption that the revolutionaries are already a majority in the working class, and spreads grave illusions as to the possibility of overthrowing capitalism, the bourgeois state, or the fascist menace, through minority coups. Is this to say that the workers' united front is a tactic which is strictly limited to defensive ends? Not at all. The organization of the entire working class into one striking force, even if at first for defensive ends, modifies the balance of forces between the classes, and considerably reinforces the militancy, strength, self-confidence, and capacity for political action of the working masses. It therefore creates an immense further potential for struggle which can quickly turn a defensive struggle into an offensive one. At the time of the Kapp Putsch in Germany, in March 1920, the victorious and united response of the German workers' organizations created a situation in which militants from many organizations, even reformist organizations, decided within the space of a few days in several Ruhr towns to set up armed workers' militias. The call for a workers' government was even advanced by the most moderate trade union leaders. The victorious and united response of the Spanish masses in most large towns to the fascist putsch of July 1936 led to the general arming of the proletariat and the seizure of the factories. In order to exploit fully the offensive potential of the Workers' United Front, revolutionary Marxists put forward the need to structure the United Front at the base as well as the top, without turning this call into an ultimatum to the workers' parties, trade unions, or masses. This proposal implies that, apart from national and regional agreements and blocks of workers' organizations, the United Front should involve local committees in factories, estates, and localities, committees which must evolve as quickly as possible into democratically elected committees engaged in systematic mobilizations and mass actions. The offensive dynamic of such a structure is evident, as it would clearly open up a revolutionary situation. 139. For the Workers' United Front and the Popular Front, just as revolutionary Marxists are the strongest supporters of the Workers' United Front, so they reject the politics of the Popular Front, a revival, dating from the 7th Congress of the Comintern, of the old reformist social democratic policy of an alliance between the liberal bourgeoisie and the workers' movement. There is a fundamental difference between the Workers' United Front and the Left Bloc or Popular Front. Through its class against class logic, the Workers' United Front unleashes a dynamic which develops and sharpens the struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. The Popular Front, on the contrary, through its collaborationist logic, unleashes a dynamic which holds back the workers' struggles and even represses the most radicalized layers of workers. While the Workers' United Front against the capitalist offensive contains no preconditions about the defense of bourgeois order and capitalist property, the Popular Front is explicitly based on the respect of bourgeois order and property, without which, they say, the presence of the progressive bourgeoisie within the front would be impossible, and this, in turn, would reinforce reaction. The whole logic of the Popular Front therefore tends to deflect, contain, or break mass struggles, which is not the case with the Workers' United Front. Of course, while the distinction between the Workers' United Front and the Popular Front is considerable because of the objective class nature of the two types of agreement, there is no absolute difference. There could be opportunist applications of the United Front tactic in which the leaders of self-styled revolutionary organizations began themselves to hold back the mass struggle under the pretext that you must not frighten the reformist leaderships. On the other hand, Popular Front agreements in certain situations can lead the masses away from collaborationist illusions and towards an increase of their struggles and even to the creation of structures of self-organization, initiatives which revolutionary Marxists must, of course, support and back up in every 140 way possible. But regardless of such intermediary situations, the question of principle remains vital. From the point of view of the class struggle, we must support Workers' United Front policies, we must fight any political pact with bourgeois parties, even left-wing ones, which would challenge the political class independence of the proletariat. 5. Political class independence and united class organization. Thus, like the Popular Front problematic, the United Front problematic leads on to one vital question: how can the working class achieve the united organization of its strength, in total independence from the bourgeoisie, in spite of its fragmentation into ideological currents and different political parties, groups, and sects, and in spite of the insufficient average level of class consciousness? Those who put forward the disappearance of this fragmentation as a prior condition for the achievement of united class organization live in the land of make-believe. This fragmentation has existed for a century. There is no indication that it will easily disappear. To consider its disappearance in this way is effectively to say that the unity of the proletarian front is a possibility lost in the mists of time. Those who see the achievement of the unity in action of the class simply as a result of top-level agreements, independent of the class content and objective dynamic unleashed by these agreements, those, for example, who positively identify the United Front with the Popular Front, forget that the real unity of the proletarian front is only possible on a class basis. It is, in fact, unthinkable that all the sectors and layers of the working class could accept the self-limitation and self-mutilation contained in class collaborationist agreements. There is, therefore, a close link between the unity in action of the working class as a whole and the common acceptance of its aims of struggle, and even the forms of struggle adopted by the class. Revolutionary Marxists are totally in favor of any unifying initiative because they are convinced that such initiatives always reinforce the militancy and consciousness of the workers towards an unyielding class struggle against 141. Capital. The class independence of the proletariat, without which its unity cannot be achieved, applies in relation to the employers at the level of the factory and industrial sector, in relation to the bourgeois parties, and in relation also to the bourgeois state, even the freest, most bourgeois democratic state. The self-confidence gained by the working class through the experience of real, class-wide unity drives it to take the solution of all problems into its own hands, even those problems normally left to Parliament. This is another reason why revolutionaries are the most resolute and consistent advocates of the unity in action of the entire working class. 6. Class independence and alliances between the classes. The distinction in principle which we are making here between the Workers' United Front and the Popular Front has often been criticized as dogmatic. It tries to deny the need for alliances. Without alliances between classes, the victory of socialist revolution would be impossible. Did not Lenin base the whole Bolshevik strategy on the need for an alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry? Let us say first of all that any parallel between the imperialist countries of today and Tsarist Russia is misguided. In Russia the proletariat represented 20% of the active population. In the imperialist countries, with the exception of Portugal, the proletariat, that is, the mass of those who are obliged to sell their labor power, represents the overwhelming majority of the nation, 70 to 80% of the active population in most of these countries. The unity of the proletarian front is infinitely more vital for the revolution than an alliance with the peasantry. Let us add that revolutionary Marxists are in no way opposed to an alliance between the proletariat and the working, non-exploitative petty bourgeoisie of the towns and countryside, even in those countries where they are in a minority. In many imperialist countries, such as Portugal, Spain, Italy, and France, the establishment of the workers' and peasants' alliance is still very important, politically and above all economically, for the victory and the consolidation. 142. Of the socialist revolution. What we dispute is that an alliance between working class parties and bourgeois parties is necessary in order to reach a similar alliance among the laboring classes. On the contrary, the liberation of the peasantry and the urban petty bourgeoisie from the hold of the bourgeoisie also presupposes their emancipation from the support they tend to give to bourgeois political parties. The alliance can and ought to be based on common interests. The proletariat and its parties should offer these classes the social, economic, cultural, and political objectives which concern them, and which the bourgeoisie is incapable of achieving. If experience confirms the will of the proletariat to seize power and implement its program, it can obtain the support of a large part of the petty bourgeoisie who wish to achieve these objectives. 1. The Socialist Goal. Chapter 15. The Coming of the Classless Society. Our socialist objective is the replacement of bourgeois society, based on the struggle of all against all, by a classless community in which social solidarity replaces the search for individual wealth as the essential motive for action, and in which the wealth of society assures the harmonious development of all individuals. Far from wanting to make everyone the same, as the ignorant opponents of socialism pretend, Marxists want to allow the development for the first time in human history of the whole infinite range of different possibilities of thought and action present in each individual. But they understand that social and economic equality, the emancipation of humanity from the necessity to fight for its daily bread, represents a precondition for achieving the true realization of the human personality in all individuals. A socialist society therefore requires an economy developed to the point where production for need supersedes production for profit. Socialist humanity will no longer produce goods to be exchanged for money on the market. It will produce use values distributed to all members of society in order to satisfy their needs. Such a society will liberate humanity from the chains of the social and economic division of labor. Marxists reject the thesis according to which certain people are born to command and others born to obey. Nobody is by nature marked out to be a miner, a miller, or a bus conductor for the whole of their life. The desire to engage in a certain number of different activities exists in everybody. You only have to see what workers do in their leisure time to understand this. In socialist society, the high level of technical and intellectual 144 skills of every citizen will allow them to set about numerous and varied tasks during their life, all useful to the community. The choice of a job will no longer be imposed on people by material forces or conditions independently of their own wishes. It will depend on their own needs, their own individual development. Work will cease to be an imposed burden one tries to avoid, and will become simply the fulfillment of the personality. Humanity will finally be free in the real sense of the word. Such a society will try to eliminate all the sources of conflict between human beings. The immense resources wasted today in destruction and repression will be turned to the struggle against disease, to the upbringing of children, to education, and to the arts. Eliminating all the social and economic antagonisms between people, this society will eliminate all the causes of war and violent conflict. Only the establishment in the entire world of a socialist society can guarantee to humanity the universal peace that is required even for its survival as a species in the epoch of atomic and thermonuclear weapons. 2. The economic and social conditions for the attainment of this goal. If we do not limit ourselves to dreaming of a radiant future, if we intend to fight for this future, we must understand that the construction of a socialist society will have to be subordinated to equally staggering material transformations which must first of all be brought about. The achieving of socialism requires above all the suppression of the private ownership of the means of production. In the epoch of large-scale industry and modern techniques, this private ownership of the means of production inevitably involves the division of society into a minority of capitalists who exploit and a majority of wage earners who are exploited. The achieving of socialist society demands the suppression of the wage-earning relationship as such, of the sale of labor. 145. Power for a fixed money wage, which reduces the producer to a powerless cog in economic life. The remuneration of labor through free access to all the goods required to satisfy the needs of the producers should be progressively substituted for the earning of wages. It is only in a society which assures people such an abundance of goods that a new social consciousness, a new attitude between people and towards work, can be born. Such an abundance of goods is in no way utopian so long as it is gradually introduced, starting from a progressive rationalization of people's needs once they have been emancipated from poverty, from the constraints of competition, from the race for private enrichment, and from the advertising manipulations which seek to create a permanent state of dissatisfaction in individuals. Thus progress in the standard of living has already created a situation where all but the poorest people in the imperialist countries can eat all they want of bread, potatoes, vegetables, some fruits, and even dairy products and pork meat. A similar tendency can be seen with underwear, shoes, basic furniture, etc. At least in the richest countries. All these products could be progressively distributed free of charge, without making use of money and without adding significantly to collective spending. The same possibility exists for social services such as teaching, healthcare, public transport, etc. But the abolition of wage labor requires not merely the transformation of the conditions of remuneration and of distribution of goods. It also means doing away with the hierarchical structure of the factory and the substitution of a system of producers' democracy for the sole instructions of the boss. The aim of socialism is self-government on all levels of social life, beginning with economic life. It is the replacement of all institutional hierarchies by elected delegates, of all permanent functionaries by delegates who take on these functions in turn. It is in this way that we will be able to establish the conditions for true equality. Social wealth which allows the creation of a system of plenty can only be achieved through a planned economy which avoids any waste such as the massive non-utilization of 146. The means of production or unemployment, as well as their utilization for ends contrary to humanity's interests. The emancipation of labor remains dependent on the enormous development of modern techniques, productive use of atomic energy, electronic and remote control mechanisms which allow the complete automation of production, which liberate humanity more and more from heavy, degrading, soul-destroying and monotonous tasks. Thus history replies in advance to the crude old objection to socialism: who would do the dirty jobs in a socialist society? The maximum development of production in the most favorable conditions for humanity will require the maintenance and extension of the international division of labor, the abolition of frontiers, and the planning of the whole of the world economy. The abolition of frontiers and the real unification of the human race is, moreover, also a psychological requirement of socialism, the only means of suppressing economic and social inequality between nations. The abolition of frontiers in no way means the suppression of the cultural identity of each nation; on the contrary, it will permit the assertion of this identity in a more striking fashion than today, and on its own terms. The management of factories by the workers, of the economy by a Congress of Workers' Councils, of all spheres of social life by the relevant collectivity, also depends upon certain material conditions for its fulfillment. The radical reduction of the working day, in fact, the introduction of the half-day at work, is absolutely necessary to give the producers time to manage the factories and the communities, and to prevent the emergence of a new layer of professional administrators. The generalization of higher education, and a new distribution of study time and work time across the whole of men and women's adult life, is vital for the gradual disappearance of the separation between manual and 147. Intellectual labor. Strict equality of remuneration, of representation, and of opportunities for obtaining new skills is necessary to ensure that the inequality between the sexes is not maintained after the disappearance of the inequality between social classes. 3. The political, ideological, psychological, and cultural conditions for the attainment of this goal. The material conditions for the arrival of a classless society are necessary but not sufficient. Socialism and communism will not be the automatic product of the development of the productive forces, the disappearance of poverty, and the raising of the level of technical and intellectual skills of humanity. It will also be necessary to alter the habits, morals, and ways of thinking which have resulted from thousands of years of exploitation, oppression and social conditions favoring the desire for private enrichment. Above all, it will be necessary to remove all political power from the dominant classes and to prevent them from getting it back. The general arming of the workers, replacing the permanent armies, and then the progressive destruction of all arms, making it impossible for any partisans of a re-establishment of minority rule to produce these arms, should allow us to achieve this aim. The democracy of workers' councils, the exercise of all political power by these councils, public control of production and the distribution of wealth, the widest public debate on all matters involving major political and economic decisions, access for all workers to the means of information and all organs of public opinion, all this should ensure once and for all that no return to a regime of oppression and exploitation is any longer possible. Then it will be a matter of creating suitable conditions for the workers to get used to the new security of their existence and stop measuring their efforts in terms of a specific and expected return. This psychological revolution can only take place when experience has taught people that socialist society can guarantee effectively, and permanently, the satisfaction of all their basic needs, without having to balance this up against each person's contribution to the 148. Social wealth. Free food and basic clothing, public services, healthcare, education, cultural services, these will allow us to attain this goal after 2 or 3 generations have experienced them. Thenceforth work will no longer be considered as a means of earning a living but will become a necessary creative activity through which everyone contributes to the well-being and development of all. The radical transformation of such structures of oppression as the patriarchal family, the authoritarian school, and the passive consumption of ideas and culture will go hand in hand with these social and political transformations. The dictatorship of the proletariat will suppress no idea and no scientific, philosophical, religious, literary, cultural, or artistic current. It will not be afraid of ideas, having full confidence in the superiority of communist ideas. It will not, for all that, be neutral in the ideological struggle which follows. It will establish all the conditions suitable for the emancipated proletariat to assimilate the best products of the old culture and progressively build the elements of the unified communist culture of future humanity. The cultural revolution which will set its seal on the construction of communism will mean above all a revolution in the conditions in which humanity creates its culture, the transformation of the mass of people from passive consumers into active cultural producers and creators. The biggest obstacle which remains to be surmounted in the creation of a communist world is the enormous gap which separates the per capita production and standard of living of inhabitants of the advanced industrial countries from those of the underdeveloped countries. Marxism decisively rejects the reactionary utopia of an ascetic communism of poverty. The flowering of the economic and social life of the peoples of these regions requires not only the socialist planning of the world economy but also a radical redistribution of material resources in favor of these peoples. Only a transformation of the egotistical, short-sighted, and petty bourgeois ways of thinking which survive today among important sections of the working class in the West will enable us to achieve this goal. Internationalist education will 149. Have to go hand in hand with the adjustment to abundance, which will show that such a redistribution can take place without leading to a reduction in the living standards of the Western masses. For the stages of the classless society on the basis of the already rich experience of more than a century of proletarian revolution, that is, since the Paris Commune, 3 stages can be distinguished in the construction of a classless society. The stage of transition from capitalism to socialism, the stage of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of the survival of capitalism in important countries, of the partial survival of commodity production and the money economy, of the survival of different classes and social layers within the countries involved in this stage, and therefore of the necessary survival of the state to defend the interests of the workers against the partisans of a return to the rule of capital. The stage of socialism, whose construction completes and is characterized by the disappearance of social classes, by the withering away of the commodity and money economy, by the withering away of the state, by the international triumph of the new society. However, in the socialist stage the remuneration of everyone will continue to be measured in terms of the quantity of labor given to society. The stage of communism, characterized by the complete application of the principle from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs, by the disappearance of the social division of labor, by the disappearance of the separation of town and country. Humanity will reorganize itself into free communes of producer-consumers, capable of administering themselves without any separate organ for this purpose, at one with the restored natural habitat and protected from any threat of destruction of the ecological balance. However, in a post-capitalist society where the workers and not a bureaucratic layer hold effective power, there will be no 150 need of revolutions and similar sudden shifts to move from one stage to the next. They will result from the progressive evolution of production and social relations. They will be the expression of the progressive withering away of commodity categories, of money, of social classes, of the state, of the social division of labor, and of the thought processes which resulted from the inequality and social struggles of the past. The main thing is immediately to begin these processes of withering away and not to leave them to future generations. Such is our communist ideal. It constitutes the only solution to the burning problems with which humanity is confronted. To devote one's life to its realization, and therefore to build the Fourth International, is to live up to the intelligence and generosity of the best sons and daughters of our species, the most daring thinkers of the past, the most courageous fighters for the emancipation of labor, from Spartacus leading the Roman slaves' revolt to those who led the peasant wars against serfdom, from the heroes of the Paris Commune to those of the Red Army, from the Milicianos who in July 1936 beat the fascists in Barcelona, Madrid, and nearly all the big industrial cities of Spain to the heroic Vietnamese who in a 30 Years' War defeated Japanese, French and American imperialism. One Universal Motion. Chapter 16. Materialist Dialectics. If we go back over the 15 preceding chapters and try to sum up their content in one formula, we can arrive only at this: everything changes and is in perpetual motion. Humanity moves from primitive classless society to a society divided into classes. This in turn gives way to the classless socialist society of tomorrow. Modes of production succeed one another, even before disappearing, they are subject to constant changes. Today's ruling class is very different from the class of slave owners who dominated the Roman Empire. The contemporary proletariat is totally different from the medieval serfs. There is a whole world of difference between the small manufacturing capitalist of the early 19th century and Mr. Rockefeller or the boss of the Rhône-Poulenc Trust today. Everything changes, everything is in perpetual motion. We find this universal motion at all levels of reality, not just that of the history of human societies. Individuals change, subject to an inexorable destiny. They are born, grow, mature, become adult, then they start to decline and finally they die. This destiny affects living species as it affects individuals. The human species has not always existed. Species which populated our planet a long time ago, like the giant reptiles of the Tertiary period, have disappeared. Other vegetable and animal species are disappearing at this moment under our very eyes, partly as a result of the anarchic and barbarous disturbances that the capitalist mode of production has brought about in the ecology of the earth. Our planet itself will not survive forever. The law of energy loss condemns it to inevitable disappearance someday. It has not always existed. It will not always exist. It is the product. 152. Of an interplanetary constellation which is itself only one of countless similar constellations in the universe. Motion, universal evolution, governs all existence. This is material. The basic component of matter is the atom, which is itself composed of even smaller particles. Atoms in combination form molecules, which together form the basic elements of the Earth's surface and atmosphere. For instance, oxygen and hydrogen combined together in a determined form, H20, constitute water. Other molecules form the metals, acids, and bases. In a determined set of conditions, the evolution of inorganic matter brought about the birth of organic matter. This produced the evolution of the vegetable and animal living species. In the course of this evolution, higher living species, the mammals, have evolved. One of the mammal species, the simians, has gone through an evolution culminating in the birth of a new species, the human species. 2. Dialectics, the logic of motion. Since universal motion governs all existence, it would seem possible to find common characteristics in the motion of matter, that of human society, and that of human knowledge. In fact, the materialist dialectics of Marx and Engels claims to reveal these common characteristics. The dialectics or the logic of motion is manifested on three levels: the dialectics of nature, which are entirely objective, that is, independent of human plans, intentions, and motivations. This does not negate the fact that with the development of the productive forces, humanity can use the laws of nature to improve its conditions of survival, reproduction, and self-fulfillment. The dialectics of history, which were at first largely objective, but in which the eruption of the revolutionary project of the proletariat to reconstruct society according to a predetermined plan constitutes a revolutionary change, although the elaboration and realization of this project is linked to objective and already existing material and social conditions, independent of human will. The dialectics of knowledge, which are object/subject dialectics, the result of the constant interaction between the objects to be understood and the action of the subjects who try to understand them. Inasmuch as the discovery of the objective dialectic is itself a phase in the history of human thought and knowledge, one could be tempted to reduce all dialectics to the object/subject relation. This would be an error. It is true that everything we know, including our knowledge of the dialectics of nature, we have learned through the intermediary of our brain and our social praxis. It is also true that our ideas and our social praxis are determined by our social conditions of existence. But this obvious fact does not prevent us from knowing, verifying and seeing confirmed by many practical proofs, that life is older than human thought, that the earth is older than life, that the universe is older than the earth, that this motion is independent of human action, thought or existence. This is the precise sense of the notion of objective materialist dialectics. As our knowledge is extended and becomes more scientific, as it comes closer to reality, its progress follows more closely the objective motion of matter. The dialectics of our scientific thought, materialist dialectics, can grasp reality precisely because its own motion increasingly corresponds to the motion of matter. In other words, the laws of knowledge and the method of understanding reality employed by materialist dialectics increasingly correspond to the actual laws governing the universal motion of objective reality. It is necessary to point out an important difference between the development of the natural sciences and that of the social sciences, by which we mean knowledge concerning social life as the object of research, taking in our understanding of the 154 origins and the dialectics of development of all the sciences, including the natural sciences. For the development of the natural sciences is also historically and socially determined. Even the most intrepid geniuses can only pose and resolve a certain number of scientific problems in any one epoch. They are the offshoots of received ideas and education. New problematics appear in this context, in relation to material transformation, especially with regard to labor, instruments of labor, tools of scientific investigation, etc. This is, however, a question of indirect determination, not immediately mediated by material class interests. It is rather different with the social sciences. These are much more deeply related to the organization and structure of class society. Here the weight of received ideas and education is much greater, in that these ideas are simply the expression, on the ideological level, of the interests of either social conservation or social revolution, interests which can be reduced to antagonistic class positions. Without wishing to transform philosophers, historians, economists, sociologists, and anthropologists into deliberate agents of this or that social class, engaged in a conspiracy either to defend the established order or to organize subversion, it is evident that the social determination of the development of the social sciences is much more direct and immediate than that of the natural sciences. In the same way, and because of the way things are, the object of the social sciences is much more immediately determined by the structure and history of the societies to which the facts studied refer, which is not the case with the object of the natural sciences. 3. Dialectics and formal logic. Dialectics, or the logic of motion, is distinct from formal or static logic. Formal logic is based on three fundamental laws: the law of identity, A is equal to a thing is always equal to itself. The law of contradiction, A is different from non-A, A can never equal non-A. The law of exclusion, either A, or non-A, nothing can be neither A nor non-A. A moment's reflection will allow us to conclude that formal logic is characterized by the thought process which consists of putting motion, change, into parentheses. All the laws enumerated above are true, so long as we abstract from motion. A will remain A so long as it does not change. A is different from non-A so long as it is not transformed into its opposite. A and non-A exclude each other so long as there is no movement which combines A and non-A, etc. These laws are obviously insufficient if we consider the transformation of the chrysalid into the butterfly, the passage of the adolescent into the adult, the movement of life into death, the birth of a new species or a new social order, the combination of two cells into a new one, etc. From 2 points of view it is useful to abstract from motion, transformation, and change. Firstly, to be able to study phenomena continually in an isolated state, which allows us to improve our knowledge of these phenomena. Secondly, from a practical point of view, when the changes taking place are of an infinitesimal nature, and can therefore be neglected by ordinary practice concerned with them. If I buy a kilo of prep-packed sugar at the grocer's, the equation of balance 1 kilo of sugar equals 1 kilo is of value to me, given the practical purpose of my purchase. When sugaring my coffee or balancing my housekeeping money, the fact that the real weight of such a packet may not actually be 1 kilo but 999.8 grams, and the weight of another packet 990 grams, is of no importance. From a practical point of view, such small differences can well be neglected. That is why formal logic continues to be used in both theory and practice. That is why materialist dialectics does not challenge formal logic but absorbs it, seeing it as a valuable instrument of analysis and knowledge. It is valuable as long as we are clear about its limits, as long as we understand that it cannot be applied to phenomena of motion, to processes of change. As soon as we are dealing with such phenomena, the use of dialectical categories, those of the logic of motion, different from the categories of formal logic, is imposed on us. For motion, a function of contradiction by its nature, movement is passage and overtaking. From a 156 static point of view, an object cannot be in two different places at the same moment. From a dynamic point of view, the motion of an object is precisely its passage from one point to another. The dialectics or logic of motion therefore study primarily the laws of motion and the forms adopted by it. These are examined from two aspects: motion as a function of contradiction, motion as a function of totality. All motion has a cause. Causality is one of the fundamental categories of dialectics, as it is of all sciences. In the final analysis, to deny causality is to deny the possibility of knowledge. A fundamental cause of all motion, all change, is the internal contradictions of the changing object. In the final analysis, every object, every phenomenon, changes, moves, is transformed and modified under the influence of its internal contradictions. In this sense, dialectics has often been correctly called the science of contradictions. The logic of motion and the logic of contradiction are two practically identical definitions of dialectics. The study of every object, phenomenon, or set of phenomena ought to have as its aim the discovery of its constituent contradictory elements, and of the motion and dynamic unleashed by these contradictions. Thus, throughout this little book, we have indicated at what point class struggle, resulting from the existence of antagonistic social classes within society, governs movement, change, in societies divided into classes. On a larger scale, encompassing primitive classless society, society divided into classes, and the future socialist society, we can say that the contradiction between the level attained at certain epochs by the development of the productive forces and the relations of production, which in the last analysis arises from the previous levels of development of these same productive forces, that this contradiction governs the evolution of humanity. By simplifying, we can discern the following basic laws of motion, the principal forms they take and which constitute the fundamental categories of dialectical logic: the logic of motion, the unity and contradiction of opposites. Motion is contradiction. Contradiction is the coexistence of elements opposed to each other, simultaneous coexistence and opposition between these elements. If there is integral homogeneity, a total absence of elements opposed to each other, there is no contradiction, no motion, no life, no existence. The existence of contradictory elements includes both their coexistence in a structured totality, in a whole in which each element has its place, and the struggle by these elements to break up this whole. Capitalism is not possible without the simultaneous existence of capital and wage labor, of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The one cannot exist without the other. But this in no way means that the one is not constantly trying to throw off the other, that the proletariat is not trying to suppress capital and wage earning, trying therefore to supplant capitalism, that capitalism has not the tendency to supplant living labor by dead labor. Quantitative and qualitative change. Motion can take the form of changes which maintain the structure of the given phenomenon. In this case we talk about a quantitative change, which is often imperceptible. The structure remains in equilibrium. At a certain threshold, quantitative change is transformed into qualitative change. Beyond this threshold, change ceases to be gradual, and appears in the form of leaps. Equilibrium gives way to disequilibrium, evolution to revolution, till a new equilibrium is reached. A new quality appears. A small village can gradually change into a big village, and even into a small town. But there is not merely a quantitative difference between a large town and a village, as a result of the urban revolution. There is also a qualitative difference. The professional activity of the majority of the inhabitants has been altered. The largest group no longer consists of agriculturalists, but of artisans, merchants, functionaries. A new social milieu is formed, posing social problems which had hitherto not existed in the village, problems of 158. Transportation, communication, social services, specialized areas, etc. New social classes appear, with new contradictions between them. Negation and surpassing. All motion tends to produce the negation of certain phenomena, tends to transform objects into their opposite. Life produces death. Heat can only be understood in relation to cold. Every determination is a negation, stated that great dialectician Spinoza. Classless society produces class society, which in turn produces a new classless society on a higher level. But we must distinguish between pure negation and negation of the negation, that is, the transcending of the contradiction, which implies at the same time negation, conservation, and elevation to a higher level. Primitive classless society had a high level of internal cohesion, which was precisely a function of its poverty, its almost total subordination to the forces of nature. Society divided into classes is a stage in the growing domination of the forces of nature by humanity, paid for at the cost of a profound contradiction and tearing apart of the social organization. In the future socialist society this negation will be transcended. This time, even higher mastery of humanity over the forces of nature will be combined with an equally superior form of social cohesion and cooperation, thanks to the existence of a classless society. 5. Some further problems of the dialectics of knowledge, content and form. All motion necessarily takes successive forms which can vary according to a large number of circumstances. It cannot automatically throw off any form previously adopted. The form resists. This resistance must be broken. The form should correspond to the content, and up to a certain point it does. But its more petrified nature opposes any absolute and permanent correspondence with movement, which is itself the opposite of anything which is fixed and constant. A good example of this contradictory relationship between form and content is furnished by the dialectic between the relations of production and the productive forces. In order to develop, the productive forces must necessarily be inserted in certain forms of human social organization, slave, feudal, capitalist relations of production, etc. At first, each new form of the organization of labor and production stimulates the growth of the productive forces. But at a certain stage it becomes itself a hindrance to further growth. It must, therefore, be broken down and replaced by a new set of relations of production which are superior again, in order to pave the way for a new great leap forward in the material and intellectual progress of humanity. Cause and effect. All movement appears to be a tangled chain of causes and effects. At first glance, an inextricable interaction mixes them up together. The wage-earning proletariat develops because of the private appropriation of the means of production, which have become the monopoly of one social class. But this monopoly is maintained as the result of the existence of the wage-earners. Their wages do not permit the workers to acquire the means of production. The wage earners produce surplus value which is appropriated by the capitalists and is transformed into the bourgeois ownership of even more means of production. And so it goes on, turning cause into effect and effect into cause. In order to emerge from this imbroglio and to avoid falling into pointless eclecticism, we must apply the genetic method, that is, look for the historical origin of the movement in question. Thus one finds that capital and surplus value do in fact predate the wage-earning proletariat, and were developed outside the sphere of production, that there was a primitive accumulation of capital which breaks up the apparent vicious circle, wage earners, capital, wage earners. Means and goals. All conscious movement or activity is directed towards the realization of a certain goal. Thought processes are instruments for attempting to eliminate obstacles on the road towards such goals. Efficient thought processes are in the last analysis measured by the degree to which they enable one to approach or to realize the given goal. 160. But there is an obvious dialectical interaction between means and goals. All individual and social actions have innumerable effects. While some of them have been foreseen, others have not. Some of the unforeseen effects might very well make the realization of the given goal more difficult instead of facilitating it. Only certain means, the sum total of whose effects will actually bring us nearer to the goal, are efficient from that point of view. And the very goal might become transformed by sticking to means which push the realization of the initial goal further and further into the future. Furthermore, means and goals of social action are not arbitrarily arrived at by humanity, and of pure free will. They emerge under given social and material constraints, in function of given social interests. Goals are fixed in function of needs which are not independent from the social framework and the material infrastructure. Means are chosen in function of experience and invention, which likewise are not unrelated to social conditions and activities. Both the capacity for fixing goals, and the constraints which imprison the choices of goals and means, characterize the dialectics of knowledge. The general and the specific. Each movement, each phenomenon, has characteristics which are specific to it. At the same time, and in spite of these particularities, no movement or phenomenon can be grasped, understood and explained except within the framework of larger and more general entities. British 19th century capitalism is not identical to British capitalism in the second half of the 20th century, nor the American capitalism of today. Each one of these represents a specific social formation with a specific insertion in a world economy which has greatly changed in the course of a century. Nevertheless, neither British capitalism of the Victorian epoch, nor the decadent British capitalism of today, nor contemporary American capitalism, can be understood outside of the general laws of development which characterize capitalism as a system. The dialectic of the general and the specific is not just a matter of combining the analysis of the general with that of the specific. It also tries to explain the specific in relation to the general laws, and modifies the general laws through the intervention of a certain number of specific factors. The relative and the absolute. To understand motion, universal change, is also to understand the existence of an infinite number of transitory situations. That is why one of the fundamental characteristics of dialectics is the understanding of the relativity of things, the refusal to erect absolute barriers between categories, the attempt to find mediating forces between opposing elements. Universal evolution implies the existence of hybrid phenomena, of situations and cases of transition between life and death, between vegetable and animal species, between birds and mammals, between apes and humans, which render the distinctions between all these categories relative. However, dialectics has often been used in a subjectivist manner, as the art of confusion or the art of defending paradoxes. The difference between scientific dialectics, an instrument for the understanding of objective reality, and sophistry or subjective dialectics, is mainly that the relativity of phenomena and categories in itself becomes something absolute with the sophists. They forget, or pretend to forget, that the relativity of categories is only partial relativity and not absolute relativity, and that, in turn, it is equally necessary to make relativity relative. According to scientific dialectics, the absolute difference between life and death is negated by the existence of transitory situations. Everything is relative and hence also the difference between life and death, reply the sophists. No, answers the dialectician, there is also something absolute and not just something relative in the difference between life and death. We should not come to the absurd conclusion which denies that death is the negation of life, by using the undeniable fact that there are many intermediary stages. 6. Motion as a function of totality, the abstract and the concrete. We have seen that all motion is a function of the internal contradictions of the phenomenon or set of phenomena under consideration. Each phenomenon, whether it be a living cell, a natural milieu where various species exist, a human society, an interplanetary system, or an atom, contains an infinite number of aspects, ingredients, and constituent elements. These elements are not assembled by chance in a constantly changing manner. They constitute structured wholes, a totality, an organic system constructed according to an intrinsic logic. For instance, within bourgeois society, the mutual and antagonistic relations between capital and labor have nothing to do with chance. They are determined by the economic obligation of the wage earners to sell their labor power to the capitalists, the owners of the means of production and subsistence, which have both taken the form of commodities. Mutual relations qualitatively different to these structure other societies based on exploitation, which are therefore not capitalist societies. Materialist dialectics must absorb each phenomenon, each object of analysis and comprehension, not just in order to determine the internal contradictions which determine its evolution. It must also attempt to approach this phenomenon globally, to grasp it in all its aspects, to consider it in its totality, to avoid any unilateral approach which isolates in one arbitrary manner a particular aspect of reality and no less arbitrarily suppresses another, and is hence incapable of grasping the contradictions in their entirety, and therefore also of understanding the movement in its totality. This ability of dialectics to integrate the universalist approach into its analysis is one of its principal merits. Logic of motion, logic of contradiction and logic of totality are practically synonymous definitions of dialectics. It is when they close their eyes to certain contradictory elements of reality which they think would make analysis too complex that undialectical thinkers pass from the total to the partial, throwing out both contradiction and totality at the same time. Of course, a certain amount of simplification, a certain reduction of the totality to its decisive constituent elements, is inevitable as the first step in approaching any phenomenon for scientific analysis, which is at first always necessarily abstract. But we have to remember that this inevitable process of abstraction also impoverishes reality. The nearer one approaches to reality, the nearer one comes to a totality rich in an infinite number of aspects that scientific analysis, knowledge, should explain in both their reciprocal relations and their contradictory relations. Truth is always concrete. Truth is the totality. 7. Theory and practice. Dialectics is a method, an instrument of knowledge. Historically, one can define materialist dialectics as the proletariat's theory of knowledge. Every theory of knowledge is put to an implacable test, that of practical experience. In the last analysis, knowledge itself is not a phenomenon which is detached from the life and interests of humanity. It is a weapon in the conservation of the species, an instrument which enables humanity the better to dominate the forces of nature, to understand the origins of the social question and the ways to solve it. Knowledge is, therefore, born of the social practice of humanity, its function is to perfect this practice. In the last analysis, its effectiveness is measured by its practical results. Practical verification remains the best final weapon against the sophists and the sceptics. That is not to say that the theory disappears into vulgar short-sighted pragmatism. Very often the practical effectiveness, the true or false character of a scientific hypothesis, does not immediately appear. It needs time, feedback, new experiences, a successive series of practical tests, before it proves itself effectively in practice. In spite of the best intentions and convictions, many men and women, impressionistic prisoners of appearances, of a partial and superficial view of reality, of a temporary view of the historical process, may doubt the bourgeois character of parliamentary democracy, doubt the need for the dictatorship of the proletariat, or the need for a victorious international revolution to complete the construction of a truly socialist society in the USSR and any other country. But, in the end, facts will confirm which theory was really scientific, capable of grasping reality in all its contradictions, in its movement as a totality, and which hypotheses were wrong, capable of grasping only parts of the reality, isolating them from the structured totality, and therefore incapable of grasping the movement in the long term in its fundamental logic. The victory of the world socialist revolution, the arrival of a classless society, will confirm in practice the validity of revolutionary Marxist theory. Chapter 17. Historical Materialism. We can now formulate in a more systematic manner the fundamental tenets of historical materialism, which have already been touched on briefly in the first chapters of this little book. 1. Human production and human communications. This creature which has become man is a unique animal both because of its physical qualities and because of its physical deficiencies. On the one hand there is the upright stance, the hand with a free and flexible thumb, the protruding eyes which afford stereoscopic vision, the tongue, throat, and vocal cords which permit the articulation of separate and combined sounds, the highly developed cortex, frontal lobe of the brain and cerebral convolutions, the cranial casing, and the reduced facial surface which allows these developments. All these physical qualities are indispensable for the deliberate fabrication of tools, and have been progressively perfected as tools and productive work have been perfected. On the other hand, most of the human senses and organs are less developed than those of other highly specialized animal species. When forced, possibly because of a change in climate, to come down from the trees and live off a varied diet in the savanna, primitive humanity could not defend itself from the carnivores by running like an antelope, by climbing like a chimpanzee, by flying away like a bird, or by depending on its physical strength like a buffalo or a gorilla. With such physical characteristics it could not lay its hands on the most alluring foodstuffs, the countless ruminants with whom it shared the savanna. Above all, the newborn human 166 was particularly vulnerable and helpless, really an extrauterine embryo totally dependent on the mothers in the horde. Both the possibility of and the need for social organization are rooted in this combination of qualities and deficiencies. Humans cannot survive individually or ensure their subsistence without cooperation with other members of their species. Their physical organs are too little developed to allow them to appropriate their foodstuffs directly. Humans must produce these collectively, with the aid of tools, prolonging and perfecting their organs. This production is ensured through communal action by groups of humans. Human infants are integrated into the group and learn the rules and techniques of survival as members of the group through their progressive socialization. The social organization of humans and the socialization of human infants presupposes qualitatively superior forms of communication between the members of the group to those existing among other animal species. These superior forms of language, linked to the development of the cortex, make possible the growth of the capacities of abstraction and of learning, that is, the conservation, transmission and accumulation of the lessons of experience. They make possible the production of concepts, of thought, of consciousness. In this sense, the different characteristics of humanity, our anthropological quality, are closely linked to one another. It is because they are naked apes which walk in the upright position, because they remain extrauterine embryos after their birth, that they must become deliberate tool makers, social animals developing language, storing up successive impressions and images, capable of using and perfecting them for practical ends, capable of learning, anticipating, thinking, abstracting, using imagination and invention. The interaction, the combination of these characteristics, is decisive. There are human-like primates that use tools and occasionally even surpass their usually rudimentary level. There are several species that know instinctive forms of collective cooperation. There are just as many species exhibiting rudimentary forms of communication. But the human species is the only one which progressively makes tools in a more deliberate manner, perfecting them after they have been conceived of as such in a conscious way, on the basis of successive experiences, which are also transmitted as a result of more and more numerous and perfected communications. The development of tools liberates the mouth. The mouth perfects the language and the capacity for abstraction, which in turn allows the tools to be improved and new tools to be invented. The hand develops the brain, which, by improving the utilization of the hand, creates the conditions for its own improvement. Although the transformation of the anthropoid primates into humans is conditioned by the existence of an anatomical and neurological infrastructure, it cannot be reduced to this infrastructure. The production/communications dialectic creates the possibility of an unlimited development in producing, inventing and perfecting tools, and therefore in human production, of an unlimited development in human experience, learning and anticipation, and therefore of a practically unlimited plasticity and adaptability of the human species. The material society and culture of humanity becomes its second nature. It follows that it is absurd to declare that any social institution is contrary to human nature. Humanity has lived and can live in the most diverse conditions. None of these institutions has proved immutable or an absolute precondition for human survival. Any affirmation that the aggressive instinct dominates human evolution confuses the existence of a tendency with its realization. Prehistory and history show that there are social institutions and conditions which allow us to contain and hold back this tendency, while, in contrast, there are others which encourage its manifestation in outrageous forms. The production/communications dialectic dominates the entire human condition. Everything people do goes through 168. Their heads. Human production is distinct from animal appropriation of food mainly in that it is not a purely instinctive activity. It generally constitutes the realization of a plan which first arises in the human head. Of course, this plan does not just fall from the sky. It is the reproduction or recombination by the human brain of those elements and problems of that activity which are indispensable to human survival, which have been experienced and absorbed by the brain thousands of times in lived experience. But on the other hand, the ability to recombine concepts born in the last analysis from social praxis permits humanity to invent, to anticipate, to imagine changes in nature and society which have not yet occurred, which are only hypothetical and which will be realized at least partly because of this anticipation. Historical materialism is the science of human societies which basically tries to take account of and explain this production/communications dialectic. To social base and superstructure every human society must produce in order to survive. Subsistence production, in the narrow or wide sense of the term, that is, the satisfaction of merely nutritional or of all socially recognized needs, and the manufacture of the instruments and work material necessary for this production constitutes the initial condition for any more complex social organization or activity. Historical materialism states that the way in which humanity organizes its material production constitutes the base of all social organization. This base in turn determines all other social activities, the administration of relations between groups of humans, spiritual production, morals, law, religion, etc. These so-called social superstructure activities always remain attached, in one way or another, to the base. This idea has shocked, and still shocks, many people. Homer's poetry, the Gospels, the Quran, the principles of Roman law, Shakespeare's plays, Michelangelo's painting, the Declaration of the Rights of Man, the Communist Manifesto itself, can all these products of spiritual endeavor really have depended on the way in which contemporary people tilled their fields and wove their cloth? To understand the tenets of historical materialism we must start off by explaining precisely what we mean by this formula. Historical materialism in no way affirms that material production directly and immediately determines the content and form of all so-called superstructural activities. Moreover, the social base is not simply productive activity as such, and even less is it material production taken in isolation. It is the social relations that people form in the production of their material life. In fact, historical materialism is not, therefore, economic determinism but socio-economic determinism. Activities on the superstructural level do not immediately flow from these social relations of production. They are only determined by them in the last instance. A series of mediations therefore intervene between the two levels of social activity. These we will examine briefly in section 3 of this chapter. Finally, if in the last analysis the social base determines phenomena and activities at the level of the superstructure, these latter can also react on the former. One illustration will show this. The state always has a precise class nature and corresponds to a definite socio-economic base. But it can partially modify this base. While saving the feudal nobility from certain economic ruin for a few centuries by tapping the revenue of other social classes, the state of the absolute monarchy powerfully aided the substitution of the capitalist mode of production for the feudal mode of production, by developing mercantilism, colonialism, encouraging manufacturing, and the national monetary system, etc. There are several reasons why activities on the superstructural level are in the final analysis determined by the social base. Those who control material production and the social surplus product also assure the livelihood of those who live off the social surplus product. Whether ideologues, artists, and academics accept or rebel against this dependence, it still fixes the framework of their activity. The social relations of production therefore entail consequences as regards the forms of activity in the superstructural sphere. 170. Which also constitutes conditioning. The relations of production are accompanied by forms of communication which are predominant in each type of society, bringing about the appearance of predominant mental structures which condition forms of thought and artistic creation. 3. Material production and thought production. The social base/social superstructure dialectic affects the relations between material production and thought production. A more detailed study of these relations will better allow us to understand the complexity of this dialectic, and also allow us to underline the importance of its active element, an element which will be discussed at the end of this chapter. Historical materialism argues that the relations of production constitute the base of all societies, onto which the social superstructure is built. In fact, these two levels concern two distinct forms of social activity. Material production is the fundamental object of activities at the level of the social base. Ideological, artistic, and scientific production is the fundamental object of activity at the level of the social superstructure. Of course, the latter also encompasses the activities of the state apparatus, which are far from being confined to just the ideological domain. But, with this exception, the distinction we have made seems pertinent. Historical materialism proffers an explanation of the evolution of each of these two spheres, of their interdependence and their reciprocal relations. This explanation combines four levels. All thought production is linked in one way or another to processes of material labor. It always operates with its own immediate material infrastructure. Some arts are initially the direct result of material labor. Technological revolutions profoundly influence art, science, ideological production. Sciences such as geometry, astronomy, hydrography, biology, and chemistry came about in intimate correlation with irrigation in agriculture, developed animal breeding, and emergent metallurgy. After the discovery of the technique of printing in the 15th century and radio and television in the 20th century, these techniques profoundly reconditioned not only the diffusion but even the form of ideas, as well as some of their content. The influence of electronic computers on the development of science in the last 30 years is evident. Although production evolves according to an internal dialectic which is proper to its own history. Every philosopher, lawyer, priest, or scientist starts off as a student. Through their studies, they assimilate to varying degrees concepts which were produced by previous generations and transmitted as such to the present generation. Thought producers conserve, modify, adapt, or shake up these concepts or hypotheses of work, according to production procedures that they borrow or invent within the framework of the dialectic proper to their activity. Each new generation tries to conserve, deepen, or reject the answers to the questions flowing from the subject concerning them. Sometimes they invent new questions, or rediscover questions which were discarded by previous generations. But these modifications in the treatment of concepts, artistic forms, scientific hypotheses, do not come about in an arbitrary manner, no matter what the socio-historical conditions. They are instigated, conditioned, or, at the very least, furthered by the socio-economic context and needs. The evolution from animism to monotheism did not take place in small primitive communities restricted to hunting and gathering food. The scientific theory of labor value could not be perfected before the appearance of modern capitalism. The development of mechanical physics is closely linked with the development of machines, which in turn correspond to specific social needs, etc. These great transformations in thought production are also linked to specific mental structures which are predetermined by the social structures. It was not by chance that all the great attempts at social and political revolution of the 13th, 172 to 17th centuries were expressed in the ideological form of religious struggles, given the primacy that religion had attained in the superstructure of feudal society. In the same way, from the second half of the 16th century onwards, the rise of the modern bourgeoisie created a mental structure which transposed individual autonomy, formal equality, and the competition of private owners of commodities into all domains of thought production. Finally, the evolution of spiritual production is determined in the last analysis by the conflict of social interests. It is a well-known fact that the works of the encyclopedists, Voltaire's polemics, the political philosophy of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and the works of the 18th century materialists were just so many weapons for the ascendant manufacturing bourgeoisie to use against decadent absolute monarchy and the decrepit remains of feudal society. The function played by the so-called utopian socialists, and by Marx and Engels, in developing the proletariat's consciousness of its class nature, of its position and its tasks in relation to bourgeois society, and of its interest in overthrowing it, is just as evident. Even today, one cannot doubt the function of astrology, of certain religions and mystical sects, of philosophies exalting the irrational, of racialist doctrines, or those of blood and land and contempt for humanity, as anti-working class and counter-revolutionary ferments favoring the birth of a pre-fascist climate. These statements do not imply either the idea of an organized conspiracy between distinct social classes and thought producers as individuals, or the idea of deliberate complicity on the part of all these producers with clearly laid out political projects. They reflect an objective correlation which can be, and sometimes is, subjectively assumed, though this is not necessarily the case. Thought producers can become the instruments of social forces without knowing it or wanting it. This just confirms that it is social existence which determines consciousness, and that given class interests assign a definite function to certain ideologies in the structure and evolution of any given society. For productive forces, social relations of production and modes of production, every human-made product is the result of a combination of three elements: the object of the labor, which directly or indirectly is a raw material produced by nature; the instrument of labor, which is a means of production created by humanity whatever its degree of development; the subject of labor, that is, the producer. Because in the last analysis labor is always social, the subject of the labor is inevitably inserted into a social relation of production. Even if the object of labor and the instrument of labor are elements indispensable to all production, the social relations of production cannot be conceived of in a reified manner, that is, they should not be seen as concerning relations between things, or between people and things. Social relations of production concern relations between people, and only relations between people. They bring together the entirety of the relations people establish amongst themselves in the production of their material life. The entirety of relations not only signifies relations at the point of production, but also relations concerning the circulation and division of the various elements of the social product which are indispensable to material production. In general, given relations of production correspond to a given degree of development of the productive forces, to a given sophistication of the means of production, to a given technique and organization of labor. In the age of the simplest stone tools, it was difficult to transcend the primitive communism of the horde or the tribe. Agriculture on the basis of irrigation and with the aid of iron tools created a considerable permanent surplus product which allowed the birth of a class society. Agriculture based on triennial crop rotation created the material foundations for feudal society. The birth of the steam engine definitively assured the upsurge of modern industrial capitalism. It is difficult to imagine generalist automation without the withering away of commodity production and the money economy, that is to say, outside of a fully developed and stabilized socialist society. But if there is a general correspondence between the degree of development of the productive forces and the social relations of production, this correspondence is neither absolute nor permanent. A double incongruity between them can be produced. Given relations of production can become a great hindrance to the further growth of the productive forces, that is the clearest sign that a given social form is condemned to disappear. On the other hand, new relations of production which have just emerged from a victorious social revolution can be in advance of the degree of development of the productive forces already reached in that country. This was the case with the victorious bourgeois revolution in the Netherlands in the 16th century, and the victorious socialist revolution in Russia in October 1917. It is not by chance that these two principal cases of incongruity concern historical periods of profound social upheaval, periods of social revolutions. Moreover, the incongruity can also lead to a long-term decline of the productive forces, as in the epoch of the decline of the Roman Empire in the West, or of the decline of the Oriental Caliphate in the Middle East. Rather than seeing their interrelation as a mechanical correspondence, it is the dialectic between productive forces and social relations of production which to a large extent determines the succession of great epochs in human history. Each mode of production passes through the successive phases of birth, growth, maturity, decline, fall, and disappearance. In the final analysis, these phases depend on the manner in which the relations of production, initially new, then consolidated, then in crisis, progressively favor, allow or hinder the growth of the productive forces. The articulation between this dialectic and the class struggle is Historical Materialism 175 evident. It is only through the action of a social class or several social classes that a given set of relations of production can be introduced, conserved, or overthrown. Every social formation, that is, every society in a given country, in a given epoch, is always characterized by a totality of relations of production. A social formation without relations of production would be a country without labor, production, or subsistence, that is, a country without inhabitants. But every totality of social relations of production does not necessarily imply the existence of a stabilized mode of production, nor the homogeneity of these relations of production. A stabilized mode of production is a totality of relations of production which are reproduced more or less automatically by the actual functioning of the economy, by the normal pattern of reproduction of the productive forces, with the correlative role of certain factors of the social superstructure. This was the case for centuries in many countries of the Asiatic, slave, feudal, and capitalist modes of production. This was the case for thousands of years with the tribal communist mode of production. In this sense, a mode of production is a structure which cannot be fundamentally modified by evolution, adaptation, or self-reform. Its internal logic can only be transcended if it is overthrown. On the contrary, in periods of profound historical social upheaval, one can experience a sum total of relations of production which do not have the nature of a stabilized mode of production. A typical example is that of the epoch when petty commodity production predominated, in which the prevailing relations were not those between lords and serfs, nor between capitalists and wage-earning producers, but those of free producers having direct access to their mode of production. It is the same for the characteristic relations of production in today's bureaucratized workers' states. Neither in one case nor the other can one demonstrate the existence of a stabilized mode of production. In all these societies in a transitional phase the hybrid relations of production are not structures which 176 reproduce themselves more or less automatically. They can lead either to the restoration of the old society or to the arrival of a new mode of production. This historic alternative is governed by a number of factors, mainly the sufficient or insufficient growth of the productive forces, the result of the class struggle in a given country and on an international scale, the play of superstructural and subjective elements. On the other hand, even when a stabilized mode of production exists, the relations of production are not necessarily homogeneous. They hardly ever are. In every concrete social formation there is always a combination between the predominant relations of production of the existing mode of production and the not entirely absorbed vestiges of previous relations of production which were historically transcended a long time ago. For example, practically all the imperialist countries still contain some vestiges of petty commodity production in agriculture and even vestiges of semi-feudal relations of production. In these cases it is correct to talk of a stabilized mode of production when the predominance of the relations of production characteristic of it is such that it assures their automatic reproduction and their domination over the whole of economic life through their internal logic and laws of development. A characteristic example of hybrid relations of production dominated by a hegemonic mode of production is that of so-called Third World social formations. Here pre-capitalist, semi-capitalist and capitalist relations of production exist side by side, combined in a determined manner under the pressure of the international economy's imperialist structure. In spite of the predominance of capital, and in spite of insertion into the imperialist system, capitalist relations of production do not become generalist, although they exist and slowly extend. But this fact hardly justifies the characterization of these social formations as feudal countries, nor the contention that feudal or semi-feudal relations of production predominate within them, a theoretical error committed by many social democratic, Stalinist and Maoist theoreticians. 5. Historical determinism and revolutionary practice. Historical materialism is a determinist doctrine. Its fundamental thesis affirms that it is social existence which determines social consciousness. The history of human societies can be explained. Its course is not haphazard or arbitrary. Its unfolding does not depend on unforeseeable whims of genetic mutation, or great men among the atomized multitude. In the last analysis it is explained by the fundamental structure of the society at each given epoch, and by the essential contradictions of this structure. For as long as society is divided into classes, it is explained by class struggle. But if historical materialism is a determinist doctrine, this is so in the dialectical and not the mechanistic sense of the term. Marxism excludes fatalism. More precisely, any attempt to transform Marxism into automatic fatalism or vulgar evolutionism eliminates a fundamental dimension of it. While it is true of course that humanity's choices are predetermined by material and social constraints from which it cannot escape, it can forge its own destiny within the framework of these constraints. Humanity makes its own history. If humanity is the product of given material conditions, these material conditions are in turn the products of human social practice. This transcending of old historical idealism and of old mechanical materialism is in a way the birth of Marxism. It is contained in the famous Theses on Feuerbach which conclude the German ideology by Marx and Engels. Among other things, this signifies that the result of each great epoch of social convulsions in history remains uncertain. It can lead to the victory of the revolutionary class. It can also lead to the reciprocal decomposition of all the fundamental classes of a given society, as was the case at 178. The end of the ancient mode of production based on slavery. History is not the sum total of linear progressions. Many past social formations have disappeared without leaving many traces, mainly through the absence or weakness of a revolutionary class capable of forging a way towards progress. The evident decadence of contemporary capitalism does not automatically lead to the victory of socialism. It leads to the alternative socialism or barbarism. Socialism is a historical necessity to permit a new upsurge in the productive forces which is consistent with the possibilities of contemporary science and technology. It is above all a human necessity, in that it will permit the satisfaction of needs, in conditions that assure the blossoming of all human potential in all individuals and all peoples, without destroying the ecological balance. But what is necessary is not necessarily what is achieved. Only the revolutionary and conscious action of the proletariat can guarantee the triumph of socialism. Otherwise, the enormous productive potential of contemporary science and technology will assume a progressively more destructive form as regards civilization, culture, humanity, nature, and, quite simply, life on our planet. It is humanity's social practice that creates the social structures which subsequently envelop it. Through revolutionary social practice, these same structures can be overthrown. Marxism is determinist in that it affirms that these upheavals can only take certain forms in certain epochs. It is impossible to reintroduce feudalism, or the communism of small autarkic communities of producer-consumers, on the basis of contemporary productive forces. It is determinist in that it stresses that progressive social revolutions are only possible if the material preconditions and social forces which permit the creation of a superior social organization have already matured within the old society. But Marxism is not fatalistic, because in no way does it postulate that the arrival of this new society is the inevitable product of the ripening of the material and social conditions necessary for its appearance. This arrival can only result from the outcome of struggles between living social forces. In the last analysis, it results from the degree of social effectiveness of revolutionary action. If this is in turn partially conditioned by social circumstances and the balance of forces, revolutionary action can overturn, break or accelerate the evolution of these circumstances and balance of forces. Even an eminently favorable balance of forces can be spoiled by subjective deficiencies on the part of the revolutionary class. In this sense, in our epoch of revolution and counter-revolution, the subjective factor of history plays a primordial role in determining the result of great class battles, in deciding the future of the human species. 6. Alienation and emancipation. For thousands of years humanity lived in strict dependence on the uncontrollable forces of nature. It could only try to adapt to a given natural milieu, each little human group to its own. It was the prisoner of a narrow and constricted horizon, even if several primitive societies were able to develop certain human potentialities in a remarkable manner. Within the gradual development of the productive forces, humanity manages little by little to overturn this relationship of absolute dependence. It succeeds in subjugating the forces of nature more and more, in controlling them, domesticating them, using them consciously in order to increase production, to diversify needs, to develop human potentialities, and to extend social relations so as finally to encompass and partially unify humanity on a world scale. But the more people emancipate themselves in relation to the forces of nature, the more they alienate themselves in relation to their own social organization. As the productive forces grow, as material production progresses, as relations of production become those of a society divided into classes, the mass of humanity no longer controls the entirety of its production or the whole of its productive activity. It therefore no longer controls its social existence. In capitalist society, this loss of control becomes total. Freed from subjection to the whims of nature, humanity ms faded to 180. Becomes subject to the whims of its own social organization. Freed from the irresistible effects of floods, earthquakes, epidemics and droughts, it appears to be condemned instead to the effects of war and economic crises, bloody dictatorships, and the criminal destruction of the productive forces, even the possibility of nuclear destruction. The fear of these cataclysms inspires even more anxiety today than the fear of hunger, illness, or death did before. However, the same impressive development of the productive forces which pushes the alienation of humanity to the limit in relation to its own production and its own society also creates, under capitalism, the possibility for a real emancipation of humanity, as we have already indicated at the end of Chapter 2. This possibility must be understood in a dual sense. More and more, humanity will be capable of controlling and determining its social development as well as the upheavals in the natural milieu in which this takes place. Humanity will be increasingly capable of developing to the full all its potentialities of individual and social development, previously stifled or mutilated by its insufficient control over the forces of nature, social organization, and its own social destiny. The construction of a classless society, and then the coming of a communist society, implies the emancipation of labor, the emancipation of humanity as producer. The workers become masters of their products and processes of work. They freely choose the priorities in the division of the social product. They decide collectively and democratically the order in which needs are to be fulfilled, the productive priorities, the sacrifices of leisure time and current consumption which this allocation of resources will imply. Of course, these choices will continue to be made within a certain framework of constraint. No human society can consume more than it produces without reducing its reserves and productive resources and condemning itself to a reduction in current consumption at a later date, when the draining of reserves and the reduction of productive resources has reached a certain threshold. In this sense, Frederick Engels' formula stating that freedom is the recognition of necessity remains true even for communist humanity. The taking in hand of necessity would be more correct than recognition, as the more humanity's control over its natural and social conditions of existence grows, the more the number of possible responses to constraining conditions grow, and the more humanity can emancipate itself from the obligation to adopt just one response. But there is a second dimension to human disalienation, which greatly enlarges the sphere of human liberty. When all basic needs of all people are satisfied, when the reproduction of this abundance is assured, the solving of material problems ceases to be a priority for humanity. Humanity emancipates itself from enslavement to mechanistic, uncreative labor. It liberates itself from the niggardly measurement of how it uses its time and from the devotion of that time mainly to material production. The development of creative activities, the development of humanity's rich individuality, the development of wider and wider human relations all take priority over the constant accumulation of material goods which are less and less useful. Thenceforth revolutionary social practice will not only overthrow relations of production. It will change all social organization, all the traditional customs, mentality, and psychology of humanity. Material egoism and the aggressive competitive spirit will fade away for lack of nourishment in daily experience. Humanity will master its geographical surroundings, the configuration of the globe, the climate, and the distribution of great water reserves, at the same time preserving or re-establishing ecological equilibrium. It will overturn everything down to its own biological foundations. It cannot achieve these objectives in an absolutely voluntarist manner, independent of preconditions and a sufficient material infrastructure. But once this infrastructure is assured, it is active humanity, more and more free in its choices, which will become the principal lever for the creation of the new person, the free and disalienated communist. It is in this sense that it is correct to talk of communist and Marxist humanism. 182.